The traffic light was red, prohibiting pedestrians from crossing the road, and the crowd of people was growing, waiting for the light to turn green. And one young man in this crowd was looking at the screen of his smartphone. He read the correspondence intently, and irritation from the dialogue was visible on his face. They wrote to him that today was June's birthday. The guy replied that he had other plans, and they asked him to at least bring a gift. Finally, the traffic light took pity and turned green, signaling that it was possible to cross the road. In a nearby chat, a guy was asked where he was now. He replied that the guys should hang out without him today. One of his friends even offered to buy him food, but the guy refused. In the hustle and bustle of people, the boy and the man bumped shoulders hard. The man angrily shouted at him to watch where he was going, and the boy sheepishly apologized to him. As he walked on, the boy thought that the day was already hard, and then this man crashed into him. The guy sighed sadly and tried to remember what June, whose birthday he was supposed to visit, liked. Suddenly, there was a deafening roar and crash that rolled across the entire area. People started turning around in shock, trying to understand what it was. Some even suggested that it was an earthquake. Suddenly, lightning of unimaginable proportions fell from the heavens to the earth. All the people, including the boy, froze in horror, not believing their eyes. From the place where the lightning struck, a shockwave began to fly out in all directions, sweeping away everything around. Panic reigned, cars exploded and buildings collapsed because of the wave. People ran forward, jumping over obstacles. A new powerful lightning bolt struck the building, not far from where the first lightning bolt struck. Immediately, the building began to collapse with a loud noise, and glass shattered in all directions from the shock wave. Panic grew, people screamed, ran, and tried to avoid being hit by flying debris from the building. But there were casualties. The man, clutching his head, called out to the woman, but she lay unconscious. After a while, a hail of smaller lightning bolts fell from the sky and rushed towards the ground. And at the sight of each strike, lightning left behind only destruction. Smaller lightning strikes scattered people and cars like toys. Our hero, covering his head, ran forward, trying not to get hit by shrapnel and dodging running people and burning cars. He ran forward with all his might, his eyes wide open, not paying attention to the people running with him. The girl who ran out of the metro screamed loudly and called for help, not knowing where to run. Our hero waved his hand at her and shouted for her to run here, and the girl rushed towards him. But she didn't make it in time. Just a little before she reached it, she was hit by an ambulance rushing forward. Our hero kept running forward, not understanding what was happening, and really hoping that this was actually a dream. But he was too immersed in his thoughts, and only when it was too late did he notice the truck flying towards him. Life flashed before his eyes, but he could no longer do anything. Awkwardly covering his head with his hand, as if it would save him from being hit by a truck, our hero cowered. But, without feeling the blow, he began to slowly and fearfully open his eyes. Fear gave way to surprise, and everything began to blur before his eyes. His whole body, as well as his mind, twisted as if he had been thrown into a washing machine. A flash of lightning lit up the sky again. Lightning swiftly descended to the ground, bringing destruction in its wake. Our hero's eyes widened sharply, trying to understand what had happened to him. He frantically looked around, but tried to do it without moving. Thoughts began to return, and he wondered where he was, because he had just been run over by a truck. The boy tried to roll over onto his back and looked around, trying to figure out where he was. But as soon as he did this, his eyes widened in shock and surprise. There were two moons in the sky, one blue and the other red, and huge birds, like griffins, were flying across the sky. Not believing his eyes, our hero wondered what the hell was going on. He was lying naked on his back, trying to comprehend what was happening, when he heard a terrible roar. The guy stood up and looked in the direction from which the eerie sound was coming. He came closer and clenched his teeth in shock, not believing what he saw in front of him. It was a giant-sized bear, roaring and foam flying from its mouth. A pack of wolves attacked the bear. Each of them grabbed the bear's paw, and several more stood nearby, preparing to attack. Our hero stood wide-eyed and shocked as he watched the battle. Instead of a bear, the guy sees a doctor in a white coat who is carefully writing something down in a notebook. He asked the boy again if he had understood correctly that he had woken up on another planet with two moons and watched as a pack of wolves attacked a bear. Realizing that this sounded stupid, our hero remained silent, lowering his eyes. Having written this down in his notebook, the doctor asked the guy how he was able to return back from that planet. The question was logical, and the guy understood it, but he didn't know how to answer it. The wolves tore at the bear, biting into its neck with their sharp fangs, tearing out pieces of flesh. Unable to withstand the pressure, the bear's huge body rose into the air, and its paws stopped touching the ground. The bear fell to the ground with a roar, and from the impact, stones and chips flew in all directions. The pack of wolves united. The largest ones ran ahead, and the smaller ones stayed behind. They surrounded the bear's body and began to tear it apart, ripping out pieces of flesh. Hiding between the rocks, our hero watched what was happening in horror, afraid to make even a sound. He didn't immediately notice that one of the wolves, with snow-white skin, had crept up behind him. The wolf cub looked at our hero with interest, showing neither aggression nor friendliness. Our hero cursed silently as he looked at the wolf, horror evident in his eyes. Our hero ran away from the pack of wolves with all his might. Breathing heavily, he jumped over obstacles, and clouds of dust erupted from under his feet. The first rays of the sun appeared in the sky, and it began to turn orange, replacing the night. To survive, our hero ran with all his might, ignoring fatigue. Sweat clouded his eyes, and it was hard to breathe. Every breath seemed to burn his lungs. Suddenly, a message appeared before his eyes that only he could see. It read, "Your physique has increased by 1." The guy didn't understand what this message was and looked at it in surprise. Because of the message, he didn't notice a protruding rock and caught his foot on it. Our hero stumbled and, losing his balance, began to fall to the ground. Not only did he fall while running, but he also fell on a slope, and instead of falling, he rolled down, sweeping away bushes. He ended up falling off a small cliff and landing headfirst in the thick grass. The guy started coughing and couldn't stop, sweat and tears dripping onto the ground. Having caught his breath a little, he wondered what that sound was and whether he was really hearing strange sounds now. Suddenly, something caught his attention, causing drool to start flowing from his mouth. In front of him, he saw bushes with something hanging on them. These were red fruits, similar to tomatoes or apples. The boy thought that he was very hungry, and looking at these fruits, wondered whether they were edible. He noticed one fruit lying on the ground with several ants crawling over it. The boy looked around and saw that the other fruits were also covered with ants and decided that since they weren't afraid, the fruit wasn't poisonous. He took one of the fruits and, kneeling, greedily bit into it with his teeth. He bit into the fruit several times when he suddenly felt something was wrong and froze. He peered closely at the thick grass in front of him. Our hero trembled, feeling someone's gaze, and suddenly heard a terrifying roar. The grass ahead suddenly moved and something ahead made a sound. Our hero's eyes widened in fear when he saw what was watching him. A huge red eye with a thin vertical pupil stared at him. Our hero was so frightened that he was afraid to even move and stood frozen with the fruit near his mouth. A giant snake with blue scales jumped out at him and opened its mouth predatorily. Still motionless from shock, the boy had already resigned himself to his fate, looking enchanted into the snake's eyes. Suddenly, a giant frog jumped out from somewhere and grabbed the snake by the throat, gnawing at it. The frog pulled the snake along with it, and the boy continued to sit on the ground, holding the fruit near his open mouth. Hearing the frog devouring the snake, our hero hiccuped and was finally able to close his mouth. He closed his eyes and thought this was a crazy place. Falling to the ground, he thought that in fact he was the only one who had gone crazy. A downpour fell upon this strange, unfamiliar forest, washing everything around. Raindrops trickled down from one huge leaf to another. A large puddle of water collected on one of the leaves and began to flow down in a thin stream. Our hero opened his mouth and caught this stream, quenching his thirst. He was sitting on a tree branch with something like a bandage around his hips, leaning his back against the tree trunk and drinking greedily. It was already the 67th day since he had entered this unfamiliar world. He looked down and thought that the pack of those same wolves was still chasing him. Looking at them sadly, our hero thought that they could catch him at any moment. Looking around, he thought that wolves were not the only danger, and he needed to find a safe place. Night fell again, and 2 full moons rose in an unfamiliar sky. A year has passed. Our hero found a bunch of bananas, each of which was his size. With a lot of effort, the guy was able to tear off one banana from this huge bunch. She started to fall down, but the guy managed to catch her and did not let his prey fall. And again, he saw an unknown message that his strength had increased by 1. The guy felt himself getting stronger and pulled the giant banana towards himself. It took a while, but he was able to pull the banana onto the branch he was sitting on. While eating a banana, the boy reflected that he had managed to survive, or rather, had adapted. There was a white wolf cub standing under the tree, and our hero thought that it was persistently following him. The boy stuffed his full cheeks with banana, thinking that he had already gotten used to the wolf cub and even missed him when he was not around. Suddenly, a stream of liquid began to flow down his back from somewhere above. Not understanding where it was pouring from, the guy raised his head up. Seeing the source of the liquid, the guy cursed harshly and instantly tensed up. There was a huge gorilla at the top of the tree. It roared and began to quickly descend. Spraying saliva, the gorilla descended towards our hero and swung its huge fists. Our hero watched as the gorilla rushed towards him and clenched his teeth angrily. Both of the gorilla's fists fell on the branch where the boy was sitting, and it split into small pieces. But our hero was quick, managed to grab the liana, saved himself, and even took his banana. Looking at the gorilla with indifference, our hero said that maybe she would be luckier next time. At that moment, the branch onto which the gorilla had jumped broke, and the huge carcass fell down. And a white wolf cub was watching everything that was happening from the ground. And at the moment of the fall, he was right under the gorilla. The giant monkey fell to the ground with a crash, sending rocks and branches flying. The white wolf cub was also caught in the wave and was thrown violently away from the gorilla. Holding on to the liana, our hero looked down and noticed that the wolf cub had been injured by the monkey's fall. Unexpectedly, after such a fall, the gorilla remained alive and its huge paw hit the ground with force. The gorilla began to stand up, and its attention switched from our hero to the wolf cub. The shock wave created by the gorilla's fallen carcass caused a branch to stick into the wolf cub's paw. But despite this, the wolf was ready to fight back and bristled when he saw the gorilla's gaze. The gorilla growled in response, staring at the white wolf cub as if it had already forgotten about our hero. The gorilla growled and swung his huge fist, preparing to strike the wolf cub, who wasn't even thinking about running away. The monkey hit and the white top flew to the side, whining pitifully. Suddenly, our hero flew up from the gorilla's back and, letting go of the liana, flew towards the monkey. He dropped onto the gorilla's back and jabbed the stick hard into its eye with one hand. The monkey screamed in pain as the stick pierced its eye, causing blood to immediately flow. Our hero didn't have the same agility, but the gorilla managed to grab him by the shoulders with both hands. She threw the guy forward with all her might, and he flew like a straw doll. He crashed his back into the wall with all his might, but managed to notice that the top had come to its senses and was running away. The blow knocked all the air out of the guy's lungs, and he struggled to breathe. But the gorilla was not going to give up and was already running towards our hero, demolishing everything in its path. Looking at her with a mixture of irony and contempt, the guy said that it was stupid to get into this fight. The doctor interrupted the memories of the gorilla and asked why our hero did this. The guy wearily said that he could no longer run away from the suffering beyond the territory. Constant running away did not solve anything. The doctor didn't know what to answer and just looked at the guy with surprise and disbelief. Suddenly, a smile appeared on the guy's lips, and he added that wherever he went, there was always a ruler. Our hero sat by a tree and couldn't move, and the gorilla was rushing towards him. She swung her giant fists ready to crush the guy's head. But suddenly, from somewhere to the side, a large white wolf attacked the gorilla, trying to bite her throat. Our hero couldn't believe his eyes and watched this scene in surprise, not noticing the blood on his face. A pack of wolves surrounded the gorilla and attacked it, gnawing at its body from all sides. Watching the wolf pack attack, our hero lost consciousness. He thought that this was the end, but the wolves did not touch him while he was unconscious. The wolf cub circled nearby, watching as the big wolves attacked the gorilla, and our hero decided that the pack thought he had slept with the wolf cub, so they were helping him. Our hero soon realized that this white wolf cub was the son of the leader of a pack of crimson wolves. When the full moons rose in the sky, the howl of wolves echoed through the forest. A pack of wolves climbed a high hill and howled in unison at the moon. The wolves ran as fast as they could, howling in unison at the same time. Our hero was also in this pack and ran ahead, together with the white wolf cub. Just like you and me, my best YouTube viewer, we are both lone wolves, wandering through the night forests in search of cool content. Let's not forget to subscribe, leave a comment, and like. All the best to you. Our hero stopped, trying to catch his breath from this mad run, and the wolf cub stopped with him. After a while, the wolf cub also stopped and tried to catch his breath, sticking out his tongue. The boy picked up the wolf cub in his arms and rushed forward with the pack of wolves. Over time, the wolf cub grew into a huge white wolf, and our hero was still nearby. It was the second year that our hero had been in this world, and a wolf howled on the hill. The crimson wolves immediately howled back at him. The boy howled along with the wolves, thinking that the wolves probably took him for one of their own. Our hero grew stronger and stronger, and now the sheer cliff he was running up was no longer a problem for him. It is not surprising that he could climb it because it was already 31 years since he came into this world. Suddenly, a giant snake jumped out at the guy and rushed up the hill after him, but our hero was expecting this. Our hero took out a knife and thought that he had no idea how to get out of here. In all this time, he had not found any signs of civilization. He cut the snake from its mouth almost to its tail, and the wolves from below helped him, tearing apart its tail. The wolves began hunting the boar, and our hero thought that he had joined the wolves and was continuing to participate in the battles for the territory of his pack. The wolves were chasing the boar, and our hero watched, following him along the vines. He flew high, preparing to attack, and let out a hunting roar. Releasing the liana in flight, our hero pulled out his knife and prepared to strike. He landed on the boar's head, and his knife went into its head like soft butter. A flock of birds took off into the cloudless blue sky. Our hero stood on a hill and looked at a flock of birds, thinking that 120 years had already passed, and he was definitely the only person on this planet. He remembered mourning the wolf and thought that he had made many furry friends, but also lost many. He sat on the cliff with a bloody knife and realized that he had lost count of how long he had been in this world. Hundreds of years had already passed, and he did not understand how he had remained alive. The doctor concluded that, having become the leader of the pack, even after 500 years, he found no signs of civilization and asked how our hero managed to find the way to Earth. Our hero remembered that on a hill under the moonlight, a pack of wolves was going against a pack of gorillas. The crimson wolves rushed forward, bristling, growling, and baring their teeth. Gorillas were rushing towards them. They were also growling and ready to fight. Our hero also fled with the wolves, and during his time in that world, he even made himself some improvised boots. The wolves and gorillas clashed in battle, attacking each other. Our hero looked like a beast. He took up a knife, ready to attack. With all his strength, he pushed off the ground with one foot. Floating in the air, he swung his arm, preparing to strike one of the gorillas. Suddenly, a deafening thunder sounded on the battlefield, just like that time on Earth. Our hero froze, recognizing the sound, not believing that he was hearing it again. His consciousness began to slip away, as if twisting, just like last time. The whole world froze and began to spin. Everything began to quiet down. The battle, the roar, the attacking gorilla. Lightning struck the place where our hero stood, shaking the earth. In the light of lightning, the guy disappeared, and all that was left of him was the knife with which he had gone through many battles. Suddenly, a city appears. The buildings look old, and they are all covered with small cracks. 3 people walk along a road against a backdrop of destroyed buildings, and one of them has a radio beeping. One of the 3 slows down and says, "Great." The girl with long hair turned to her companions and said, "This way." The radio in her hands beeped louder and louder, and one of her companions said, "But Captain." The girl said that the device was behaving strangely, and the spatial energy was off the charts. The guy said to send the coordinates to the portal control team immediately. The boy with the instruments in his hands pressed the button and said that he was sending the coordinates. A pillar of light flashed in front of the trio, and one of them said that the portal was opening. 3 ran away from the portal. One said that it was unknown what would come out of it, and the second added that it was not for nothing that he had a bad feeling. The trio ran forward, and behind them, the shock waves swept away everything around them. They didn't have time to escape, and the wave threw them in different directions like toy soldiers. One guy came to his senses and screamed in horror that the portal had opened. The second guy pressed himself against the wall and screamed that he didn't want to die. And only the girl boldly turned to the opened portal and grabbed the hilt of the katana hanging at her side. She shouted that she would buy time and ordered the boys to run away. One of the guys tried to call the bureau so that they would send help as soon as possible. The portal looked like a bright red circle, and the girl bravely waited to see who would emerge from it. "Come out, I'll tear you to pieces," thought the girl, staring intently into the portal. A silhouette of a man appeared in the red circle of the portal. The girl stared forward in shock, not believing her eyes. The haze cleared, and now the image of our hero was clearly visible in the portal. The girl's ardor waned, and she wondered in surprise if it was really a person in front of her. She felt her whole body go rigid and tremble slightly. Our hero was confused after a long stay in the world with animals, and the first thing he did was scream loudly. This cry, more like an animal roar, brought the girl into complete stupor. The girl held the hilt of the katana tightly, preparing for battle in front of the portal. Our hero, who appeared from the portal, growled menacingly. The girl stared at him in shock, not believing that there was a person in front of her. Her instincts told her that she was facing a wild animal, and she began to tremble. The roar suddenly stopped, and the guy began to slowly sink to the ground. The girl continued to stand, holding the katana, watching the guy fall. The roar from the opening of the portal began to subside, and with it, our hero fell to the ground, losing consciousness. The guys who called for reinforcements came closer and were surprised that a man appeared in front of them. The girl calmed down and, looking at the guy, wondered what kind of power it was. She looked at his sleeping face and thought that she had never felt such pressure even in high-level dungeons. The girl couldn't understand who this guy was, who appeared from the portal. The guy said on the radio that they didn't need reinforcements. He had returned and they needed an ambulance. The guy was sitting on the couch when the doctor turned off the recording on the voice recorder. He smiled and thanked our hero for everything. He said that he would pass on his testimony to the Bureau of Awakened People. His health was normal, so he would be discharged soon. The guy, lowering his head, called the doctor by name. The man was already standing at the door and turned around in surprise when he heard his name. The guy said that for the first time in 1,000 years, he talked to a civilized person and thanked him for listening to him. The doctor said that he had shared a valuable story and that they should thank the hero who had returned from a 1,000-year adventure. Our hero looked with distrust after the departing doctor. The door to the room where the boy was located slammed. The doctor walked down the corridor to his office, thinking as he went. He thought he was a very interesting patient. His story was so detailed that he could easily become a writer. The Bureau of the Awakened consisted of several high-rise buildings with helipads. The girl with the katana stood in the captain's office. She was reading the documents and asked if the information here was correct because she thought it was not. The captain was surprised by such words and asked what was wrong. The girl looked at the card and said that it said that he had an F rank. The captain said that he was a rare patient with such a rank and added that if he had at least rank E, they could receive benefits from the state. She looked at the card of our hero, whose name was Steve, and said that this rank meant that he was an ordinary person. The girl said that with such a rank, he would not have been able to pass through the portal and once again clarified whether everything was correct here. The captain said that maybe he was lucky, that happens sometimes, or he was hiding and accidentally stumbled upon the return stone. He handed over the tablet and said that he had received the doctor's report from the hospital and offered to take a look at it. The diagnosis indicated that our hero had post-traumatic stress disorder and that he was prescribed antidepressants. The girl read the document with distrust, and she was especially attracted by the clause that stated that he behaved like a wolf. The girl remembered what Steve looked like when he first came out of the portal. She trusted her instincts, but she began to think she was imagining things. The girl asked if it was his document. The captain confirmed it and added that even though he was F rank, they should still treat him as a returnee. The girl asked to personally deliver these documents to Steve. The The captain was surprised why the girl volunteered to deliver the documents personally. As she was leaving, the girl said she wanted to see it with her own eyes. Despite the fact that many years had passed, the hospital building looked like everywhere else. Our hero lay on the couch, thinking that 2 weeks had already passed since he returned from that world. He thought that this was what he wanted more than anything in the world. But when he returned, everything felt foreign, and he didn't understand what to do next. A nurse entered the room with a tray and said that it was time to eat. The guy did not immediately return from his thoughts and looked with tired eyes at the nurse who entered. She placed the tray containing a variety of dishes on the table by the bed. Suddenly, our hero felt that he was really hungry and his stomach began to rumble. Looking at the delicious dishes, he decided that he needed to fill his stomach first. There was a knock on the door of the room where Steve was. The door immediately swung open, and the girl with the katana greeted Steve. Our hero squatted and devoured his food without using cutlery, like a wild animal. The girl with the katana was shocked to see this scene. But the guy didn't see anything strange in this, and just turned his gaze to her without looking up from his food. The girl said her name was John, and she was from the Bureau of Awakened People. Steve swung his leg off the bed and muttered, "That smell, that blonde hair." He squatted down next to the girl and sniffed, saying that they seemed familiar. The girl said that she was the first person he met after he returned. Remembering his appearance, the girl thought that when he left the portal, he felt like a predator. But now, looking at how he eats, the girl doubted her sensory abilities. The guy licked the tray of food and, putting it on the table, said that the food was delicious. He asked the girl what this Bureau of the Awakened was, and she asked him in response why he was speaking to her informally. Steve was confused for a second, but replied that he was 1,000 years older than her. The girl remembered his diagnosis and that he was a patient and looked away. Jean put the papers in front of him and said that the Bureau of Awakened People helps people like him adapt and said that everything was written in the document. She asked him to read it carefully and sign the agreement to disseminate information. Steve gasped in surprise as he picked up the pen. He sniffed the pen, and the girl asked why he continued to sniff things. The guy replied that 1,000 years had already passed, and they continued to use pens. The girl angrily said that she asked him to sign it, not draw it. The guy apologized and said that she remained the same as she was 1,000 years ago. The girl swore at Steve, called him a Neanderthal, and showed him again where to sign, deciding that he was just an idiot. After thinking for a bit, the girl became a little embarrassed, but still turned to Steve. The guy, not distracted from drawing, asked what she needed. Looking at the drawing of the wolf, she asked if he had learned to draw there, and he replied that he had been able to draw before. The girl asked if he had learned anything there, and seeing his surprise, added whether he had learned magic, voodoo, or martial arts. Steve replied that he had been living in the forest all this time to survive. The girl finished the sentence by saying that he had been running all these 10 years to survive. The guy looked at the girl in bewilderment, waiting for an explanation. To become a true returnee who can pass through the portal, you need to kill monsters and take their spatial energy. But Steve apparently just stumbled upon a travel stone. That's what the girl thought and said out loud that she was simply mistaken. Steve said in surprise that he had been in the jungle not for 10 years, but for 1,000. Jean said he was starting to get on her nerves and added that he had been in the jungle for 10 years, not 1,000. The guy started to get angry when he heard the girl's answer and asked her again, why 10? She said to look at the records. It says he disappeared in 2015 and now it's 2025. Steve looked at the document in shock, not believing that only 10 years had actually passed. The girl threw the guy his ID card and said that it was his awakened card. The guy took it in his hands and read the inscription, the ID card of the awakened one. The girl said that half of his medical expenses would be subsidized with her help and asked him to read the documents. Before leaving, Jean said that when Steve recovered, it would be better for him to return to his family and said goodbye to him. The guy looked at the door that closed behind the girl, digesting what was said. He grabbed the documents, repeating the already forgotten word, family. Steve read the documents, shocked to think they were still alive. Remembering his life in the jungle, our hero thought that he had finally given up there. He assumed that even if he returned to Earth, his family would no longer be alive. But upon returning, he had to come to terms with the loss of his wolf family and the fact that he was alone again, which drove him to despair. But these were just assumptions, because only 10 years had passed. That's what Steve thought as he read the documents. He found the data page and gasped. Our hero's mother and father were already dead. Steve sadly repeated into the void that they were both dead and began searching for information about his younger brother, Chad. Having found information about his brother, our hero's eyes widened in surprise. He ran quickly out of the room with only one thought: Chad is alive. He was shouting at the nurses that he urgently needed to see Dr. Boldy, and he didn't hear the girl's words that he couldn't go there. Steve gripped the door handle to the doctor's office with all his might as the nurses' screams echoed behind him. Our hero opened the door, not listening to anyone around him, and called Dr. Boldy. The nurse who ran after the guy said that he couldn't go there. The doctor was sitting at the table and was surprised by such an appearance. He smiled, looking at Steve, and asked him what happened. Our hero confidently stated that he needed a doctor's help. Dr. Boldy was calm and asked what kind of help the boy needed. Steve said that his brother was still alive and he needed to find him, so he asked the doctor to discharge him from the hospital. The doctor said that Steve was almost ready to return to society and suggested waiting for his brother to visit him. Steve said that the doctor didn't understand the situation and that he wasn't there for his permission. The doctor just laughed when she heard these words and asked again if it was true. After thinking for a bit, the doctor ran his finger along the crease in his trousers and said, "Okay." With a conspiratorial expression on his face, he said he had one condition. Our hero was surprised by this answer and asked what condition he was talking about. Sitting in the back seat of the car, our hero thanked the doctor, promising that he would not forget it. The doctor and nurse stood near the taxi in which Steve was sitting, and the doctor was pleased with these words. The doctor told the driver that our hero had not fully recovered and asked him to make sure he reached his destination. The yellow taxi drove off to its destination, and the doctor and nurse watched it go. The nurse said the doctor paid his hospital bill, bought him clothes, and even paid for his taxi. She asked why, since they usually leave F-rank patients on the side of the road, and for some reason he calls Dr. Boldy. The doctor laughed when he heard this question from the girl. He thought and replied that he probably would like to continue listening to his story. The nurse was surprised and asked why he should listen to this nonsense. Returning to the office, the doctor asked to fix the door handle quickly. The nurse said that she had already called a repairman and could not understand how it broke, looking at the flattened handle. Immediately, a picture appears of our hero, in his excitement, squeezing the door handle so hard that it breaks like a toy. The doctor did not rush to answer and slowly sat down in his chair. He sat down in the chair, holding the arms, closing his eyes and thought. The doctor thought that the pen had broken for the second time and that he had not smelled anything unusual for a long time. The taxi was slowly moving through rush hour traffic when the news announced breaking news. The tablet in the car reported that this afternoon, due to a miscalculation of the portal's appearance time, monsters filled the unprotected field. The screen showed monsters. One of them looked like a huge predatory creature with several rows of teeth. From the monster's mouth grew another mouth, long and twisting, and the announcer said that in response, the ministry had sent the Army and Air Force on a joint operation. The situation was resolved within 50 minutes, but the Army and Air Force suffered numerous casualties. 2 tanks were disabled and 12 soldiers and awakened people were killed. The announcer ended the broadcast, adding that he would continue the report when there was news. The image of monsters and soldiers was replaced by the opening credits of the show League of Zalims, a superpower fighting club, and another announcer announced that a match between 2 C-class warriors was coming. Our hero watched the episode, and the driver admired the choreographed warriors. 2 warriors were shown on the screen, and the announcer said that the winner would have the opportunity to fight the fighter ranked 2nd in the world. Steve watched the episode attentively, not understanding what was being discussed or what kind of world the announcer was talking about. He remembered the doctor's words that the world had changed a lot, that since the Great Catastrophe, it had become a completely different place. A warrior in armor appeared on the screen, along with the inscription, "Rise up, mercenaries." He raised his hand with the sword, and the inscription read, "The greatest distribution of hunting rewards in the history of the Shilla Guild, and that this guild is recruiting new faces." The driver said that if he were awakened, he would quit this job and become a warrior, and our hero asked if there was really any land for hunting here. The driver was shocked by Steve's question and said that he must have hit his head hard. The man forgave him incredulously, but our hero didn't know if it was true, and he asked him to just tell him and not beat around the bush. The driver said that 10 years ago, a door to another world opened for the whole world. They call that day the Day of the Great Catastrophe. On that day, the first convergence occurred, and their world merged with many others, from which monsters began to emerge. They tried to shoot down the flying monsters with a helicopter, but 10% of the population was lost that day. Despite their weapons, the military could not stop the monsters advancing from all sides, and where the military failed, mercenaries took over. Those who disappeared in that disaster, or as they are now called, the Awakened, began to be issued licenses and paid for killing monsters, and guilds began to be created. Steve asked again about the mercenary license and asked how one gets one. The driver laughed at our hero's seriousness and said that an ordinary person would not get it. First, he needs to be awakened and then pass the exam at the Bureau of the Awakened. Steve listened carefully to the driver's story and realized that it was all too complicated. Our hero arrived at the outskirts of the city when the sun was already setting. They drove along narrow streets between tiny houses and cars parked on the side of the road. The taxi stopped near one of the houses and the driver said that they had arrived. He pointed to a 2-story brick house ahead and said that our hero needed to go there. Steve thanked the driver, who wished him a good time with his little brother. Our hero hesitantly approached the right house and stopped near it. He took a couple more steps towards the house, not believing that he would now see his younger brother. An old woman was standing in the window of the house, cleaning the glass. She noticed Steve and looked at him in surprise. She leaned out of the window with displeasure and shouted to our hero who he was. The guy replied that he came to see Chad. The old woman froze when she heard the name and looked closely at Steve. The guy didn't understand why the old woman was silent and continued to wait for her answer. She suddenly got angry, called him names, and said that he was still wet behind the ears and how dare he speak so disrespectfully to his elders. Steve was confused by this answer and only looked at her questioningly. The old woman shouted that there was no Chad here and told him to get out of there. She closed the window with force, leaving our hero in deep bewilderment. Steve was surprised and thought that maybe he had come to the wrong place. Suddenly, an old woman's screams were heard from the window, saying that the creditors were already tired of coming here. And in response, a child's voice asked if that terrible man had returned. Steve was shocked and confused when he heard about the loan and the child's voice. Steve heard the old woman reassuring the child that he had not returned and wondering at the world that could so frighten a child who was innocent. Steve approached the door, hearing the old woman say that his father worked around the clock, but the debts only continued to grow. A child's voice asked Daddy about his debts, and the old woman answered no, asking him to keep eating. There was a mailbox hanging on the door, filled with some envelopes. Our hero pulled out one of them. He brought it closer, reading the name of the recipient and sender. He saw that the letter was for Chad, informing him of his debts, and he couldn't believe that his younger brother was in debt. Steve decided not to bother the old woman any longer and walked away, thinking about what he had seen. He thought that in the wild world, the only law was force, but the laws on Earth are much more complex. He lowered his head, thinking that if force could simplify the complex, then in the civilized world. He clenched his fist, realizing that in this world, money is power. Immersed in these heavy thoughts, our hero came to the Bureau of the Awakened. Without encountering any obstacles, he entered the building and began to explore it. At the entrance to the premises, he put his ID card and saw a message, "Does not match." The girl sitting at the checkpoint said that his application for a mercenary was canceled because he did not meet the requirements. Steve asked in surprise how this could be, since he was an awakened F rank. The girl replied that he was indeed F rank, but he lacked awakened points. The guy asked how this could be, since he arrived here 2 weeks ago through the portal. The girl giggled and replied that ordinary people cannot pass through the portal, otherwise their body will be torn to pieces. Steve replied that he had felt similar pain before, and the girl asked him to leave such illusions at home. The girl said that he could go to school or earn points on the field, and after that, he could come back when he truly woke up. Steve walked over to the reward wall, which stated that if goblins appeared on a field, they would be rewarded with $500 for each one. He read it again, not understanding which goblins were being discussed, and looked tiredly at the inscription. And if you look at the city from above, you can see that high walls run through it. Our hero asked the taxi driver if these walls were everywhere, and he replied that they completely surround the city. Everything is visible in the Maps app. Steve didn't understand what application they were talking about, and the driver explained that the city is divided into 12 areas. There are many gates in the city that allow you to move between them, as well as gates leading to the fields. After listening to the driver, our hero realized that he urgently needed to buy a phone. The taxi car stopped when it arrived at its destination. The driver said that they had arrived at the field, gate number 27, and our hero thanked him. The guy got out of the car and slowly walked towards the entrance to the gate he had arrived at. The gates were huge, and above the entrance hung a huge inscription, 27. Steve thought that once he passed through this gate, he would find himself in a hunting ground called a field. He walked slowly through the checkpoint, looking around. Soon, our hero approached two soldiers who were apparently guarding the entrance to the field. One of the soldiers asked what brought the guy here. Without thinking, with a firm look, our hero said that he had come to hunt. The soldier's face turned angry when he heard the boy's answer. He asked our hero to show him his mercenary license. Steve looked down and sadly replied that he didn't have one. The second soldier stood up and said that civilians were strictly prohibited from entering the field. Suddenly, a noise came from the entrance, and all three turned around, looking at its source. Inside the wall, at the entrance, someone was shouting to close the entrance, and another answered him that it was too late. An SUV drove out of the gate at full speed, knocking down all the barriers. And the SUV driver was attacked by an unknown creature, which sank its sharp fangs into his neck. The SUV did not slow down, but only picked up speed and began to lean to the side. He still rolled over and crashed into a wall at full speed, which managed to stop the SUV. One soldier panicked and shouted into the radio that he was calling a special forces unit, while the second one just looked fearfully towards the car. The soldiers began to surround the SUV, and the most senior one gave the order to line up and take their positions. There was some movement in the car, and the soldier shouted for everyone to take aim. The car window was smashed by a large hand with green skin, bleeding from cuts. A green creature with long, sharp fangs emerged from the car and growled. The soldier gave the order fire, and everyone who took aim pulled the trigger. A deafening burst of machine gun fire rang out, and almost all of them hit the creature sitting on the car. The creature growled in pain, its entire body riddled with bullets. The senior soldier gave the order to cease fire, and his order was repeated, stopping. One soldier shouted an all clear, the second concluded that the monster was dead, and the third ordered an ambulance to be called. One soldier asked where our hero had gone, and the second asked again if he was talking about the crazy guy who had arrived in a taxi. The soldier turned around in disbelief and asked if he had really left. The second one replied that he most likely ran away, frightened by what he saw. But our hero took advantage of the commotion and made his way through the gates. He walked along the road and asked a question into the void. Is this really a field? He focused on his sensations and realized that he could feel. The guy heard the sound, felt the smell. All of this was around and was acutely felt. He walked slowly across the field and thought that he still needed to buy a car. The guy climbed up a hill, looking at the destroyed buildings and wondering if all cities had really changed so much. Our hero looked into the distance, thinking that this couldn't be. He watched the sun set over the dilapidated buildings, watching the sky turn orange. Not much time passed, and the sky darkened, and the stars appeared. And Steve still stood there, thinking that this darkness was very familiar to him. He took a step forward, towards the cliff, not paying attention to the fact that there was nothing under his feet. He flew down, closing his eyes, and thinking that now was the time for his hunt. With his arms outstretched, he flew from the high-rise building like a bird without wings. He dropped quickly to the ground, bending one knee, and his landing sent up clouds of dust. After landing, he thought his body felt a little heavier. His landing caused cracks in the asphalt, but Steve ignored them, looking ahead. He was still squatting with one knee on the ground, and then he put his hand on the ground, preparing to lunge. And this jerk was so swift that pieces of asphalt flew in different directions, and our hero rushed forward. He ran so fast that the eye could not keep up with him, and one could only see a column of dust left behind. Picking up speed, Steve jumped up, flying up a 9-story building at once. But in flight, he cursed and realized that his breathing had become unsteady. The strength of the jump was not enough, and our hero caught his hand on the edge of the roof. He sat down, catching his breath and wondering if the return had caused him to lose his strength. The guy stood on the edge of the building, his hands in his pockets, and the full moon illuminated his silhouette. Our hero closed his eyes, concentrated, and sniffed the smells. Suddenly, the guy felt something and turned to the side. He trusted his instincts and decided to start where they led him. Our hero jumped from the roof of the building he was standing on, kicking up dust from under his feet. He ran to the very building that he had noticed while standing on the hill. Approaching the desired building, our hero looked ahead with concentration. A sound came from the depths of the building, which attracted his attention. A white wolf with bloody skin, cornered by 3 monsters, pressed himself against the wall and growled. The largest monster growled contentedly, having cornered its prey, but the wolf had no intention of giving up and growled in response, and a challenge could be seen in his eyes. Our hero approached closer, trying to step as quietly as possible. He looked the wolf straight in the eyes and tried to convey his thoughts to him, asking if he wanted our hero's help. The wolf looked into the guy's eyes, and the answer was clearly read in them that he agreed to help. But the monsters did not see our hero and began their attack, attacking the wolf. Looking at the attack, our hero only grinned. Steve rushed into battle and addressed the wolf, saying that they were all now his prey. With one blow of his fist to the head, he stopped the first monster and it fell to the ground. The next second, the monster's head split into 2 parts like an overripe watermelon. Suddenly, Steve saw a message box in front of him that said, "Searching for your class." These windows started to appear, and they either said, "Searching for your class" or "System error." Steve looked at these windows in shock, trying to understand what was happening and what kind of system error there was. The guy looked around irritably, not understanding what it was, reading the text in the windows out loud. He waved his hand and shouted, "Delete," in an attempt to get rid of the annoying windows. In a split second, the windows disappeared and our hero found himself surrounded by a flock of monsters who were about to attack him. The bravest of the monsters growled and rushed to attack, baring his teeth. The next moment, his teeth shattered into tiny pieces, mixed with blood. With the next blow to the head, our hero knocked the other monster off his feet. He kicked another monster in the stomach, and it doubled over from the force of the blow. One of the monsters, breathing heavily, climbed up the wall of the building. He was frightened by the strength of our hero and tried to run up the building. Suddenly, he heard some noise behind him and turned around, looking down. Our hero easily caught up with him and grabbed him by the head with one hand, stopping him. Steve threw the huge monster down with all his might, and it fell to the ground with a wheeze. The monster fell on his head, breaking his neck, and our hero jumped off, flying down. Steve landed on 2 feet, next to the lifeless corpse of the monster. Suddenly, a window appeared before his eyes again with the inscription, "Your class is a druid. Resetting statistics is impossible." The following messages also appeared: failed to obtain new abilities and fatal error. Looking at the last mistake, our hero gasped and said that he had forgotten about it. It was about 100 years ago in the jungle. He received a message that his constitution had improved by 1. After it had increased to the maximum level, he no longer received the message about the increase. Steve was surprised that there were even statuses on Earth and thought that perhaps because of this mistake, his abilities had weakened. Another window appeared, which said that access to the store was open. Our hero was surprised by the store and thought that he had never seen anything like it before. Pressing the store button, he thought that this was probably awakening. It opened up, and it said that our hero had 7 Velk points. A bottle of water cost 1 Velk, and a loaf of bread cost 2. Steve was upset that 7 Velks was all you could buy, choosing water and a bun. Suddenly, a bottle of water and a bun materialized in front of him and seemed to float in the air for a while. Our hero was brought out of his thoughts by a sound. Someone was whining pitifully. Turning around, he saw the white wolf he was protecting. It was a female, and she was bleeding, and a wolf cub was whining nearby. To avoid scaring them, our hero quietly approached the wolves. He dropped to one knee next to the she-wolf, looking at her sadly. Our hero stroked the she-wolf's muzzle and realized that she was dying. Apparently, it was poison. The she-wolf closed her eyes. Her breathing was heavy and ragged, and the wolf cub continued to whimper. Steve noticed the wave and looked at it in surprise. He told the she-wolf that he had not come here to become a nanny and asked her to talk, but the she-wolf only breathed heavily. The wolf cub stared at our hero with huge, sad eyes, and he said that it didn't matter how sad the eyes were that they looked at him with. But he immediately gave up and thought that perhaps this meeting was destined for him. The guy had a bottle of water in the outside pocket of his jacket, but he reached into the inside pocket. He took out a store-bought rye bun and handed it to the wolf cub, offering him something to eat. While the wolf cub was eating, our hero returned to the battlefield, looking at the slain monsters. He counted the monsters and found that there were 7 of them. Steve thought sadly that a car would have come in handy here. The sun rose slowly over the abandoned city, illuminating everything around. Steve stood with his eyes closed, as if absorbing the sunlight. And then he opened his eyes, now looking around the city in the daylight. Our hero sat under a large tree. The wolf cub slept in his arms, and in front of him was the she-wolf's grave. He stroked the wolf cub and said that it was time for them to go. There was a commotion as you exited gate number 27. A string of cars drove by, ignoring the soldiers' orders. The soldier said that everyone would be quarantined first, and the man behind the wheel got angry and asked why he was taking so long and not letting cars through. Suddenly, something caught the attention of the drivers and soldiers, and they all looked at the gate in surprise. The soldier was finally able to see what the drivers were talking about and couldn't believe his eyes. Our hero walked with the wolf cub, and on his back were the bodies of 7 monsters from which blood flowed. Everyone around was in shock. One driver was surprised that our hero was carrying everything on himself, and the second asked if he was the only one who defeated them. As our hero came closer, the soldier finally recognized him. Steve came to the already familiar room, where the girl refused to give him a mercenary license. The girl calculated that for 7 goblins, he would receive 350, 3 heliotrope minerals, 60, quarantine and vaccinations for the puppy, 200, leaving a total of $210,000. Our hero asked in surprise what kind of heliotrope it was. The girl showed the red stone and said that it was taken from the heart of the goblins. The price depends on the size and the energy stored in it. This stone is valued at $20,000. The girl said that since our hero doesn't have a bank account, he will receive cash and advised him to open an account because he is capable. Looking at the cash in his hands, our hero thought that if he opened an account and hunted, then earning money would not be a problem. A white van pulled up to the store and the driver greeted the owner. The owner said he hadn't seen Chad for a long time and asked where he had gone. The guy replied that he had gotten a part-time job. The man complained that the boy had suffered because of money, and the boy replied that the work in the field was hard, but the salary was adequate. The man handed over a chocolate bar, saying that Bill liked those, and the boy handed over another bottle of beer, asking him to count that too. After driving away from the store, the van rolled on. Chad was pleased with the job he had done and whistled to himself, looking forward to returning home. A yellow taxi drove down the street, but the guy didn't notice. The white van continued to drive forward towards the end point of its route. Arriving, Chad got out of the car with a bag in his hands and, whistling, walked forward. Suddenly, someone behind him called his name, and he turned around in surprise at the voice. But as soon as he turned around, the guy treacherously hit him from behind, causing Chad to fall and the contents of the bag to spill out. The guy with the baton in his hands said that he was glad to see him and added that they were already scared that he had abandoned the child and run away. Chad's head was bleeding and he looked in horror at the men standing in front of him. The quiet residential area was filled with sobs and the sound of blows. The man with the baton said that the boy's face had improved and lowered the baton onto his shoulder. Suddenly he screamed that he had to come here many times, and Chad only apologized, enduring the pain from the blows. He handed over a wad of cash, saying that this was all he had managed to earn, $240,000. The man took the money and started counting. 160 for the month, 120%, gasoline, dry cleaning. The man sat down on the steps and said that this was not enough, and two guys stood behind Chad. Hearing these words, the guy began to shake, and he only helplessly clenched his fist. He started crying and said that he would get the money by any means necessary in 3 days. The man hit him again and asked if he knew how much interest would accumulate in 3 days. He swung again and said that if he deceived him again. But he didn't have time to finish because someone called out to him, calling him a freak. Our hero approached the group of guys, accompanied by a new friend, a white wolf cub. The man looked at our hero suspiciously and asked who the hell he was. But Chad immediately realized who had approached him and stared at the guy in disbelief. Our hero was beside himself with anger and his eyes were flashing, foreshadowing trouble, and Chad could only remain silent. Big brother. The guy got up from his knees, not believing that his older brother was standing in front of him, and the bandit with a club looked at him in surprise. Steve took a step, and then another, seeing only his little brother in front of him. His whole appearance was threatening. There was no smile on his face, and his gaze was focused. Our hero walked up to his brother and knelt down in front of him, looking into his eyes. The first thing he could say was his brother's name, Chad. He looked at Chad with warmth and tenderness and asked if it was really him. Chad also didn't believe that Steve was in front of him and could only squeeze out the word brother. For some reason, Chad remembered the moment when he was beaten up by 4 bullies at school. One bully ordered his pockets to be searched. Chad shouted that he didn't have any more, but the other bully didn't believe his words. The beaten guy looked up and noticed Steve walking by and shouted at him. Our hero was walking with bags of garbage and stopped nearby, looking at what was happening. Chad reached out his hands to him, started screaming and asking for help, and the bullies were surprised by his brother's appearance. But Steve completely ignored the situation and walked further towards the trash bins, throwing out the bags. Having thrown out the trash, he went back, not even looking at his younger brother screaming for help. The bullies ignored Steve and continued beating up Chad, asking if friends weren't supposed to help with money. Chad endured all the beatings and watched with tears in his eyes as his brother walked away, abandoning him. The bully said that he was tired of shouting about his brother and asked if he was really his brother. Chad thought Steve was the big brother who would never help. Planes flew over the apartment building, and the news announced that a large explosion was growing throughout the country. Chad was sitting at home watching the news, which showed that red domes had appeared all over the city, and monsters were starting to emerge from them. The viewing of the program was interrupted by a sudden knock on the door, and Chad turned around abruptly. He ran to the door in fear, hurrying to open it. The first thing Chad could say when he opened the door was, "Mom." There was a man and a woman standing outside the door. They said that it was good that the guy was home. Unfortunately, it wasn't his mother, but his aunt and her husband who came to see him. The aunt said that she couldn't get through to her parents and asked where Steve was. The man started saying that they needed to leave quickly, but didn't finish his sentence. There was an explosion outside the door, throwing Chad back into the room. The explosion was so powerful that the door and wall broke, and stones flew into the room along with Chad. A monster with 3 heads on long necks appeared at the site of the explosion, and people around were screaming. Chad lay on the floor with his head broken, afraid to move, staring ahead. And from the broken wall, a giant eye of a monster looked at him. But the guy was lucky. The monster didn't notice him, and the eye disappeared almost immediately. Sitting in this devastation, Chell thought that he didn't care even if Steve disappeared from the face of the earth. And now, looking at his brother standing next to him, Chad realized that this is exactly how he had thought about him before. Steve smiled and said that Chad had aged in that time. Chad still couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at his brother. He thought he was already dead. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a bandit who sat down next to them and asked if Chad had hit his head. He pointed at our hero and asked how this brat could be his older brother. These words angered Steve. He grabbed the bandit by the head and began to press him to the ground. The next second, our hero threw the bandit back and he flew off, doing a somersault in the air. Chad was shocked by this turn of events and looked at his brother in disbelief. The bandit flew back and knocked down the sticks standing against the wall in flight. The sticks fell with a crash on the bandit lying on the floor. The two guys who came with the bandit got angry at Steve when they saw their boss get hit. But our hero ignored them and asked Chad if he was injured. He replied that everything was fine. Angered at being ignored, one of the boys yelled at Chad and Steve. He kicked our hero in the shoulder, shouting, "Did they really want to die here?" Steve didn't even move when the bandit's foot hit him in the neck, and at that very moment, the bandit flew off to the side with a scream, and his nanda was twisted into an unnatural position. He was doubled over on the floor, holding his leg and screaming in pain. Our hero was still sitting calmly, and Chad jumped up. The second guy was afraid to even move and immediately guessed that Steve was one of the awakened ones. Our hero turned to the standing guy and told him to come here. The guy was seriously scared, started saying that he hadn't attacked anyone, and even tried to dissuade others from attacking. But Steve wasn't going to hit him. He put a wad of money on the floor and told the guy to take it. The boy was shocked by this turn of events and only stupidly mumbled something unintelligible, relaxing a little. Our hero looked at him with eyes full of hatred and told him to take the money and get out of here. The guy took the money and bowed, thanking our hero, and he and his brother walked away. Steve and Chad arrived at his house when it was already dark outside and the stars appeared in the sky. The same old woman who had recently sent our hero away looked at the guys in shock. Everyone stood silently. The old woman looked at the guys. Our hero lowered his head. Chad held a bag in his hands, and the wolf cub looked at the old woman with interest. The old lady asked incredulously if he was really his older brother, and Chad confirmed it with a smile and laugh. Our hero handed the old woman a bag and said that it was beef. She opened the package incredulously, looking at the contents, and then swore quietly. The old woman went ahead, saying that she should have told him earlier that he had a family, and added that he fell asleep while he was waiting. Upon entering the house, the wolf cub immediately became interested in the boy lying on the floor. He sat down next to the sleeping boy's head and began to sniff him with interest. Steve sat down next to the boy, asking if he was his son. Chad replied that his name was Bill and he was his only treasure. Our hero asked what was wrong with his mother, and Chad replied that she chose a different life. Chad added that it was his fault, and the wolf cub stopped sniffing the boy and licked his head. Our hero offered Chad a drink, looking at him sadly. Chad didn't mind, and after a while, they were already sitting in the diner and clinking glasses. Chad was amazed that his brother, who had gone missing, had returned unharmed and had even become the awakened one shown on TV. Steve asked seriously how much more Chad owed, and Chad replied that it was about $5,000. The guy smiled and said that he would be able to give everything back because now he had a job. Our hero asked incredulously what kind of job he had gotten. Chad replied that he worked as a loader. He explained that the distances were long and no one would take on such dangerous work, so they paid him well. Steve asked if the truck was his, and the guy replied that it belonged to the old lady's son. She lent it to him. Our hero asked what her son was doing, if he could give away the truck. The wolf cub woke the boy up by licking his face, and Chad told him that her son had died during transport, and she looked after his son as if he were her own and had become their savior. The boy woke up and looked at the puppy in surprise. But the puppy's surprise changed when he heard a voice from the kitchen. The boy ran into the kitchen with the puppy in his arms and exclaimed joyfully when he saw his dad. Chad broke into a happy smile, seeing that his son had woken up. Sitting down next to his dad, the boy asked who it was, and he replied that Steve was his uncle. The boy said hello and shyly asked if he could play with the puppy. Steve, of course, gave his permission and broke into a touching smile, looking at the boy. Bill was having fun playing with the puppy, humming something cheerfully to himself. Chad smiled and said that the boy had wanted a puppy for a long time, which is why he was so happy. After some thought, our hero suggested that Chad work together. Chad didn't expect such a proposal and asked in surprise what he meant. Steve said he would do everything himself and Chad just needed to help him with the truck. Chad was surprised and asked what job our hero was talking about. With a sinister smile, Steve said he was talking about monster hunting. Chad didn't believe what he heard and asked again what Steve meant. The next day, our hero came to the Bureau of the Awakened. The girl looked at the documents with delight. She said that our hero was now registered as awakened and immediately immediately increased his level. The guy received a card, having red druid rank F on it. The girl said that now he will receive money directly to the card. The girl handed over a box with a phone and said that it was a gift from them, and once again congratulated him on receiving the rank of Awakened. She explained that Steve needed to download a special app, after which he would receive information about hunting and new locations. The girl said that if he caught a lot of monsters, he would increase his rank to E and receive more bonuses, and added that if he was just as persistent, the land could be saved. She added that our hero can open a status window. There were errors in the system, but they managed to fix them. A status window appeared in front of our hero, and he began to study them in surprise. Steve didn't understand why some of the scores, like Harmony, were so low and decided they would be hard to raise. A white van sped along the highway against the backdrop of mountains and the rising sun. Chad's phone, which was attached to the panel, rang, and the screen showed, "Bruv rough, brace Enos on Schraum." The guy congratulated our hero on purchasing a phone and asked if he had already registered with the agency. He said that he would be there soon. He had one last delivery left, and he was going straight to our hero. Chad learned that our hero only had to pass the mercenary exam. Our hero walked through the city, talking on the phone, and said that first they needed to pay off all their debts. My brother said that he is still at level F, and it will be difficult for him to kill monsters. But our hero didn't listen to the end and hung up, slightly angering his brother with this action. Chad wondered if it was really his brother, as his personality had changed so much. Steve was walking through the city, looking at his phone. He received a notification about bonuses for monsters, and he just passed by one portal. There was a big traffic jam at the entrance to the gate. Drivers were cursing at the slow speed of those ahead and asking them to go faster. In the stream of cars, there was a green SUV, not attracting any attention. There were guys in white jackets sitting inside, and the guy in the passenger seat was looking tiredly out the window. In the back seat, 3 young men were trembling, as if afraid of the coming battle. The driver asked the boys to calm down, because they were awake and had nothing to be afraid of. They all said in unison that if they passed this test, they would be accepted into the Shinra Guild as core members and promised to do whatever it took. The guy in the passenger seat got angry when he heard the words of the guys in the back seat. He thought that these guys had no abilities, that they got here thanks to their rich parents, and he decided that they would fail again. The soldier at the checkpoint looked at the monitor screen and called the next one. He looked up at the man who had approached and looked at him in surprise. Our hero stood alone in a brand new tracksuit without any equipment. The soldier asked if he was alone and asked him to show his pass card. Our hero placed the card on the terminal and it lit up green. The soldier read that our hero's name was Steve and that he had an F rank. Our hero walked towards the entrance to the gate, and the soldier tried to stop him, asking if Steve knew that it was dangerous there. Something caught the attention of the man sitting in the front seat of the SUV. He noticed how our hero walked towards the gate. The soldier wondered if they could send the guy alone, since he didn't have any equipment. Another soldier recognized our hero and said that it was he who killed 7 goblins at gate number 27 yesterday. The men in the green SUV overheard this conversation and were surprised. One was shocked that he was going to go in there like that, and the other decided that our hero was crazy going into the gate without equipment. A soldier approached the men in the green SUV and said that the system was a bit slow, but they could now pass. The man in the passenger seat ordered the driver to step on the gas, surprising him with this order. He shouted for him to quickly catch up with our hero. The driver understood the order and rushed after Steve, who was already turning the corner. The green SUV sped through the gates, chasing our hero. The driver turned the corner sharply in the same direction Steve had gone. Both men were surprised when the car turned the corner and stopped. There was no one around the corner. The driver didn't understand how this could have happened, because they had almost caught up with the guy. He looked around, trying to understand where our hero had disappeared to. The man, with a sinister smile, thought that he had caught a magnificent catch. Meanwhile, our hero was already running through the forest, raising clouds of dust. He ran as fast as he could, taking long strides. Having run through the forest, the guy stopped, putting his leg forward. Our hero placed his hands on his hips and tried to catch his breath. This run was a test, and Steve realized what state his body was in now. He opened the stats menu, realized that he had truly become weaker and decided that he needed to return to training. Suddenly, he heard some sounds ahead. Our hero concentrated, trying to figure out where they were coming from. Listening closely, he made out human speech. Someone was saying angrily, "Come on, attack, coward." Continuing to listen, Steve thought that they were probably fighting with swords. The second voice shouted, "Do you want to die?" Steve determined which direction the voices were coming from by looking to his left. His lips spread into a predatory smile. He thought that this was not a fight between monsters, but between awakened ones. He could not miss such a spectacle. Someone's hand, clutching a sword, flew off with a fountain of blood, and someone screamed in pain. One man shouted, "Attack!" running forward. Our hero stood on top of a ruined building and watched the battle, one shouting, "Attack!" and the second asking whose hand to cut off next. Steve watched the sword fight in silence, and someone below shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. Go away." The three guys in green were surrounded by a group of men in brown who looked like bandits. One of them shouted at them to drop their things and leave, but the men in green did not want to give up. Steve watched the men and thought that none of them wanted to fight. A blue pickup truck stopped near the collision, and a man got out of it. Putting his foot on the ground, the man asked why they were taking so long to deal with them. The guy in green looked at the man, who appeared with fear. The man was large and muscular and said that there were only 3 of them. Why were they taking so long? Someone recognized him and said that it was Sheik, for whose head there was a reward of 400 million. This information was heard not only by the guys below, but also by our hero. He was surprised to hear that the man was worth 400 million. The guys in green were scared and said it was a sea-level robber, Sheik. The guys in brown said they should have surrendered while they had a choice. Now they are dead. The man rubbed his hands and said that he was that very Sheik and offered to catch him if he had the courage. The guys in green were scared, convinced that it was that same Sheik in front of them. One of the guys asked if they would be allowed to leave everything. Sheik suddenly ran forward and said that it would no longer be interesting. One of the guys in green asked fearfully to wait. He said that he didn't care about their things anymore, and at that moment, our hero decided to go down by simply jumping from the roof. He landed with a thud between the guys in green and Sheik, without even taking his hands out of his pockets. The man was clearly surprised by Steve's sudden appearance and stopped. The 3 guys in green were also surprised by the appearance of our hero, and the guys in brown looked at Steve with fear, asking what was going on. When the dust cleared under our feet, he took a step forward. Sheik asked who he was. Did he really imagine himself to be an angel descended from heaven? But our hero ignored his questions and asked if it was true that 400 million. The man was a head taller than our hero and asked who he was. Steve responded threateningly that he just needed money. The guys in brown were in shock, not understanding what was wrong with the guy, and decided that he just wanted to die. And Sheik, hearing our hero's answer, only laughed loudly. The guy in green was surprised by Steve's answer and Sheik's reaction to his answer. With a sinister smile, Sheik said that it was unlikely that our hero was from the commission. But Steve didn't answer and only looked at him questioningly. The man's eyes suddenly turned red, and he said that it would be good if he would mind his own business. Without taking his eyes off the man, Steve froze in surprise. His body began to glow slightly red, and Steve couldn't understand what was happening to him. One of the guys in green knew what was happening, and his face was covered in sweat from fear. Sheik replied that Steve looked into his eyes for 5 seconds. He chuckled and said that now our hero couldn't move. Steve clearly didn't expect that answer and still looked at the man with confusion. Sheik turned to the guys in green and asked what they were waiting for, ordering them to grab him. The boys became bolder when Sheik appeared and went to Steve, asking why he interfered during their conversation. The guys in green still stood there, frightened, with their weapons pointed forward. But to everyone's surprise, our hero was able to hit Sheik. The guys in brown couldn't believe their eyes, and the team in green was surprised that Steve was able to hit the man. But the most surprised of all was Sheik himself, not understanding how our hero was able to hit him. Meanwhile, Steve clenched his second fist, preparing to strike. He grinned in some kind of animalistic grin and said that it was just magic. Schick was frightened by our guy's reaction and looked at him silently, clenching his teeth. "You're funny," Steve said, raising his fist and his eyes glowing blue. Schick's red eyes widened in fear at our hero's words. Our hero bared his teeth in some kind of bestial grin and said that it was just magic. Sheik was frightened by our guy's reaction and looked at him silently, clenching his teeth. "You're funny," Steve said, raising his fist and his eyes glowing blue. Schick's red eyes widened in fear at our hero's words. The man roared, "Stop," and his eyes glowed red again. Surprisingly, our hero froze, and his fist stopped a few centimeters from the man's face. With a smug smile, Schick said that our hero, it turns out, is not so simple. Schick pulled the knife from the sheath hanging on his belt. He swung his weapon and told our hero that one should never let one's guard down. But as soon as he said this, his nose collided with our hero's knee. The knife slipped from the man's hands, and our hero asked what else could he do besides this pathetic trick? Is there anything more interesting? And he swung his fist, aiming at the face. The man tried to use that magic again and began to say a word, but did not manage to finish. Steve silenced the man with a hook that knocked out his teeth. The next blow landed in the solar plexus, knocking all the air out of the man's lungs. And Steve's final kick was aimed at the ribs, finishing the man off. Our hero grabbed his jacket with his hand, making a grab. And with one precise movement, he threw the rather large man over himself. Schick flew backwards, crashing into the window. The impact knocked out the glass in the window and sent shards flying in all directions. Without even losing his breath, with a smile on his face, our hero said that it was too easy. The guys in green didn't believe that our hero was able to defeat Sheik and wondered who he was. Having finished with Chick, Steve turned to the guys in brown, who were holding swords in front of them. He asked if they wanted to attack, and the boys replied that no, he had simply misunderstood them. Steve gave them the order to gather in one direction, and the guys rushed to the designated place. Our hero turned to the guys in green and asked if they had a rope. One of the guys said with a smile that he had a rope. Steve asked the guys in brown, who were gathered in one place, how much they would pay for them. The guys started vying with each other to say that there was no reward for them, they were only paying for Schick, and in general he had threatened them. Schick came to his senses and listened in shock as the guys said that having turned Schick in, our hero, was already rich. Tears involuntarily appeared in the eyes of the beaten man, and he angrily called the guys Judas. He said that the guys, like leeches, stuck to him and sucked out their share. Traitors. Our hero was surprised, looking at the man who had come to his senses, and asked if he had really woken up already. The guys in brown started to shut Schick up and said that his place was in prison. Steve asked if they needed these people, and the guys in brown confirmed that they didn't need them. The guys in green couldn't take it anymore and said that they were all lying, and if our hero brought them together, he would receive an increased reward. But the guys in brown started arguing, saying that they were just ordinary servants. Sheik turned to our hero, asking if he was not being oppressed by the government's laws. Steve turned around irritably, looking questioningly at the man. Sheik said that here he is free and can do whatever he wants, and if Steve puts him down, then for him, he will be the king. But this speech was interrupted by the approach of our hero's sneaker. He kicked the man hard in the face and told him to sleep a little longer. Sheik passed out, leaving a sneaker sole imprint on his face. Having dealt with the man, our hero turned to the guys in brown. He asked the guy in green if there was a reward for them too, and the guy replied that they were all criminals. Realizing that they had been found out, the guys became depressed, not knowing what to do next. Steve said that there were too many of them, and one of the guys in green said that they had a car, making our hero happy. With an evil smile on his face, our hero wished the guys good night. The sounds of blows and screams echoed through the forest, but some men still did not give up and said that there would be no reward for them. The red pickup truck sped along the road, through green forests and ruined buildings. And in the trunk of the pickup, like firewood, were loaded men in brown, wrapped in ropes. The guy driving said that he was very grateful to our hero for saving him, but he replied that he didn't want to save them. The guys in the back seat said that despite this, he helped them, and now Steve is their savior. Not feeling any joy from these words, our hero agreed, since they insisted so much. On the way, our hero asked the driver what his abilities were, and he replied that he had the skills of a fencer, a stalker, and a scout. Steve was surprised that the guy had 3 skills, and he replied that he initially had only 1, and that he was able to master the other 2 along the way. Our hero pondered this information, surprised that skills could be acquired. The driver was surprised and wondered how the guy could not know about such a small thing. Remembering how Schick shouted "stop," our hero thought that it would be a good idea to learn some kind of magical skill. Suddenly, our hero's attention was drawn to something ahead. Through the buildings and the forest, a huge blue dome could be seen, standing out against the pink sky. The red pickup truck was speeding forward, right in the direction of that blue dome. Looking at it, our hero asked the driver if this was the portal. This question greatly surprised the driver. He replied that this was a first-level portal, the easiest one, and that it was their original target. Looking at the portal, our hero said that he was sorry that he did not have a mercenary license, otherwise he could go in. The driver asked in surprise if our hero really didn't have a license. Not noticing the surprise in the guy's question, our hero replied that he really didn't have a license yet. The driver continued to glance at Steve in surprise, thinking that when the portals opened, the military would open fire. After their attack, only a small portion of the monsters that came out of the portal remain on the field. On the field of such a first-level portal, the experience is small, and to increase it, you need to kill stronger monsters and accumulate experience. For this, you need a second-level portal, but such portals can contain terrible monsters. That's why the guy was surprised how Steve, who hadn't even gone through the first-level portal, was able to defeat a level C Schick. Our hero finally noticed the driver's look of surprise and asked what was going on. He couldn't find the words and could only ask about our hero's level. Steve replied that his level was F, and the driver almost drove off the cliff when he heard that. Our hero looked at the driver and said that he had a request. The driver tensed up a little when he heard these words. The military stood next to the portal, and nearby there was a gathering of equipment, tanks, and ambulances. At first, only the silhouette of a man in the haze appeared in the portal, and when it cleared, that same guy from the green SUV appeared. There were 4 people following him, one guy holding the other, and saying that they were almost there. The blonde-haired boy moaned that his arm hurt, but instead there was a bloody stump. Coming closer to the military, the guy called for the medics to help him quickly. The guy walking in front said that licenses were being handed out to everyone and that guilds with such members should be destroyed immediately. Another guy tried to calm him down, adding that all guys were like that lately. The man was not reassured by this answer, and he cursed angrily, clenching his teeth. He thought that rich kids just buy monsters through brokers and just finish them off. After this, they hire bounty hunters and level up with them, and then join guilds by completing missions. But in such situations, casualties cannot be avoided when the monster turns out to be too strong. The guy was the captain of this group and said that he was already tired of a life where money rules, and his partner suggested that they calm down and have a drink. As they approached the military, they asked why it was so noisy in the first level zone and whether something had happened. The captain asked what had happened, and the soldier replied that 10 robbers had been caught, and that among them was a C-level robber, Schick, who has a bad reputation. The captain was surprised that someone was able to catch Schick. He said that he was probably captured by someone of high rank, but the soldier replied that he was captured by a boy of F rank. The captain and his partner did not believe what they heard and asked how. The soldier replied that he had simply beaten him and that Schick had a broken nose, cheekbones, and ribs on both sides. For some reason, the captain immediately remembered how our hero entered the gate alone. He loudly asked the soldier where that man was. The soldier replied that it seemed like he had just entered the portal. The captain rushed towards the portal, ignoring his partner's screams. He ran and thought that he had to see for himself, and if it was true, then it was incredible. The captain ran towards the soldier standing at the portal. He ran closer and called out loudly to him by rank. The soldier with headphones turned around in surprise and, looking at the captain, asked what had happened. The captain asked if the guy who caught Schick entered the portal or not. Meanwhile, our hero and one of the guys he saved emerged from the portal. Steve said that it really didn't hurt and that the clothes didn't disappear after going through the portal. The guy said that things made in our world can't be transferred through the portal, and these clothes are made from materials from different worlds and cost a fortune. Our hero's gaze was drawn to something to the side, and he turned around in surprise. He saw a large, glowing rectangle behind him and asked what it was. The guy turned around and said that there was a door to the portal. He said that the portal inside was divided into 38 more sub-portals, and they entered the 24th. Suddenly, the very portal that our hero was asking about disappeared. He asked why the portal had disappeared, and the guy replied that they needed to clear the place. Then the portal would appear. Steve asked if they really had to kill everyone, but the guy replied that they only needed to kill the boss. Our hero began to warm up and told the guy to wait here, adding that he would be quick. But the guy was against it and asked how he could wait here. But Steve no longer listened to him and prepared to run, making a dash forward. A hole formed in its place, raising columns of dust. The guy looked after him, wondering what kind of person he was. Maybe he was one of those. But then he decided that the person who had defeated Shikaransa S would easily cope with the first-level dungeon. Suddenly, it dawned on the guy that he had forgotten to tell him important information. He didn't tell where the door would appear after killing the boss, and that he needed to get out in time. The guy ran forward, thinking that if Steve didn't get out in time, he would stay here forever. And behind the portal, a soldier in a booth was wondering what to do after reading the sign that door 24 was closed. The soldier told the captain that the door to the 24th portal had just closed. The captain cursed and became angry at this news. In the forest, beyond portal number 24, a light fog was spreading. 3 monsters stood between the trees and looked around warily, holding their weapons at the ready. One of the monsters heard something and turned around, growling. But the next moment, he was already knocked down by one blow, which smashed his head. The second monster was hit in the stomach and flew to the side. Our hero hit the third monster in the stomach, and he fell, dropping his knife. Raising the knife, our hero said that they had a pretty good weapon. He squatted down and plunged the knife into the chest of one of the monsters. His face was hidden by a bandage, but even through it, the boy could smell the stench of monsters. Our hero took the red stone out of the monster's chest and began to examine it. He said that the stone was only in one of the 3 monsters, but money is not a problem for him now. He opened the stats menu and thought that it was more important to level up now. The guy caught up with our hero and came to the battlefield where the slain monsters lay. Walking past the corpses, the guy was surprised at how many of them Steve had managed to cut out. Suddenly, the guy's eyes lit up white, and he thought that he needed to find him quickly. The skill helped him determine which direction our hero was in, and he went there. And Steve stood among the slain monsters and looked at the window with information about the levels. He read that with the points he had, he could buy 2 skills, Beast Taming and Tree Spirit Summoning. He opened the description of the Beast Taming skill. But suddenly, 2 monsters jumped on our hero from above, holding weapons. Steve sensed them immediately and turned around, calculating his movements. With one hand, he struck the monster in the face as it flew closer, and with the elbow of his other hand, he hit the second monster. The battered monsters flew in all directions, and our hero was left without a single scratch. Suddenly, a window appeared before his eyes that there were now 545 achievements. Breaking the jaw of another monster, our hero was glad that his level had been raised. Suddenly, a message about an unrecoverable error appeared, and additional synchronization was ongoing. Steve thought with disappointment that the error had appeared again, but synchronization had occurred for the first time. He opened the menu with all his statuses, seeing that his level had risen by 1. He also noticed that his status had risen slightly. The guy unlocked the skills and decided to buy Summon Tree Spirit for 100 points. He received a new ability and decided to use it immediately by summoning a spirit. A small ball surrounded by bright light appeared in front of him. Inside this ball, there was a small creature that looked like a fairy with wings. Our hero remembered that he had already seen her in the jungle, but then he thought it was an ordinary firefly. Steve turned to the tree spirit and asked him to find the remaining goblins. The spirit accepted the order, and the glowing ball flew forward. The ball froze, and a beam of light appeared from it, directed at the tree and the ground. The guy realized that she was reading the memory of trees and vegetation and transmitting it to him, but it was happening very slowly, probably because of the low level. After reading the descriptions of other skills, our hero decided to buy the reconnaissance skill for himself with the remaining points. Crouching down, Steve placed his hand on the ground and activated the reconnaissance skill. His eyes lit up white, and he said, "Tracking." Our hero closed his eyes, reading the information, and could not understand why it was only about the dead. Suddenly, something caught his attention, and Steve became wary. Deep in the forest, he heard some sounds and realized that this was where he needed to go. Listening more closely, he realized it was not a goblin and grinned ominously. Steve took off and ran forward through the forest to the right place. He climbed a small rise and looked around, searching for the right place. At that moment, a goblin of enormous size tried to stab the boy with whom our hero came. Steve turned to the guy and asked what he was doing there. The guy was happy when he saw that our hero had arrived, while the goblin was aiming a knife at the guy's face. Our hero got angry and said that he asked the guy to wait for him. The guy looked at Steve with fear and, clearing his throat, said that he was being attacked, as if asking for help. Steve smiled, saying he understood the situation. The knife was getting closer to his face, and when it was almost touching the skin, the boy screamed, asking for help. And at the very last moment, when the knife had almost pierced the skin, the goblin turned around. At the last moment, he managed to put up a shield, which saved him from our hero's kick. But the shield did not provide complete protection because the force of the blow sent the monster flying to the side. But the goblin was not going to give up, and putting his shield forward, he prepared to attack. But he didn't have time to do anything when our hero's foot hit him from below, breaking his jaw. The monster flew forward, crashing into a rock, sending fragments flying. But Steve didn't stop there and rushed forward towards the monster. The goblin was bleeding, but still alive, and bared his teeth at the approaching guy. Our hero jumped up and swung his knife high, preparing to strike. He lowered the knife into the monster's chest, and along with the blow, he saw a message that a new level had been reached. The next message said that another 120 experience points had been received, and he thought that they were being generous with the points. And the guy who watched this battle was shocked by what he saw of Steve's skills. Having dealt with the monster, Steve turned to the boy and asked if the door would open now. The guy was at a loss and stuttered, saying yes, of course, the door should open now. The door actually opened, and the boys walked through the portal back to their world. As they walked past the military vehicles, the soldiers standing nearby noticed them. One of the soldiers asked if he had caught Schick. The second confirmed it and said that it was him the captain was looking for. The soldier said that everything needed to be reported to the captain, but the second soldier suddenly laughed. He looked at the monitor in confusion and asked if it was really possible to finish everything in such a short time. Meanwhile, the boy said goodbye to our hero, saying that he would return to his group, and our hero said that the work was excellent. As Steve left the storage room where he had left his things, he realized he was hungry. The captain approached him and greeted him, and our hero asked who he was. The man said with a smile that he was from the Scylla Guild. The commander of the 27th attack was Morris and offered to talk. The men came into the diner and sat down at a table next to each other, ordering coffee. Our hero looked at the business card, asking again about Scylla's guild, and the man nodded in satisfaction. The man, with a friendly smile, invited our hero to join the guild, adding that it offered excellent conditions for growth. But Steve was clearly not interested in this proposal, and he refused, calmly sipping his coffee. The man couldn't believe that he had been refused and, frowning, looked questioningly at our hero. He thought about how he could really refuse him entry into the guild and decided that he was trying to push his own point. Morris didn't give up and said that if Steve was already a member of the guild, they were ready to make him a formal offer to join. But our hero was not attracted by this offer either, and he refused again. Starting to get angry, the man said that even though the guild was in 4th place, it didn't mean anything among the top guilds, and assured that if he was offered something, he was ready to make the best offer. After listening to the man, Steve abruptly put the cup of coffee on the table. With a melancholic smile, he said that he simply did not want to work under someone else. Morris didn't know what to say to this and just looked at the guy. Having finished this conversation, Steve went to his younger brother's house. Our hero entered his brother's room, but there was no one there. He looked around and said out loud that there was probably no one at home. Steve climbed onto the roof of the house and lay down on the table, enjoying the warm sun. He thought that his brother and his son were probably spending time together. An old woman with a basket of laundry on her head climbed onto the roof and asked why the young man was lounging there during the day. Steve smiled and invited Grandma to join him, saying it was perfect weather for a nap. In response, the old woman asked if he couldn't see that she was busy hanging out the laundry. After looking at her, Steve stood up and began to help hang out the laundry, and the old woman occasionally made comments to him. Suddenly, she became serious and asked if he was really Chad's older brother. Our hero smiled and said that it was true without looking up from hanging out the laundry. Hearing the answer, the old woman became cheerful and said with a smile that it was amazing, asking if he had really grown up. Steve pretended to get angry and said that he had grown up a lot, and the old lady added that he was a rascal. The old woman added that it would be strange if he remained the same after the monsters attacked. People died, and the world turned upside down. She said thoughtfully that since Steve had returned after 10 years, he should take care of himself in order not to hurt him. Our hero realized that the old woman was very worried about his brother and smiled at her gratefully. Steve said that everything was fine, he wouldn't die so easily, and the old woman replied that those who say that usually die first. Chad and his son returned home, and on the way, they met an old woman. The guy asked if Steve was upstairs, and she replied that he was there. The boys went up and joyfully greeted our hero, and the wolf cub ran ahead, wagging his tail. Steve put an envelope on the table, and Chad asked in surprise what it was. Our hero replied with a smile that there were $40,000 and asked his brother to pay off his entire debt. Chad took the envelope, not believing that there could be so much money in it, and asked where his brother got such a sum. But Steve decided not to answer this question and suggested that the guy go and give the money, and then they would have dinner together. Chad was touched by this act and asked our hero how he could repay his kindness. Steve watched Bill as he happily played with the puppy and said he didn't need anything, asking him to come back soon. Chad turned his back on his brother and, wiping away tears, said that he understood everything, and our hero conspiratorially called out to him. The guy turned around in surprise, and tears were still shining in his eyes. Steve smiled and asked if he could pick up some meat and booze on the way. Chad smiled happily, promised to buy everything, and asked his brother to look after Bill. While Bill was playing with the puppy on the roof, our hero opened the menu with his statistics. He saw the inscription in the window. Object is fixed. Select a name. Steve asked the boy what to name the puppy, and he, without hesitation, named him Pecky. Steve repeated the name and liked it, so he said with a smile, "Okay. It'll be Pecky." He turned to the puppy and said that from now on he was Pecky, and information appeared in the window that the puppy was level 1, and his combat power was equal to 3. Steve threw the ball and ordered the puppy to bring it, and he rushed after the ball like a bullet, amazing Bill with such great speed. The boy praised Pekka and called him to him, and he came running, happily wagging his tail. The sun was already setting when the boy and the puppy lay down on the table, tired after playing, and the boy asked why his dad was gone for so long. Steve looked down and said that he thought he was getting there. He saw that his brother's truck was parked in the parking lot, but for some reason his brother didn't come out, so he offered to go and meet him. The boy ran first, and seeing his father's silhouette, joyfully called out to him. But as they got closer, they noticed that Chad was covered in blood. It was flowing from his head, nose, and mouth. The boy froze, not understanding what was happening, and only quietly whispered, "Dad." The boy could barely stand on his feet and could only say his son's name when his legs gave way. The beaten guy collapsed on the ground, bleeding, and Bill rushed towards him, screaming. Steve was confused at first, but the boy's scream seemed to bring him back, and he began to get angry as he listened to the boy ask what was going on. In one of the residential areas, on the first floor of an apartment building, there was a sign, "Trust, Instant, Interest-Free Loan." Inside, men in formal suits sat playing cards, and one of them sat at a computer. The man at the computer asked what the betting was like this week, and the guy next to him quoted some numbers. He asked if there was a competition between Mikhail and Jorvins this week, and the guy said yes, and everyone was focused on Mikhail. He asked if Beyond the Horizon was having problems, and reminded them of what had happened last time, how one player had turned the whole game around. Suddenly, the men's attention was drawn to a noise outside the door, and they froze tensely. The man at the computer shouted to the men sitting there, "What's outside?" He got angry and sent them to check what was going on behind the door. The door to the office swung open and the silhouette of a man appeared on the threshold. Everyone in the room froze, watching the man who appeared. He took another step forward, and in the light it turned out that his face was covered in blood. He said that it seemed they had problems. Suddenly, someone grabbed his head from behind, causing the man to scream in horror. Someone pulled the man back, and his body immediately disappeared from the doorway, flying back. The confusion of the men in the room turned to anger, and they began asking what was going on. Then it dawned on them that it was an imposition, and they rushed forward, wanting to find out what was going on. The body of the man who had entered the room earlier suddenly fell on the one walking first. The two of them flew into the depths of the room and fell onto the table, scattering cards in all directions. The surviving men grabbed their weapons and began shouting for the attacker to come into the room. At that moment, a silhouette of a man appeared in the doorway, and only his eyes, shining with a blue glow, were visible. Entering the room, Steve broke down the front door with one hand and lifted it above his head. The men in suits looked at the guy with fear, and one of them called our hero a psycho. After these words, a torn door flew at them, knocking down men like toys and breaking everything in its path. The door shattered the windows, and a hail of shards of glass flew at the standing men. Steve caused a real massacre, smashing everything around, mercilessly throwing everyone to the floor. He stepped on the head of one of the men, and a pool of blood from his broken nose spread across the floor. The man at the computer looked at what was happening in horror and was shaking at the sight of our hero. Furious, Steve walked towards this man, while all the other men in the room were already lying unconscious. The man and his assistant watched in fear as our hero walked towards them. He asked his assistant in fear if he knew who this guy was. The assistant said that he seemed to be awakened, and it seemed that he even began to recognize him. But the man didn't have time to finish, because our hero kicked the table at which they were sitting. Both men screamed in pain and fear, and one of them yelled that his leg was pinned. Steve threw the monitor and keyboard off the table, climbed onto it, and, squatting down, asked the man if he was Mr. Scott. The man was scared. He swore and said that everything was right. He was Mr. Scott. The man's face was covered in sweat, and he asked our hero who he was. Steve threw the envelope of money on the table with force and said that he had come to pay off Chad's debt. The man was shocked by what he heard and said that Steve had definitely gone down in the morning. He asked if it was really possible for an awakened being to just attack an innocent person, and said that he wouldn't get away with it. But instead of answering, our hero hit him hard in the face with his palm, and several teeth flew out of his mouth. Steve slapped him on the other cheek and asked why he did that to the man who came to pay him a debt. He continued to beat the man and said that he could have gratefully taken the money and gone peacefully about his business. The man's face was spinning from side to side from the blows, and Steve, not half-hearted, was asking why he decided to cross the line and start showing off. The man began to beg for mercy after another blow to the cheek. Steve's eyes lit up as he asked if the man would pay off the debt quietly and peacefully, or if he should be beaten until he died. Tears flowed from the man's eyes, and, lisping because of his missing teeth, he said that he would solve everything and do everything. Steve sat on the edge of the table, and all the men in the room were on their knees, their heads bowed. They all shouted in unison that the debt of the esteemed Mr. Chad had been paid. But our hero was not satisfied with this answer, and he ordered them to repeat it louder. The men shouted even louder that it was good that the debt of the respected Mr. Chad had been paid. Steve said that if he met them again, they would die, and advised them to avoid meeting him. The men fell to the floor in a bow and said they would keep this in mind. Everyone looked tensely at the floor and heard our hero jump off the table. Mr. Scott also bowed his head and listened as our hero's steps became more and more distant. He was furious about what had happened, and his eyes showed a furious desire to avenge the humiliation. One of the men raised his head and looked around, saying that the guy had already left. Grinning angrily with his bloody mouth, the man said into the void, "Does Steve really think he has no connections?" and added that these two are already corpses. At this time, Captain Morris entered the office where the two men were sitting. He told the manager that it was urgent. The guy at the computer asked him angrily what he wanted, and Morris asked him to look at something. Our hero's profile opened on the monitor screen, and Morris said that he was a top-level newcomer. The guy was surprised because he only had an F rank, and he was only registered today. Morris said it was doubly cool and asked the disgruntled guy to get information about him. He tried to find something, but a message appeared on the monitor screen that access was denied. Both were very surprised that access to our hero's data was blocked. The guy asked who he was, and Morris asked him to look up information about him illegally. The guy fiddled around for a while and finally said he was satisfied that he had succeeded. Both were surprised by the story of our hero, which they managed to find, and the boy asked if he was really at level F. The guy was also surprised why access to information about Steve was blocked in the first place. He also noted that the information did not indicate what class our hero belonged to, and this aroused even more interest. Morris asked the boy to test our hero's skills, but after checking the information, the guy could only ask in shock, "What kind of bread and water is this?" Morris didn't understand the guy's answer and asked him again what he meant. The boy, confused, asked the man if Steve had really caught Sheik using only bread and water. They immediately imagined our hero throwing buns and bottles of water at the huge man, who asks him to stop. The guy also noted that they say that our hero disappeared 10 years ago and added that this is very suspicious. The boy suggested that Steve might be a government agent, and Morris said that he might be a hunter. The man did not want to believe that our hero ended up being a statesman. The boy told him to give up because he was almost 100% a government agent. The guy smugly said that he had already found out everything about him, and Morris thought that this was precisely why he was so cold. The man sighed heavily and suggested that the guy go get some coffee. As he left the office, Morris still couldn't calm down and asked why the agent needed to participate in this. The man asked the boy to continue following him, and the boy again asked the man to surrender. Morris got angry and said that he was just asking to keep an eye on him in case something strange happened, but the guy stubbornly refused. Not realizing that they were trying to find out something about him, our hero came to the hospital to visit his brother. He entered the room and asked his brother if he was awake yet. Chad looked out the window. His head was bandaged, but overall, he looked cheerful and was very happy to see his brother. Steve put out a bunch of different fast food, and Chad asked why he bought so much stuff again, to which our hero replied that it would make him get better faster. Our hero asked his brother if he was feeling better, and the boy replied that the bandages would be removed tomorrow. Chad asked if our hero had an exam tomorrow, and he said that was correct. The guy said that if he passes the exam and joins the guild, it will be great. Steve closed his eyes, remembering that in the jungle he was the king of the forest. He thought that after this, would he be able to live in this world under someone's protection? Chad knew what our hero was thinking and suggested that he find out about the guilds for him. But Steve said that this was not necessary because he planned to create a guild himself. The brother was surprised by the news that our hero wanted to create his own guild rather than join one. The day of the exam arrived, and it was held in the building of the Bureau of the Awakened. The blonde with the katana, Jin, was also in this building and was walking down the corridor. Suddenly, a man from behind called her name, and the girl turned around in surprise. The man was the head of the department, and Jin asked him what he wanted. The man asked the girl if she had had any problems lately, and she asked in surprise why he thought so. The man shouted that there had already been 2 riots in the girl's assigned quarter, and if a portal were to open there now, the city would no longer exist. The girl was not very surprised by this question, and she asked if they really couldn't do anything without her participation. The man went from angry to pleading and asked the girl to help him because he deals with portal problems every morning, and it's very difficult. Jean suggested that the man write a letter of resignation, but the man pretended that he heard her and complained of a headache. Suddenly, the man shouted again, asking why she was ruining good swords again. The girl calmly replied that she simply hadn't been able to concentrate lately. The man said that he had had enough of her stories and handed the girl a piece of paper, and she asked in surprise what it was. Suddenly, the girl got angry and said that it was making her angry because she wanted to rest today, but they were sending her somewhere again. The man said that she was not the only one suffering and added that such a task was not the first for her. The girl sighed heavily and turned around, saying that she had had enough, and the man shouted after her, asking what she had had enough of. The man shouted that it was obvious how oppressive the atmosphere was now and said that it was enough to fire the newcomers because they needed at least one more on the team. The girl replied that when they take just anyone, they go on missions and die, and this answer angered the man. People were already crowding inside the building, waiting for the exam. Some said they had to pass it this time, while others replied that it was already the 4th time they were taking it. One guy was recording himself on camera. He said that he was taking an exam and asked for support so that he could pass. He promised that if he passed the exam and received the title, he would definitely film hunting content. The guy thanked me for the $20 donation and told me where I could find a link to support him. At that moment, 3 men in red caps entered the hall and looked around. Seeing them, the boy said that their guards would soon come in, but filming was prohibited here, so he said goodbye. Having finished the broadcast, the guy turned around and saw the intent gaze of our hero standing behind him. Steve looked closely at the guy's phone and he asked if this was the first time he had seen a broadcast. Our hero asked in surprise who the guy was talking to, but he just waved his hand and asked him to leave him alone. Steve told the guy he was interesting, and the guy called him an old man. The performance began on the platform. The guys in red caps were instructors, and the man at the podium began to tell that he was the supervisor for the 3 days of the exam. He said that the 21 guards stationed there would also accompany them for the next 3 days and 2 nights. The crowd of people who came to the exam began to line up. Some wanted to get to certain examiners, but no one wanted to get to Jean because everyone who gets to her is immediately thrown out. The man at the podium said that everyone who entered had received tickets and that they would now distribute them by drawing lots. He continued that everyone whose names he named would need to go to counter number 1. The man began to name names and people rushed to their overseer. It was the turn of the guy who was hosting the broadcast. It turned out that his name was Donnie and his title was Warden number 15, which greatly upset him. Our hero was also assigned to Warden number 15. He approached the right number and was extremely surprised to see his supervisor. Steve immediately recognized the blonde standing at the 15 sign. Our hero smiled contentedly and thought that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The girl did not pay attention to those approaching and looked ahead, but something caught her attention. She saw our hero standing in her squad and smiling contentedly. Jean couldn't believe her eyes and stared at Steve in surprise. The man announced that since everyone had been assigned, they could go to the dormitories assigned to their units and stay there until further notice. A crowd of examinees wandered towards the dormitory. They discussed who they had been assigned to, and some complained that they had been assigned to a blonde. One group of guys stopped near the room and were surprised that there was even a training room there. The boy walked with his head down. He thought he had jinxed it since he had ended up with the blonde again, and in front of his subscribers, he acted as if he had already given up everything and was now practically expelled. The guys entered through door number 15. Some were changing clothes, and some were just sitting on the bench. Our hero stood near the locker and noticed Donnie, who was sitting on the bench with his head hanging down. Steve sat down opposite him and asked why he had become sour, since he had been giggling just recently. But the guy didn't answer and only looked sullenly at our hero. Donnie looked at Steve smiling and thought he couldn't believe this old man was on his team. The guy asked our hero with displeasure why he should be happy, but he didn't understand the question. Donnie asked if Steve knew the character of that blonde, because it was not for nothing that they called her a witch. Our hero was surprised that Jean was called a witch and frowned. And the guy continued to say that if she wasn't in the mood, she would ruin the whole squad. And he complained that it turned out they had thrown 2,000 down the drain. Steve didn't understand Donnie's complaints and said that since you failed, it means you're weak, and what does the warden have to do with it? But these words clearly offended the boy, and he angrily asked again what our hero had said. Donnie thought that our hero was looking down on him, so he didn't like him from the first second they met. But Steve didn't understand why the boy was so angry and looked him straight in the eyes. Donnie asked why he was speaking to him so informally, since our hero looked clearly younger. Steve smiled and asked if the guy wanted to deal with him, as this was just the right place for that. The guys in the locker room froze, listening to the brewing scandal. Donnie got really mad and asked our hero if he really thought he was weak. And our hero decided to answer this rhetorical question by saying yes. This answer infuriated Donnie, and he told our hero that he was dead. He told Steve to follow him, unzipping and taking off his jacket as he went. Jean entered the locker room of squad number 15 and was surprised to find no one there. She became angry, wondering where all the guys from her squad could have gone. And the guys were in the training room and admired the size of the cage, joking that they could kill in it. Donnie and Steve were standing in the cage, and the guys around them were rushing them, saying that if they got caught, they would be thrown out. And another guy said that since they were in the blonde squad, they would all be thrown out anyway. Donnie called our hero a jerk and said he was showing off while looking at him. The guy asked if our hero hadn't heard of Stone TV, and he's a budding YouTube fighter. But Steve didn't understand what the guy meant and asked what a YouTuber was. Maybe food. This question completely angered Donnie, and he said that Steve was definitely making fun of him. The guys behind the cage started supporting Donnie, shouting, "Keep it up." The guy did a series of punches in the air and said that his hobby is to straighten out the brains of people like our hero, adding that he has a ton of views on the video of the exam and does not want to stop. Steve listened to the guy's monologue in silence the whole time, and smiling, he only said, "Interesting." Donnie yelled at him to stop talking nonsense and called him a psycho as he prepared to fight. He began to close the distance and told our hero to take his blow. Donnie swung his fist at our hero's face, but he stood motionless. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Enough!" and turning towards the voice, everyone saw that the warden had arrived. Donnie turned around, looking at her, and thought only, "Blonde witch." The girl angrily shouted for everyone to run away from here. All the guys immediately flew out of the training room, saying that now they were definitely finished. As Jean walked up to the guys in the ring, she asked if they really wanted to get eliminated so badly that they decided to go to all lengths. Donnie forced a tight smile and said that it was not so, trying to justify himself to the warden. The girl ended this conversation and suggested getting rid of one of them right away. The guys looked at the girl in surprise, not understanding what she meant. The girl, with a sinister smile, said that whoever loses will fly out of here and ordered to begin. The boys stared at the girl in shock after hearing her order. Donnie smiled nervously and thought that the girl was definitely crazy. But our hero understood the order and was not against carrying it out, approaching the boy threateningly. Donnie prepared for the fight and said that our hero asked for it himself, asking him not to cry afterwards. Steve smiled playfully and said that he even felt sorry for the boy. Donnie angrily swung his fist and told him to shut up and move already. And the next second, our hero's fist flew straight into the boy's face and his blow missed. Donnie passed out after the first blow and fell face down on the floor. Our hero silently looked at Donnie lying on the floor, but did not unclench his fists. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. She clearly did not expect our hero to win. But Steve clearly had something in mind and just smiled slyly without saying a word. Looking at his satisfied smile, the girl realized that Steve was the instigator and decided that he was a bad person. The girl remembered his appearance from the portal and thought that from the first day, he had irritated her and smelled unusual. But Steve couldn't hear her thoughts and asked what she was worth. Didn't she want to try too? The girl did not understand his proposal and, frowning, looked questioningly at the guy. And the guy repeated the offer and said that if she wanted, she could come up here. Finally, it dawned on Jean what the guy was suggesting, and she got angry. Our hero offered peace terms. If he wins, she will not expel the boy for losing. The girl looked at Steve as if he were a stupid child and said that this was simply unthinkable. But she decided not to refuse, took off the katana hanging on her belt, and placed it on the floor. Jean boldly entered the arena and stood opposite our hero. Tilting her head slightly to the side, she asked Steve if he was unusual. But our hero did not understand what was being discussed and asked what these unusual things were. The girl suddenly started the attack and told the guy that if he survived, she would definitely tell him. But our hero was on the alert. He immediately saw that the girl was attacking and prepared to defend himself. He easily dodged Jean's first blow, opening to the side. He parried the next blow with his hand, and the girl decisively delivered a new one. Jean unleashed a barrage of blows on our hero, sparing no effort, but he dodged or defended himself from each one. At first, the girl attacked only with her fists, but she got into the swing of things and started kicking. But Steve easily defended himself against these blows, as if he didn't even strain himself. Suddenly, our hero tensed up, sensing something was wrong, and his eyes widened. The girl braced herself for a blow that was impossible to avoid and told the guy that if he won, he could ask for something else. Jean did a backflip in the air, kicking our hero, sending him flying backwards. Steve seemed to have lost consciousness. He flew back and showed no signs of life. The girl looked at the guy and thought that everything was somehow strange. Obviously, everything was not so simple. Jean landed lightly on her feet and looked in the direction our hero had flown. But in reality, our hero pretended to lose consciousness, and instead of hitting the bars, he landed on them. Steve admired the girl and said that she was stronger than she seemed. Jean was shocked and wondered how our hero had been able to withstand her blow at all. She decided not to think for long and immediately began the attack, without waiting for our hero to strike back. The girl became enthusiastic and said with a smile that now she would not give in. Jean kicked the guy in the stomach with such force that splinters flew off the ring. Our hero fell to the floor on his back, and the girl began an attack from above, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. But Steve easily dodged the blow, jumping to the side. Jean began to strike with a lot of punches, and our hero only defended himself from them. The girl decided to sneakily kick him, but Steve easily parried this blow too. Our hero took the next kick while squatting and defending himself with one hand, while the other clenched into a fist. He smiled slyly, showing that not only was he unable to hit, but he was waiting for the right moment and swung his fist. The girl clearly did not expect this attack and only managed to curse. The punch hit the girl in the stomach, around which a blue glow suddenly appeared. Our hero's fist crashed into the blue light emanating from the girl's hands. But the blow was so strong that the blue glow shattered into small pieces, and the girl fell to the floor. Blue sparks danced around Jean like lightning bolts, and she slowly rose from the floor. She couldn't believe that our hero had broken her shield so easily. And our hero clearly got into the swing of things and, raising his fist again, said that it was now his turn. Jean was still sitting on the floor and looking at our hero's attack, said out loud that he was definitely crazy. Steve's enthusiasm only grew stronger, and he began to shout happily about how much fun he was having. The girl also smiled mischievously and said that the guy was definitely unusual, thinking that her intuition had not failed her after all. But our hero did not understand what unusual meant and only looked questioningly at the girl. He was about to strike when the girl straightened up and extended her hand forward, palm out, in front of our hero's face. With a serious face, without a trace of joke, the girl said that she had lost. Steve froze in surprise and asked why, because it had been so much fun. Jean replied that the place was too small to use skills and promised that next time they would fight in a place with more space. Our hero said that he was very sorry and smiled sadly, not intending to continue the fight. The girl got a little angry, said that the guy could say whatever he wanted, and repeated that she admitted defeat. Steve asked if there were many strong women like her in the world, and the girl replied that she didn't think so. Our hero smiled contentedly and said that he then chose her and invited her to bear him a child. The girl didn't believe what she heard and asked again what the guy had said. Steve didn't see anything surprising in this proposal and repeated the offer to produce offspring. And at that very second, he received a strong slap in the face from Jean, and Donnie woke up from the sound of it. The guy opened his eyes, not understanding what was happening, why the brat was getting it from the blonde, and why he was lying on the floor. Meanwhile, Jean, angrily hissing curses, walked away from the ring, looking back at our hero with displeasure. Then the pain began to reach Donnie, and he remembered that he lost after the first blow. He sadly recalled the girl's words that if he lost, he would drop out without even going to the exam. Donnie fell to his knees sadly, thinking how shameful it was to be kicked out so quickly. Suddenly, he noticed our hero, who was leaving the ring, and glared at him angrily. He asked Steve, with tears in his eyes and anger, if he felt better after he humiliated him. But our hero, with a peaceful smile, answered him that he had not lost. Donnie didn't understand what our hero meant and still frowned as he asked him again. And no one participating in this performance noticed that there was a surveillance camera hanging in the training room. Meanwhile, while Donnie and our hero were talking, the man in glasses was sitting in the office and looking at the monitor screen. His face was a mixture of shock and disbelief, and he asked out loud if Jean had really lost. Our hero told Donnie, who was sitting on the floor, to go ahead and walked forward without looking back. The guy jumped up and said that Jean had said that the loser would be eliminated, so how could he stay? Our hero replied that he had asked not to be kicked out. Donnie, his cheek red and swollen from Steve's punch, looked at him in confusion and asked, "What?" The guy asked why the girl hit him then, and Steve replied that it was none of his business. Donnie watched our hero go, trying to figure out what had happened and how he hadn't been knocked out. Suddenly, Donnie remembered the slap and wondered if they had really agreed that he would stay if our hero withstood the girl's blow. Tears came to Donnie's eyes at the thought, and his gaze was full of gratitude. He looked after our hero and thought that he was a man, a real man. The boy's emotions burst out. Tears of gratitude flowed down his cheeks, and he called our hero brother. Donnie stood for a moment, then ran after the guy, saying that they would go together. Suddenly, a male voice came over the speaker, announcing that Steve needed to go up to the guard's office. The guys stopped in surprise. Donnie asked if it was his name, and our hero replied that apparently yes. He came to an ordinary door with a white sign on it that read, "Warden's Office." Our hero entered the office and sat down opposite the very man who had seen Jean lose to him. Steve was a little worried and asked the man what he wanted. The man took out a voice recorder and warned the boy that everything said in this office would be recorded. The man said that he just saw a sparring match with Jean, who is a B-level awakened, and asked if our hero was unusual. Steve said that the girl asked him the same thing and asked again what it meant. The man frowned when he heard the question and looked at Steve silently. He said that apparently our hero had not yet become familiar with the information about the Brit's portal. The man began to explain that 3 planets are currently connected to the Earth by a bridge portal. The first planet is Aruka, a friendly planet where elves and dwarves are the main races, and cultural exchange and land trade also take place there. The Earthlings who were there return and spread many skills, such as magic and the making of artifacts. The second planet is Kuchon. It is a world where the Momon tribes and the Chungwon people fight for control of the planet. When the portal opens with the Chungwon people, an exchange occurs, and when it opens in the Momon lands, a war begins. The last planet is Midial, a world inhabited by warlike orcs and ferocious monsters. So when a portal opens there, clashes begin. On these 3 planets, there are those who have learned the skills of another world and returned. Their combat power is difficult to classify as awakened, so they are collectively called extraordinary. Steve listened to this pile of information with boredom, and in the end said that it was all a bit complicated. But after thinking for a moment, our hero said that in fact, there are not 3 planets. The man opposite looked questioningly at our hero, waiting for him to continue his words. He thought that if our hero wasn't from one of those planets, then maybe he was raised in a dungeon, but he immediately dismissed that thought, thinking that then he wouldn't be able to defeat Level B. Without waiting for an answer from our hero, he himself asked where he came from. Steve said he told that bald doctor everything, that he lived for 1,000 years with wolves. The man froze as he listened to our hero's story. He didn't say a word and just looked at him tensely. Steve broke the silence and asked if the conversation was over. The man came to his senses and said yes. He was tense, but still forced a smile and thanked our hero for listening to him, saying that he could return to the dorm. Steve left the office, and the man continued to stare thoughtfully at one point, thinking that the conversations turned out to be true after all. A man walked into the office and introduced himself as Staff Sergeant Sheldon. The sergeant saluted the man sitting in the chair and asked if he had been called. The man in the chair said he wanted to assign the boy the position of warden number 15. The sergeant was surprised at first, but then he pulled himself together and asked if Jean wasn't coming. The man clicked his tongue in irritation, adjusted his glasses, and said that she had run away. Sergeant Sheldon didn't believe the answer and asked again how she had escaped. The man became serious and said that there was Steve in Team 15. The sergeant needed to keep an eye on him until the end of the exam, and then he needed to send a report on his actions. An announcement came over the loudspeakers in the dormitory that everyone needed to put on their uniforms and gather at the stadium. Upon hearing it, the guys began to grumble that it had begun. In the hall, the guards stood next to the numbers on the signs and gave the order to stand in line according to the numbers. Sergeant Sheldon stood at the sign with number 15 instead of Jean. The guys from his group, seeing that the blonde was gone, were immediately happy about this and decided that he had replaced the girl. The man in the red cap smiled and said that he was the new warden, and his name was Sheldon. He said that today's exam was a 100-meter run in 9 seconds and 40 triathlons in an hour, asking if it wasn't easy. The guys in the group immediately began to complain that this was unfair since everyone had their own individual characteristics. Meanwhile, a plump girl was running on the treadmill. The warden said that she was being eliminated because she had run the 100 meters in 13 seconds. The girl said she was a healer. Shouldn't they lower the bar? But the overseer said that the monsters wouldn't run slower after her if she was a healer. The warden called out group number 15 and called Donnie to the start. He said with a smile that 100 meters in 9 seconds was funny, and the guy from his group started complaining that he was already scared. Donnie made the victory sign with his fingers and asked our hero to cheer for him. Immediately after the whistle, he rushed to the finish line with a victorious cry, raising dust behind him. The warden looked at his stopwatch and said that he had run it in 8 seconds, which meant he had passed. The guy in the red cap called out the next one, and it was our hero. Steve stood at the start, resting his feet on the special supports, and looked straight ahead. Donnie shouted at the top of his lungs, supporting the boy, while the rest of the group stood to the side, watching. Immediately after the warden's whistle, our hero rushed forward with such speed that it was impossible to keep track of him. Donnie, like everyone else who witnessed the run, looked at the clouds of dust in shock, not believing that a person could move like that. At that very moment, the phone rang in the man's office. It was Sergeant Sheldon. He reported that Steve had passed the exam, and his results were shocking, adding that he would send a video. The man immediately tensed up and asked about the journalists. The sergeant turned around and saw how the men with cameras came to life and began actively photographing our hero. The woman in the office answered the ringing phone and introduced herself as the manager of the Returned Persons Management Bureau, while the caller introduced himself as Major Swan. He said he had just sent her a couple of videos of Steve and asked her to look at them now. Looking at the video, the girl was clearly shocked by what she saw and could only ask, "What?" The screen showed a recording of our hero's run. The man said that the major was apparently a liar and added that it was now becoming obvious that the interview with the doctor was truthful. Watching the video, the girl hoped that all the doctor's answers were true. She thought that if the patient was unusual and all his statements were true, then Steve might be a returnee from the 4th unknown planet. The girl ordered the man to bar journalists from entering. The guy looked at the screen of his phone and was confused. He said that it seemed like they were already too late because he had found an already published article about Steve and his outstanding exam results. The girl got angry and told him to immediately sort out the articles and impose a ban. Journalists swarmed like flies to honey, some holding cameras, some video cameras. Seeing our hero, they all started asking him to say a few words, to spend time with them, or to give an interview. Steve looked at the screaming crowd with confusion, but did not answer them. The girl at this time was reasoning that if she had gone through the portal without a protective suit, she would have received an F rank due to the dispersion of spatial energy, and then she remembered that the problems in the center began just at this time. At that very moment, security guards burst into the hall and began detaining journalists. And the girl thought that if he really did return from the fourth planet, then the initiative for its development would fall to them. Security guards blocked the passage for journalists and did not let them through, despite their requests. The examinees gathered in the table and discussed Steve and how he was the reason so many journalists had gathered. Journalists were making noise behind the opaque windows, and our hero and Donnie were sitting at the table and eating. The guy looked at our hero with delight, hearing the journalists arguing outside the window. Steve, however, paid no attention to the commotion and calmly devoured a huge portion of lunch. Donnie thought that everything was right. He couldn't have fainted from a punch from an ordinary guy, and he only regretted that he didn't record this fight. Steve noticed his gaze and asked what he was looking at. Maybe he had already finished eating. Donnie started to fuss and suddenly offered to bring our hero something to drink because he definitely wanted water. As he left the table, where our hero had already finished a mountain of food, Donnie thought that just by looking at how he was eating, one could understand that he was different. After lunch, the guys returned to the locker room. Our hero sprawled on a bench, and Donnie sat opposite. He looked around the lockers and said that there were fewer things because many had fallen through. Suddenly, the boy closed his eyes and gasped, as if he suddenly remembered something. Our hero opened his eyes and asked in surprise what had happened. He replied that the next task was a dungeon, and it was more profitable to go there in a large group, and he hoped that the other groups would be redistributed. Steve relaxed and closed his eyes and said that everything was fine. He didn't need anyone. Donnie was delighted by these words and admired our hero's confidence. The guy said he knew how strong Steve was, but they didn't know what to expect in the dungeon, and it would be good to have a few different skills. Steve said that was nonsense and changed the subject by saying that when they first met, Donnie was saying something on the phone, what it was, and the guy replied that it was YouTube. Our hero even rose from the bench, not understanding what kind of word this was. YouTube. Donnie was surprised that he really hadn't heard of this site and asked if our hero had really come down from the mountains, and he said that one could say so. The guy looked at Steve in surprise and wondered what kind of concept this was. Donnie took the phone, walked up to Steve and said that this was YouTube showing the video. He pointed to a number and said that it was the number of subscribers, and next to it was the number of views. Steve was interested in a video with a lot of views, and Donnie replied that it was a mukbang. In the video, the girl sat in front of a variety of dishes and bit into a huge piece of meat, which delighted our hero. Seeing Steve watching the video with interest, the boy thought he had an inhuman appetite. Donnie said he knew a lot of YouTubers who filmed similar things and said he could arrange a joint video, and our hero said he remembered the promise. The boy smiled condescendingly, looking at Steve's violent reaction. Our hero turned to Donnie and told him that it turns out he's a good guy. Donnie recalled how he attracted the attention of journalists and thought that he had the potential to become a YouTuber because our hero is strong and handsome. Watching Steve watch the video, he thought it was only a matter of time before the guild recruited him, especially if he gained combat power in the dungeon tomorrow. And our hero repeated that he liked Donnie and invited him to join his clan. Upon hearing this proposal, the boy did not immediately understand what was being discussed. They sat and looked at each other in silence, Steve waiting for an answer, and Donnie couldn't believe the proposal. He finally managed to speak and asked if he was really creating a clan and not joining a guild. And our hero calmly replied that everything was exactly like that. Donnie was overwhelmed with emotion. Not only could he join the clan of the most talked about hero, but he would also film a video with him, then that would be it. He remembered his childhood, when during a sparring session, after another blow, he fell into the ring. Donnie thought he had a difficult childhood, living in poverty. He trained hard, but still failed the licensing exam every time. But he didn't give up. But due to a cataclysm, all his dreams were erased, and his friends suggested that he become awakened and get a license, because boxing cannot make money. Donnie grabbed YouTube like a straw, while his friends didn't believe he could make it. And now, looking at Steve, the boy thought that this was the very good content, and he was finally starting to get lucky. He joyfully said that he would follow our hero even to the end of the world. Steve said that he really likes him and reminded him again about the mukbang video. Tears streamed down Donnie's face, and he said he wouldn't forget, but he thought to himself that success came from connections. Steve asked why the guy suddenly started crying, and he asked not to pay attention to it. Donnie became serious and said that in fact you can only start your own clan with 3 members. Suddenly the guys heard the door to the locker room open sharply and someone enter. They turned around and looked questioningly at the man who entered, studying him. A bald guy in monk's clothes stood in the doorway, with a weapon behind his back. The boys looked at the guy with disbelief, waiting for him to say something. But Donnie was the first to speak, asking where the monk was from. The guy replied that he was assigned to team number 15. His name was Munch, and at the end, he added Muamata Buddha. The guys were very surprised, and Donnie asked out loud how it was possible for a Buddhist to be a hunter. The monk didn't answer and only looked questioningly at the guys. Suddenly, a voice came over the speakers, announcing that everyone was invited to gather in the briefing room after they had changed into their combat suits. After hearing the announcement, the boys were surprised that a meeting was about to take place. Donnie grumbled with displeasure that not only were they being assembled at night, but they were also being assembled in combat suits. Steve asked thoughtfully if the dungeon raid wasn't tomorrow. The monk said that depending on the circumstances, the raid could begin earlier, and again added Muamata Buddha. Donnie was shocked by this news and asked how they could start without warning. Everyone gathered in the room, and the head overseer said it was time to begin the briefing. The major began to explain that for the test, they would go down into the dungeon. It is located at the 5th station and is under the supervision of the Phoenix Guild. When our hero asked about the guild, Donnie said that although this guild is not among the top best, it is also pretty cool. But Steve was interested in something else and asked what under surveillance meant. Donnie was surprised by this question, and he finally decided that our hero was not from here. He explained that it was difficult for the state to manage all the portals that appeared and disappeared every day, and that it hired clans for protection. A private clan that has signed a contract becomes a guild, and the more dungeons, the more members will join the guild. Steve said that, simply put, it is a hunting game where the state can make money, and Donnie confirmed his guess. Our hero thought he wanted to create a clan because he missed life in a wolf pack. Suddenly, he smiled slyly and said out loud that it was possible to govern an entire state. Donnie continued to say that it was good to have your own dungeon, but for that, you needed to get permission to use it. Steve didn't seem to listen to him and said that their goal now was to create their own guild. Donnie smiled nervously and said that they needed to pass the exam first. Steve looked at him absently, and Donnie thought he looked like an idiot now. The major continued his instructions, showing on the screen what the dungeon looked like now and saying that it was abandoned 15 days ago, level 1. This is not a simple dungeon, but has its own labyrinth. If the monster is weak, it will be more fun to receive and deliver spatial energy if there is a lot of it. The man said that the briefing for the raid in dungeon number 1 was starting now. Donnie thought that since it was a maze, wasn't the problem with the monsters? If you did something wrong, you could get trapped. He grabbed his head and said out loud that he could really use some reconnaissance skills right now. Steve heard these words and told the guy that he had this skill. Donnie was happy at first, but then he began to think that the exam hadn't even started yet, and he had already acquired a skill that was worth more than 20,000. Suddenly, the guy had a thought. What if our hero is actually rich? The monk looked thoughtfully ahead, barely listening to what they were saying around him. Donnie got his attention by asking about his awakened skill. Munch looked down thoughtfully, as if deciding whether to speak or not. After thinking, he decided to talk about the skill, but said only one word, Thevarada. The monk's thoughts were transported to memories of the past and the attack of monsters. Munch sat in the temple, opposite the statue of Buddha, and meditated. He held a Tibetan bowl in his hands, with which he produced a sound that echoed throughout the temple. It seemed that the monsters heard this sound and were attracted to it. Soon, a huge crowd of monsters gathered near the temple, and everyone rushed towards the temple building. Another monk burst into the room where Munch was meditating, shouting at him to stop immediately. Not understanding what was happening, the monk asked what had brought him there at such a late hour. But the man only shouted for him and the chief monks to get out of there immediately. At that very moment, a huge monster appeared behind the monk, preparing to attack. The monk was pulled from his memories by the major's voice, announcing that the briefing was over. The boys continued to look questioningly at the monk, and Donnie quietly asked what was wrong with him. The major said that they would move to the target point and begin attacking the monsters under the supervision of the guards and reminded them to read the manual again. The man said he wished everyone good luck, and the buses set off for their destination. The buses arrived at the portal, glowing with blue light, and were watched from above by a helicopter. The guards urged the boys on, asking them to listen to instructions and warning them that if they didn't get ready now, they wouldn't get out of there alive. The warden asked Team 15 if they were ready, and Donnie advised Steve to secure his gear better. Sheldon said that once they get inside, they can pretend he's not there, complete freedom of action, and added that even if the team does well, they could be left behind due to individual scores. Donnie got a little nervous and said that there were only 3 of them on the team. Would he help them if something happened? Sheldon smiled meaningfully, but said nothing and told them to move on. Getting off the bus, our hero asked Donnie why he was so scared. The guy smiled guiltily and said that he wasn't scared, but he couldn't finish the sentence. The monk was also calm and asked the warden if he could use his personal weapon. The warden replied that of course they could, and the boys headed for the exit. Donnie was surprised again, this time by the monk, because this was only an exam, and he already had a weapon made of dimensional matter ready. The guard at the portal escorted the 14th team and told the 15th to go forward to the right door. Sheldon smiled contentedly and told the boys to come in. The boys walked into the portal, listening to the warden say that their team had entered. Steve walked forward, and Donnie wondered why he was walking ahead. It was scary. He decided to stop our hero and told him that there was danger around. But then he covered his mouth with his hand in fear. He thought that now his grade would be lowered because the main thing was to quietly enter and reach the safe zone. Suddenly, from somewhere to the side, a monster that looked like a skeleton in a robe jumped out at our hero. But Steve didn't even bat an eyelid and blew the monster's head off with one blow. Donnie said that his screams attracted the monster, but they defeated it and added that Steve was perfect, as expected. Donnie asked Steve if he would use the scouting skill if something went wrong. Suddenly, everyone heard a click, and the tile under one of the guy's feet began to shine. Munch looked down at his feet in surprise when he heard a click. Donnie immediately realized what kind of tile it was and started telling his friends about it, and along with the word trap, a hail of arrows fell upon the boys. The monk reacted instantly and quickly grabbed the weapon behind his back. He again returned to the memories of the attack on the temple when the military rained missiles down on the monster. His mentor, who tried to save the boy, fought off the monsters with all his might. He was all wounded but did not give up. Munch cried and asked the man to forgive him because everything that happened was his fault. The missiles reached the monsters, and along with them, the temple was destroyed. And now, on the battlefield, Monk deftly fought off a hail of arrows with a stick that had been behind his back all this time. Donnie admired his skills and said he had excellent weapon handling. Suddenly, a click came from under someone's foot again, and the stove lit up white. The floor beneath the boys' feet melted and the 3 of them fell down. After the fall, Steve and Munch were standing on their feet, but Donnie was lying in a pile of rocks and quietly groaning. He lay on his back and lamented what would happen to his dream now. Suddenly, from the depths of the tunnel ahead, a growl and some sounds were heard. Donnie jumped to his feet and told the boys that they were apparently monster magnets. Monk prepared for battle, apologizing to the guys because his monk skills attract monsters. Donnie was shocked to hear that Munch's skills attracted monsters. But Steve was happy and said that it was even good because now he wouldn't have to look for everyone. Steve looked forward seriously and said that it was even better this way because he was too lazy to look for each one individually. Munch looked questioningly at our hero, not expecting such a reaction from him. Steve jumped up. doing a somersault as if his body weighed like a feather. Donnie was thrilled by the jump and wondered out loud if he was even human. Once at the top, Steve told Munch that he liked him and invited him to join the clan. The monk looked at our hero in surprise and asked him what he meant. Meanwhile, a crowd of monsters was approaching our heroes. Steve turned around, looking calmly at the crowd of approaching enemies. He activated the reconnaissance skill, and his eyes began to flicker with a blue light. Thanks to his skill, he was able to identify the main monster in this crowd. Steve saw the monster he needed. It was a skeleton in a red robe. Having accelerated to inhuman speed, almost from a standstill, our hero headed towards the desired monster. Donnie stared at the crowd in shock and said that it looked like they had screwed up big time. And at that very moment, a large stick fell in front of him and hit the ground with a crash. It was the monk, he shouted from above for Donnie to grab onto her. The boy confidently grabbed the stick, casting aside his fears, and suggested luring the monsters into the pit and then starting to hunt them. Groaning, Donnie somehow climbed out of the hole, holding tightly to Munch's staff. Having got out, the guys turned around at the crowd of slain monsters and couldn't believe their eyes. They were in shock, and Donnie could only quietly say that it was crazy what it was. From far ahead, Steve told the boys to deal with the monsters along the way and follow him. The guys were inspired by our hero's words and boldly went forward. And Donnie, smiling cheerfully, said that Steve was definitely crazy. Monk easily scattered the attacking monsters with his weapon, and they flew in different directions. The monk wondered if our hero had learned of the trap using the reconnaissance skill and was surprised by the skill's speed and the boy's strength. One of the monsters was approaching our hero from behind, moving along the wall. Having dealt with the monster in front, Steve turned towards the noise, looking at the approaching skeleton from behind. But he didn't have time to get closer to our hero because the stick stuck into his neck. It was Munch who threw his weapon at the approaching monster, accompanied by Donnie's encouraging shouts. And Steve finished off the monster with one kick, and bones flew in all directions. At the observation headquarters, one of the soldiers said that there was a team returning from the dungeon, and the second was surprised because only 30 minutes had passed. Major Swan came closer and said that the usual time for the dungeon was 5 hours and asked for the team number. Watching the boys emerge from the portal, the soldier said that this was team number 15 and their vital signs were normal. Swan dialed the sergeant's phone number and asked why the boys were already returning. Sergeant Sheldon, who was watching the boys, said that they were going back because they were finished. He added that it's difficult to understand the first level's statistics from the video, but even so, our hero's performance is top-notch. The city street was filled with people. Some were leisurely strolling, others were rushing about their business, and several people had gathered near one of the signs, animatedly discussing what they had seen. And among these people, Donnie, with a camera in his hands, talked to his viewers, promising to show the life of Steve's clan. He read a comment asking what he would show today, and the guy happily replied that he would show the clan's housewarming party today. From the building with the sign Steve's Clan came the cheerful voice of Donnie, who was about to introduce the person responsible for food and simply the breadwinner of this clan. A granny appeared in the frame, chopping greens, and Donnie asked her to say hello to her subscribers. The concentrated expression on her face changed to a frightening grimace, and the granny, with a knife in her hand, told Donnie to leave, otherwise she would let him in for dinner. Donnie's ear started bleeding from fear, but he didn't answer his grandmother. Bill was sitting at the table with his dad, and he asked why Grandma wanted to let a guy in for dinner, and Donnie responded to the comment that she wasn't a gangster at all. The next commenter asked why they had a Buddha statue. Donnie said it belonged to the one they had seen before, the third member of Steve's clan, a monk who attracted people with his power. Donnie walked into the room with a camera in his hands, greeting the guys. Steve turned to greet him. Donnie pointed to Munch, who was sitting at a dining table, laden with food, and said that he was the monk. The guy asked the monk to say hello, but he became embarrassed and couldn't get a word out. Monk finally pulled himself together and showed his bat to the audience, saying that he had been through a lot, but the screaming stopped him from finishing. A white truck pulled up to the house, and Chad, who was driving, yelled to Steve that everything was ready. The boys ran to the van with satisfied smiles, and Donnie asked for the bill. A white van sped through the dilapidated streets with a quadcopter with a camera hovering above. Steve noticed it and asked what the thing was, offering to smash it, and Donnie sighed sadly that he didn't even know about drones. The guy in the van said they were now heading to the 4th station, the 30th Gate Quest. He asked if they could see the blue portal and added that it would be a momentous day, the first quest of Steve's clan. Donnie said with a smile that his skill was video memory and he would upload the video to YouTube when they returned. The guys entered the portal. There were a lot of bats around them. Steve was surprised by this, and Donnie said that this was their dungeon. The boy asked if our hero had a long-range skill, and he replied that he didn't have one. Donnie frowned thoughtfully and asked how they would catch the monsters then. Munch, who had remained silent until then, confidently told them to leave it to him. Steve and Donnie looked at the monk with surprise and disbelief. Munch dropped to one knee and began to hit the bowl with his stick, causing a ringing sound to be heard. The bats began to gather together above the boys' heads, and Donnie asked in surprise if it was because of the monk's thing that they began to behave like this. The bats began to gather in a flock and began to rapidly approach the boys. All the mice flew towards the monk, who was already ready for battle and raised his bat, preparing to repel the attack. Munch began swinging the bat furiously, and a ring of fire formed in front of him, burning the bats. Suddenly, a bat of unimaginable size appeared in front of the monk, and Donnie exclaimed with delight that they had finally conquered this dungeon. At that moment, Steve struck the giant bat, cutting it in half. Finishing off the remaining mice, Donnie said with satisfaction that the mission was accomplished. Sitting over a mountain of slain monsters, Steve said that the door had opened and they needed to hurry, and Donnie said he would make another one. At headquarters, a guy approached a girl sitting at a table and she sighed heavily, looking at the monitor. The guy reported that they had walked around the headquarters 4 stations and could complete 20 missions a day, and now they had incinerated a dungeon nearby. Reading the comments under Donnie's video, the girl grabbed her head and said that they barely imposed an embargo, but it turned out that Steve's clan has a streamer. The guy said that this video was already in 3rd place and asked if they needed to do anything. The girl replied that she was aware of the video's popularity, but suddenly something distracted her attention. This was a video of a fight between the Russian bear Mikhail and Hero. The video said he silenced him with his special move and named his next opponent. Hero's next opponent, a tall, dark-haired man with long hair, looked strong and confident. He was also unusual. The video asked the question of what if the state quickly intervened and was confronted with the guy's second appearance. The girl suddenly got up from the table and told the guy to get ready for contact with our hero. She confidently took the jacket and said that she would go to the meeting in person. The market square was bustling with activity, with vendors loudly calling out to customers and offering their wares. Our guys were sitting at a table in the cafe. Chad asked if Munch would be coming, and Donnie confirmed it. Steve asked with interest where he had gone, since there were no temples anywhere nearby. Chad said that Munch was living in the city with the survivors of his temple, and Donnie complained that without him, their effectiveness was declining. Chad asked Steve if it wasn't a good idea to take a day off since their clan had already risen so high. Donnie was delighted with this news. Chad said that their capital was already 80,000, and Donnie said that now they could go down into the 2nd-level dungeons. Donnie was happy. All he did was collect stones and already earned 2,000, and now they can go down to the 2nd-level dungeons. Steve looked questioningly at the rather grinning guy. Donnie looked at the monitor with a smile, happy with the award he had received. And next to him, Steve saw the guy's name, rank, and profession. Steve folded his arms, thinking that he had bought 3,000 worth of skills and had already surpassed many. After thinking about it, our hero smiled and said that since that was the case, today would definitely be a day off. Chad closed his laptop and said he was taking his son and grandma to the park, and Steve saw a sign next to it with his name and the phrase "no information." A granny came into the room and brought the puppy some food. Next to her was also a sign saying "no information," but next to Pekka, there was information about his level and power. Steve wondered if the dogs might wake up too. After some thought, he called his brother, who responded in surprise. He said his brother had been fixing the car a lot lately, and Chad replied that it was hard to buy and even more expensive to fix. Steve smiled and suggested to his brother that they go and buy a car, a brand new one. The younger brother's eyes sparkled with joy when he heard this proposal. Steve was clearly up to something and agreed with his brother with a sly smile. Our hero also turned to the puppy and called him to come with him, which made Pecky start wagging his tail cheerfully. The manager showed a blue car, a Hyundai Dragon, and Chad enthusiastically said that it was a dream car for all mercenaries. The manager continued to explain that the fuel for this car was heliotrope, and with a price of $80 million, it was considered the best on the market. Steve asked his beaming brother if he liked the car, and he replied, "Of course." Our hero told the manager that he had cash and asked if they could pick up the car right away. The brand new blue car sped through the ruined city, and Chad was truly enjoying the ride. He was delighted to say that this car was simply something and could not be compared at all with his old van. Steve, smiling contentedly, replied that even in the passenger seat the ride was amazing and added that he should have bought it a long time ago. Chad asked why they were going to the 4th station, entrance 23, since it had been closed for a long time. Our hero became serious and said that Shell had told him a long time ago that he could not wake up because he had no money. The smile slid off the guy's face, and he looked questioningly at Steve, not understanding where he was leading. With the same serious look, our hero replied that he would wake up today. Hearing these words, Chad was shocked, and sweat covered his face. The blue car drove further and further, passing ruined buildings overgrown with grass. Chad continued to drive forward, fear and panic washing over the boy, but he didn't say a word. Suddenly, Packy, who had been sitting quietly in the back seat, bristled and began to growl. Steve smiled and asked the dog, as if he could tell if he could smell the goblins. Upon hearing this, Chad said he wasn't ready right now and asked if they could just leave. But Steve didn't listen to him. He got out of the car, said that he would be back soon, and asked him to wait. Chad panicked, reached for the door Steve had just come out of, and asked him not to leave. But Steve did not hear his request, as only dust remained in his place, and our hero was already rushing forward. Chad looked at the spot where Steve had just been and was both amazed and shocked by his older brother's speed. Meanwhile, at the instant loan office, they couldn't forget the two brothers. The men were watching a video of our heroes on YouTube. One asked if it was really him, and the other answered that yes, and he is now a YouTube star. The man said that our hero was unusual and his strength was impossible to measure, and the man in the chair irritably said that then the mercenary would not be able to cope with him. The man standing there was indignant that he couldn't just sit there with his hands folded. The man at the computer asked for a list of all the guilds they worked with, and the second one said that if it was Station 4, then it was Mr. Vincent. They remembered a mercenary for whom eliminating a person is no problem, since he had already eliminated 6 debtors. The man at the table, grinning sinisterly, told me to call Vincent and give him as much money as he asked for. Leaden clouds were gathering over the city, foreshadowing not just rain, but a real thunderstorm. The rain caught the grandmother, who was hosting Chad and his son while she was shopping, and she said they had to hurry. Suddenly, a black car stopped in front of her, blocking the road. 3 people in black suits got out of the car, 2 men and a woman. The woman approached the grandmother, showed her her ID, said they were from the bureau, and asked how they could see Steve. The grandmother said nothing and just silently looked at the people and the ID. The storm also caught Chad, who at that time was still sitting in his new car waiting for his brother. The guy muttered that it was impossible to see anything because of the rain, and Steve had been gone for 30 minutes. Suddenly, Pecky bristled and growled, looking somewhere ahead. At that very moment, the head of a giant monster crashed into the car door glass, frightening the guy. The monster's body slowly slid down, and only a clawed paw and the creature's wheezing were visible. The car door swung open, startling Chad even more. It was Steve, telling the guy to get out. The guy was very scared, but when he saw Steve, he calmed down a little. The boys stood around the monster lying on the ground and bleeding. Despite the wounds, the goblin continued to growl and tried to attack the guys. Chad let out a frightened cry as the monster tried to attack him and covered himself with his hands. A knife fell onto the wet ground, and the sound of its fall echoed throughout the street. Steve turned to his younger brother and sternly told him to follow him and kill the monsters. Chad grabbed the knife in fear and stuttered for Steve to stop. Hearing his brother's request, Steve turned around and sternly asked him what had happened. Chad stuttered and asked our hero if he had to wake up. But Steve was adamant and said, "If you are weak and will not survive, kill." The younger brother lowered his head sadly, realizing that he could no longer argue with his brother. Suddenly, the monster lying on the ground jumped up, baring its toothy mouth. Little Pekka stood before him, baring his teeth, ready to fight on command. Without thinking, Steve ordered Pekka to bite the monster. The kid boldly rushed forward towards the monster, obeying our hero's order. Pecky bit into the goblin's paw, despite the fact that the monster was many times larger. The goblin grabbed the puppy by the head with his huge paw, trying to detach it from his hand. Steve had no intention of interfering and calmly said that Pecky was still too young, adding that if Chad didn't intervene, the baby would die. With tears in his eyes, the younger brother begged Steve not to do it. A flash of lightning tore through the black sky, and with it, Steve shouted loudly, "Kill him!" Chad was breathing heavily and looked at the knife in fear, clutching it with both hands. And while he was thinking, the monster had already torn Pekka from his hand and was ready to sink its teeth into him. Chad swung the knife with a scream, knowing that if he didn't do something, Pekka would die. The guy thrust the knife into the monster's head with all his might, and blood sprayed in all directions. The monster's lifeless hand fell to the ground, releasing Pekka from its clawed paws. But one blow wasn't enough for our hero, and he shouted for Chad to continue. Screaming in anger, Chad swung his knife and began to furiously stab the monster. Chad threw the bloody knife away from himself, and a stream of blood began to flow from it onto the wet ground. The guy fell to his knees, breathing heavily and forcing air into his lungs. Chad looked at his bloody hands in horror, not believing what had happened. Steve walked up to his younger brother and looked down at him, telling him to hold the blade. Tears streamed down Chad's blood-stained face, and he cringed, telling his brother that he couldn't do it anymore. But Steve was adamant and repeated that if he didn't kill, they would kill him. Suddenly, Pecky jumped up and began to growl threateningly. Chad's eyes widened in fear when he heard the puppy growl, because Pecky was growling at the monster that was approaching the boys. Steve told his brother without a trace of emotion to kill the monsters because they didn't have much time. Our hero turned and walked away from Chad, not intending to help him. Looking at the back of his brother as he left, Chad called out to him again pitifully, and tears welled up in his eyes again. The scene from the past came back to me, when the bullies were bullying Chad and Steve was walking by. He walked with his head down, pretending not to notice how his little brother was being bullied. And then, as now, Chad reached out to his brother, calling him and asking him not to leave. But Steve in the past, without even looking back, moved on. Even now, in the pouring rain, Chad saw the back of his older brother walking away. Tears streamed down Chad's cheeks as he called for his brother again, knowing he wouldn't come. And along with this, thought came the realization that the fear on the guy's face was replaced by determination, and his gaze became stern. The younger brother watched as his older brother left, but he no longer called him or asked him to come back. Chad reached over and picked up the bloody dagger he had thrown earlier. The goblin growled and bared his toothy jaws, intending to kill Chad. As if in a trance, the guy began to rise, tightly clutching the dagger in his hand. He quietly said that his brother had always been like this, without addressing anyone. Lightning lit up the sky again, and with it, Chad rushed from his place towards the screaming goblin. He pierced the monster's head with such force that the tip of the knife came out of its head. Chad woke up, his eyes glowing red, and he hissed softly at the screaming monster to shut up. He thrust the knife deeper into the screaming monster's mouth, ignoring the splashes of blood. There was no longer any fear or fright on Chad's face, only bloodlust and hatred. He pressed even harder on the blade and yelled at the monster to shut up already. The dagger emerged from the monster's head, cutting it in half and leaving a fountain of blood behind. But this was no longer enough for Chad, and he leaned over the monster's body, screaming, "Die!" He plunged the dagger into the dead body again and again, continuing to scream for it to come down. Chad stood over the body of the mangled goblin, breathing heavily and the air whistling out of his mouth. The rain continued to pour as the boy raised the dagger to his face. Lightning lit up the sky, and Chad's face, who seemed to have gone mad and was smiling as he looked at the dagger. At that moment, another goblin approached him, clutching his hand with a dagger, and his mouth was very close to Chad's face. The goblin pounced on the guy, and they both flew down to the ground. Chad plunged the dagger into the goblin's toothy, drooling mouth. He swung the blade harder, cutting the carotid artery, and blood flowed like a fountain onto the guy. Having dealt with the goblin, Chad walked forward, muttering under his breath about it being sticky and going up his arm, the feeling of cutting into flesh. The crazy smile never left the guy's face, and he whispered nonsense. "What are you doing? Don't. Save me." Looking at the building on whose roof our hero was sitting, Chad laughed. Steve saw that his brother had awakened and his status had become a cold-blooded killer, which surprised the guy. Looking down at the boy, Steve said what a cute little brother he had. Steve asked Chad, louder now, if he happened to work part-time at a slaughterhouse. Chad was unrecognizable. His eyes were wild and filled with hatred and murderous intent. But Steve didn't react to his brother's changes and told him to get up. Giggling stupidly, Chad obeyed his brother, but the aggression in his eyes was still visible. Steve said they would end here, and behind him lay half-dead goblins, dozens, maybe hundreds, wheezing and growling. The rain still hadn't stopped when, having dealt with the monsters, the boys arrived at the Bureau of the Awakened. They walked up to the counter. Steve stood there with a frown on his face, and Chad was unrecognizable because he was completely covered in goblin blood. The girl at the reception desk was clearly surprised by this duo and asked what their business was. Steve pointed to the bloody Chad and said that he had just woken up. The girl said that first he needed to wash up, then go through a quarantine inspection, and then come to the measuring room on the 3rd floor. As he walked up the stairs, Chad asked what the measuring room was. The guy replied that there was a device that measured strength, and if the number was greater than 100, he would be registered as an awakened F rank. Steve complained that he failed the test last time because he got a 96, but Chad didn't believe him. The boys came into the strength measurement room, and Chad was asked to lie down. The boy was dressed in a special suit and connected to a device that measured strength. The machine showed 111 points, and the employee said that he could go to the ability display hall. The doctor turned to Steve and asked if he wanted to measure his strength too. Our hero agreed and lay down in the apparatus that Chad had just been in. Steve closed his eyes, listening to the hum of the machine that measured the force. Suddenly, he saw a lot of eyes in front of him and a sign with the inscription that someone was watching him, and information about him was in. Part of the text was hidden. Steve opened his eyes and saw that his strength was now 189. But even this did not shock the guy as much as the picture he saw while measuring the strength. The doctor, looking at the indicators, said that the rumors were not lying and his strength was growing at an incredible speed and he would soon reach level E. Steve was not interested and asked the doctor who created this device. The doctor laughed at the strange question and said that it was created by scientists. But Steve didn't understand why the doctor was so cheerful and asked again which scientists he was talking about. The girl at the reception handed Chad an awakened ID and a box with a phone in it. She said the phone was a gift and added that he had received a score high enough for a mercenary. Steve praised the guy for a job well done and he sheepishly thanked him. Our hero asked if he had seen anything strange when the strength was measured, and he replied that he had seen nothing. He assumed that he was simply too sensitive and asked about his brother's skills. Chad clearly didn't like his skill because he sadly said its name, decapitation. Suddenly, the same blonde walked past the guys, surrounded by several subordinates. Steve noticed her immediately and turned around in surprise. Our hero ran after the girl and joyfully shouted to her, "Blondie, surprise her subordinates with this." Hearing a familiar voice, the girl turned around and looked questioningly at our hero. One of the guys asked in surprise who had addressed their leader in such a way, asking if he really wanted to die. Another guy recognized our hero and said that it was Steve, and everyone else realized who he was. With a peaceful smile, Steve apologized for what he said earlier, adding that he was not used to talking to civilized people. But the girl interrupted him, saying that everything was clear to her and suggested that they never meet again. Jean moved on, and the guys began to discuss how quickly she turned down our hero. The other guy said she didn't blow him off. It was just a small argument. Jean thought Steve was crazy, remembering what he had just said, not believing he was wrong. Jean and her subordinates left, but their conversations could be heard. One said that there was definitely something between them. The second suggested that she was getting married, and the third said that Steve would have saved them. Jean shouted at them, asking if they were going to get up, and the boys quickly ran forward. Steve looked after them thoughtfully and said, "It's a pity she has the character of a shrew." A black car was parked near a building with a sign that read, "Steve's Clan." Inside, two people clinked glasses of alcohol, nearly spilling the contents. The girl from the office drank it with pleasure and said that the strawberry liqueur was perfect. Grandma said that young people like this. Her son-in-law insisted on it for 10 years. But never got a chance to try it. Finishing the tincture, the girl sincerely said that she wished death on all monsters. Grandma smiled broadly and said that she spoke very beautifully. The girl, in turn, said that this dumpling soup was the best she had ever had in her life, and the grandmother added that it would go perfectly with a drink. The girl noticed that Steve was late, and at that moment, the grandmother said that he had finally arrived. Steve and Chad walked into the room where the granny and the girl were sitting and looked at them in surprise. Bill ran out to meet them. He was glad to see his dad and Pekka back. The boy ran into his dad's arms and asked what took him so long, and Chad asked if he had a good time. While the father and son were talking, a girl approached Steve and addressed him. Steve was wary and asked who she was. But despite his question, he already saw her name and rank on the sign, a 2. The girl said she was Manager Melissa from the Returned Management Group from the Bureau of Awakened People. Steve asked why she was there, and the girl replied that she had come to make a deal with him. Our hero did not expect such an answer and asked again what exactly she wanted. Melissa asked if he knew the official name of the repatriate, and our hero replied that he had no idea. The girl mysteriously lowered her voice and said that their name was Coordinators. Steve was surprised, but the name intrigued him. Melissa asked if he had gone through a red portal when he returned. The guy said yes, and she explained that such a portal means that the repatriate has fulfilled the condition for safe return. But Steve didn't understand this story and asked again what it meant. The girl explained that this portal would appear again and would work in both directions, and our hero asked where it would appear. Instead of answering, the girl raised her hand and pointed forward at our hero. But Steve again didn't understand what this meant and looked questioningly at the girl. The girl explained that the portal would appear next to the coordinator, that is, next to him. Our hero rubbed his chin thoughtfully, digesting the information he had received. He remembered the pack of wolves with whom he had lived for 10,000 years in another world and thought that he could meet them. Melissa said their administration assumes that this will be a 4th new planet. The girl added that if their guess is correct, then their country will have the world's only planetary portal to the 4th planet. But all this was not interesting to Steve, and he asked when this portal would appear. Melissa replied that the portal would appear within 99 days. Our hero asked the next question, asking what she wanted from him. Melissa said that until the portal opens, he is not allowed to travel abroad. Steve didn't expect such a condition and asked in surprise why. The girl answered directly that they did not want Steve to become the second hero. But our hero was not familiar with this name, and he asked who it was. Melissa was surprised that Steve wasn't familiar with Hero's case. She said that Hero is #1 in the world, and he used to be a citizen of their country. Steve asked with interest what that meant. The girl said that in the first days after the disaster, the government detained many repatriates because there was little information about the unusual at that time. Hero was an awakened Class B who escaped from the facility after returning, and the gate to planet Kuchan, which is now in another country, was created by him. She asked if Steve knew what the dimensional industry was and added that if the portal was activated while Steve was abroad. Because of this, their country will suffer great losses, and after that, Steve told everything. He understood. And the first thing he asked after this story was what he would get in return. Melissa was prepared for this question and asked what he wanted. Steve said that he wanted to promote the clan to a guild and expand the territory of Steve's guild. All this time, Donnie was eavesdropping on the conversation behind the wall and was shocked by such conditions. The girl didn't object and said that if he had any questions, he could ask them, but then Steve remembered that he hadn't asked the main thing. Melissa was used to conducting such negotiations and boldly asked what our hero wanted to know. Steve asked how he would know when a portal had appeared. The girl replied that an agent specializing in searching for small energy faults would be sent. She added that this was their best agent, and Steve was intrigued by these words. Jean remembered Steve's offer to create offspring with him, and she was filled with anger. The girl was working out in the gym and was shouting angrily, asking if he really thought she was that simple. Colleagues watched this training in shock, wondering what was wrong again. The girl hit the punching bag with all her might, and the stuffing flew out in all directions. She decided that he should have been charged with sexual harassment. Melissa suddenly appeared next to Jean and asked who should be held accountable for harassment. Jean replied that it didn't matter and that she wasn't in a good mood, and Melissa asked when she had ever been in a good mood. Jean irritably said that she had stopped dragging her feet and asked why she had come and was told that she was going on a mission. The girl was not happy with this news, and she irritably asked what the mission was. Melissa handed Jean the mission documents, and the more she read, the more she began to shake. She was so angry that she could only ask why her. Melissa answered immediately, expecting this question, saying that she is a professional. But Jean was not satisfied with this answer, and she asked again, why her, to which the girl replied that she was the best. Jean couldn't say anything and just looked angrily at Melissa, as if this could cancel the mission. The girl responded by asking what she thought would happen when the portal opened. Jean had already seen what was happening at that moment and, having calmed down, replied that hell would break loose. Melissa said that if she noticed cracks in the space, then she needed to leave with Steve, and until that happened, she needed to be with him all the time. With a sly grin, the girl repeated the word, always again, and asked if Jin understood what it meant. Without waiting for an answer, Melissa walked out of the room, giggling at Jean's enraged expression. Looking after the girl, John angrily said that she would definitely write a resignation letter. Chad sat in his room, holding his head, into which strange thoughts were creeping. Don't leave, they'll kill you. Don't leave, they'll kill you. The boy was brought out of the depths of this obsession by his son's voice, calling him to eat. The guys, as usual, gathered in a cafe where the sign of the Wall clan was displayed, from where a joyful cry was heard. Chad asked what was going on, and Donnie replied that their clan was doing great. He happily said that Steven's clan could now descend into the second-level dungeons. Steve was delighted to hear the news and said it was wonderful. Chi said that for the second-level dungeons, you need a D rank, and they don't even have a lot of warriors. He asked if it might be better to go down to the first-level dungeons first. Donnie agreed, but immediately added that since he was with Steve, they could go into the second-level dungeons. Steve said that first, they will collect more money in the first-level dungeon and try to get stronger, and then they will think about recruiting new members. Everyone agreed with this decision, and at that moment, someone approached them. Donnie was the first to hear someone approaching their table and turned around. Munch stood next to them. He greeted everyone, folding his hands and saying, "Save us, great Buddha." Donnie asked if the monk had eaten, and Bill waved his hand, delighted to see him. Monk replied that he had already eaten and suggested that they move on, and next to him on the sign was level F5. At the entrance to the dungeon, there was a crowd of cars. Some were honking, and some were cursing at the person driving. There were many other teams at the portal, all of whom were inspired and moving forward with vigor. In this crowd, one of the guys noticed our guys and turned to them. The four of them went into the dungeon, and Chad brought up the rear. The guy called Steve by name, smiling at him happily. Our hero happily shook Jim's hand, and he said that he had heard about the creation of the clan. Steve asked the guy about the guys he was with last time. For a moment, the smile was replaced by a stern expression as Jim collected his thoughts, deciding what to say. But he smiled again and said that everything was fine. Steve asked why he was alone then. Jim was called by the guys from his team, saying that it was time for them to come in. Avoiding the question, Gene said he had to go and promised to contact Steve. Our hero smiled and waved his hand, saying that he would wait. Munch asked Steve who it was, and he replied that it was his friend from the dungeon. The boys walked into the portal, and their bodies were enveloped in a blue glow, and their faces showed enthusiasm and readiness for battle. And they didn't even suspect that someone was watching their team. It was the mercenary, Vincent, who was watching the team with interest. One of the guys from Gene's team recognized Steve, and the other said that it was time for them to go too. And Jin thought that he couldn't tell Stu about the collapse of his clan, two of whom left the team under the pretext of rest. And when the main core members of a clan are gone, it disintegrates. Null clans are easy to create, but also easy to disintegrate. The stress of death and murder decided everything, and those two may no longer be mercenaries at all. Entering the portal, the commander said that he was counting on Jim and the Vanguard. And clanless mercenaries organize one-day teams and attack dungeons, and among them are people destined to become comrades. But Jin did not lose hope and firmly decided that he would start all over again. Meanwhile, a motorcycle was racing through the city streets, driven by a girl in a red suit. Jean reported that she left the office of Steve's clan. They say that in the morning they went to the dungeon. Melissa, who was in the office, said she would send her the location now. Jean saw the information on the helmet screen and said that she received the data. She raced on her motorcycle towards the given coordinates, her long hair caught in the wind. And in the dungeon, the battle raged. Monsters flew in different directions, and cries of the spell, "Chase the Dragon," could be heard. The summoned dragon glowed with blue light and scattered the monsters, leaving them no chance. This was Monk's new spell, the Dragon Summoning. Nearby, Chad wielded a knife, cutting down monsters, and Donnie explained that he had recently joined a clan nicknamed the Bounty Hunter. Donnie also talked about his new skill, pursuit. Donnie was slashing at the monsters, wanting them to die, when Donnie shouted to look behind him. At that moment, a monster was flying at Chad from above, preparing to attack from behind. But the guy managed to react, and raising the knife up, ripped open the monster's belly. And at that moment, there was a smile on Chad's lips that looked more like a beast's grin. Donnie noticed that smile and wondered in horror if he really got any pleasure from killing monsters. Meanwhile, Steve stood above and watched as the guys dealt with the crowd of monsters. Our hero was pleased with what he saw and praised the guys who were able to deal with the monsters together. Nearby, another team was not fighting so smoothly, and a series of explosions swept through the forest. One guy was running from a crowd of monsters and kept throwing fireballs at them, causing them to fly apart in different directions. But he didn't even think that his comrades, who were also caught in the explosions, were suffering along with the monsters. Jin fell to the ground, wounded, and cursed at his comrade, asking what he should do when fireballs were flying at him. Suddenly, the guy with the fireballs found himself wrapped around the waist by the monster's red tongue. Monsters that looked like giant frogs devoured Jin's comrades, and they called for help. Almost losing consciousness, Jim remembered the guys from Steve's clan and thought that he was jealous. He stood up with difficulty, deciding that they would not accept the old man from the E clan into the clan. Meanwhile, our guys were already returning and exiting the portal, shining with blue light. Donnie happily said that this time they saved time and their fatigue was reduced, and Munch added that he tried out skills he didn't know before. Steve praised the boys and said that from now on, they would split into groups and attack. At that moment, a man approached them and asked if they were Steve's clan. Our hero immediately asked who he was, looking at the man with distrust. The man introduced himself as Vincent from the BDG Guild and handed over his business card. Donnie thought with surprise that this was a level 5 guild. They had 4 stations and the right to their own portal. They were in 20th place on the list of guilds. Steve took the business cart and, looking at it, asked what his business was. Vincent said that they were on the same territory as Steve's famous clan and decided to give them a gift. All the guys were surprised by the words about the gift. The man said he had heard about the clan's progress and, as a congratulation, wanted to give them tickets to a second-tier dungeon under their direct control. Donnie happily said that since these were the first tickets to the second-level dungeon, they were very expensive. Vincent smiled and asked if they wanted to go down there right now. Chad was cautious and said that since it was a second-level dungeon, shouldn't they prepare first? Winston replied that there was no need to worry and that they would provide everything necessary for the descent as a gift. Donnie said admiringly that with such support, they could definitely cope. But Steve said that they should go to the first-level dungeon to improve teamwork, and he himself would go down there. It would be more effective. Hearing this, Vincent smiled contentedly, but immediately tried to hide this smile. The guys agreed with Steve without arguing and said that's exactly what they would do. Vincent pointed to a brown SUV and invited them into his car. The SUV drove towards the entrance to the dungeon, through ruined buildings overgrown with grass. Vincent radioed that they would use entrance number 47 and was told they could go in straight away. Steve noticed that there were no mercenaries visible along the road, and Vincent confirmed that it was empty. The man said that this portal had appeared recently and that he had taken care of all the details so that Steve could enter right away. Steve said that it was very kind, and the man replied with a smile that if his clan continued to use their portals, they would be very grateful. After some thought, Steve said that they were indeed quite close. Arriving at the portal, Vincent asked the worker if everything was ready, and he answered yes. The worker handed Steve a backpack and said that it contained everything he needed to go underground. Putting on his backpack, Steve turned to Vincent and said that if he came back, they would have lunch together. The man waved at him and said that they would definitely have a drink together when he returned. Steve pressed a button on the suit around his neck, and a helmet began to appear around his head. Once the helmet was fully formed, Steve walked boldly into the portal, which enveloped him in a blue glow. Watching our hero enter the portal, Vincent began to whistle contentedly. At that moment, he heard the roar of an approaching motorcycle behind him and turned around. Jean took off her helmet and asked if the one who had just entered the portal was Steve or not. Vincent said that everything was correct and asked who she was. The girl rushed to the portal and said that she was from Steve's clan and was also entering the portal. Vincent said, "Okay," and smiled slyly, watching the girl run into the portal. He remembered a conversation with a man from a credit institution. Vincent immediately set a price of $2 billion for both of them, but the man said that it was too expensive because it wasn't even murder. Vincent replied that this was not a simple manipulation. Steve was a famous person, so the risk was high. Unaware of anything, Jean boldly ran into the portal, her body enveloped in a blue glow. A long time ago, she found the guys from Steve's clan and approached them. Looking at the guys, Jean asked where Steve was. Chad stepped forward and explained that Steve had recently been invited to the dungeon, indicating where they were going. Jean jumped on the motorcycle and took off after the SUV, telling them that Steve was going to enter the dungeon again. Melissa watched everything through the monitor screen and told the girl to follow him. Jean asked in surprise why she should follow him. The girl replied that she should check his skills personally and then send her a report. Jean asked irritably what she was looking at in the second-level dungeon, especially since she was in casual clothes. Melissa also began to get irritated and reminded that Jean had a bracelet. Jean declared fiercely that she treasured these things, but Melissa replied that she would double the bonus. Jean cursed in irritation and asked if it was really necessary to go to such extremes. Melissa calmed down and asked peacefully if it was time to catch Steve. But Jean was still angry and asked if the contract wasn't signed, to which the girl slyly replied that insurance is the basis, adding that she relies on it. Things began to dissolve as the girl entered the portal, and she cursed silently. At this time, Steve had already entered the portal and began to look around. Looking around, he said out loud that there was a completely different atmosphere here. Suddenly, he saw the portal behind him open again and began to turn around. But he didn't have time to turn around completely when he heard a furious cry, "Don't move!" A naked John emerged from the portal, and Steve obediently stood with his back to her, only glancing sideways at the portal. Jean pressed the bracelet, and a dark substance began to spread around her hand, and she said that if our hero turns around, he will be able to. The substance slowly spread over the girl's body, turning into a suit, while the girl complained about her mood. Glancing angrily forward, Jean said that she needed to demand that her salary be tripled. And then she saw that Steve had been looking straight at her the whole time, without looking away. The girl became furious and shouted that she had told him not to look, calling him a pervert. Steve sheepishly said he just liked her bracelet and asked if it had an inventory function. The girl's cheeks turned red, and she asked how long he had been staring at her, and the sign next to her showed her level, B8. Suddenly, Steve remembered the day he appeared from the portal and said that on that day she also saw him naked. Our hero smiled triumphantly and said that now they were even. But Jean got angry and said that she didn't see him that day of her own free will, and Steve decided to change the subject and asked why she was there. Steve voiced the first thought that came to mind, asking if she wanted to fight. Jean asked if he hadn't heard from Melissa that she would send someone to him. Steve remembered the conversation and said she was talking about a pro. The girl glanced sideways in embarrassment and said through clenched teeth that she was a pro. But Steve had a different opinion and said, "It seems not." The girl clenched her fists and said that she was dressed like that because she was in a hurry to get here. Our hero sternly told her not to interfere under any circumstances. Jean replied that he shouldn't worry. She came as an observer. Suddenly, the girl felt something, as if an electric current ran through her body. She said that they had guests, and our hero turned around in surprise. And behind him stood a huge monster in a loincloth with an axe in his hands. This monster was clearly stronger than those encountered earlier in the dungeon. It did not rush into battle, but watched carefully. Jean said that this orc was incredibly strong and added that our hero was unlucky enough to meet the orc boss at the very beginning of the dungeon. But Steve was calm and said that there were actually 4 orcs here. The girl looked at Steve incredulously, asking what he meant. Suddenly, from different directions, a roar and the sounds of approaching enemies were heard. Jean, shocked, said that this couldn't be happening, especially in a second-level dungeon. Steve repeated after the girl with a smile about the dungeon being only on the 2nd level. Jean didn't understand what our hero meant and asked what was wrong. In response, Steve asked if she hadn't felt it when she passed through the portal and clarified whether she was really a pro. The girl got angry and tried to justify herself, saying that it was because of the bracelet. Steve prepared to run and asked the girl not to interfere with his hunt. At that very moment, he rushed forward so quickly that the ground flew apart in different directions, throwing the girl back. Covering her face with her hands, John wondered in surprise what kind of crazy speed he had. Our hero found himself next to the orc and struck him hard in the chest. Turning around, he snatched up the axe the orc had dropped and prepared for another blow. The orc fell to one knee and rubbed his head in surprise, trying to recover from the blow. Meanwhile, the noise from the orcs approaching from all sides was getting closer and closer. Steve turned and struck the orc with his axe, splitting his head in half. At that moment, a second orc was already approaching him, enraged by the death of his fellow tribesman. Seeing the orc approaching, Steve swung his axe. Torop pierced the monster, knocking out its last wheeze and a fountain of blood. And another orc was already running to replace the fallen one, tightly clutching an axe in his hands. Steve jumped onto the rock and ran along it, and the orc ran below, chasing the guy. After running a bit, Steve jumped off the cliff, seeing a forest with vines ahead. He flew on vines, watching the monster, who at that moment had lost Steve and was looking back questioningly. Our hero jumped from the vine, right over the head of the unsuspecting monster. Meanwhile, Vincent called the client and asked to transfer the rest, because even with level C, it would be difficult to get out of this dungeon. The man grinned predatorily when he heard the question about what level this dungeon was. Meanwhile, Steve killed another monster by plunging a dagger into its head. Jean, who was watching our heroes fight, looked at what was happening in disbelief. Steve crouched down next to one of the slain monsters, as if not noticing that the next orc was already running towards him. The guy got excited and said that it didn't matter what level they were, as long as he could kill everyone here. The monster thrust the axe a few centimeters from our hero, who managed to react and jumped to the side. Steve punched the monster in the chest hard, sending him flying to the side. With the next blow from above, he finally finished off the orc, who collapsed to the ground. Steve, with his helmet bloodied, looked straight into the face of the orc, from whose mouth blood was flowing. The dead monster sat near the tree, and Steve saw a sign saying he had received 32 points. Our hero exclaimed with satisfaction, saying that this dungeon was a real treasure trove. Without turning around, he handed Jean the backpack he had been given for the trip to the dungeon. The girl took the backpack in surprise, and Steve asked her to help with the bloodstones. Without saying anything else, our hero walked towards the monster, leaving Jean standing behind in surprise. Looking at the guy, Jean thought that although he was unusual, he was only an F level. And while Steve was carving the stone, the girl thought that despite this, he could easily have carried out a bloody massacre. In the end, Jean came to the conclusion that our hero was simply crazy. Suddenly, the girl felt something and glanced to the side. She turned her head to the side and used the reconnaissance skill. Meanwhile, Steve was carving out a bloodstone and telling the girl to look at how big it was. But Jean wasn't interested, and she said through her teeth that now wasn't the time. Steve looked at the girl in surprise and asked why. Throwing her backpack on the ground, Jean said that even after killing 4 orc bosses, the portal would not open. The girl added that, moreover, there were only stones in this backpack, asking if he knew about this. Steve started taking stones out of his backpack and said that in that case, he would put all the bloodstones here. The girl grew increasingly angry and nervously rubbed her head, wondering what was wrong with our hero. Unable to bear it, Jean said that this was a 4th level dungeon, and if its level was higher, then even if they joined forces, they would not get out of here alive. Steve was shocked to hear that he just sent him to the 4th level dungeon, and for free. The girl realized that our hero had missed half of what she had told him and looked at the guy in horror. And Steve, delighted, shouted that if he gets out of here, he will definitely pay for Vincent's dinner. Jean couldn't believe what she heard and asked in disappointment if they were really idiots. Suddenly, the girl felt like she was being attacked and turned around just as the monster was flying towards her with a weapon. She wanted to grab the sword, but the side where it usually hung was empty. Then Jean remembered that she had left the sword on the motorcycle because she was in a hurry to catch up with Steve. But Steve came to her aid and cut off the monster's head before he could get to the girl. Jean watched in surprise as the monster's head flew away from the body. The headless body collapsed next to the girl, drenching everything around with blood. Steve smiled as he looked at Jean and said that he was strong, although he had been stronger before. The girl didn't believe his words and looked at him skeptically. Suddenly, Jean felt something, and her eyes widened in surprise. They turned in the same direction with Steve and listened warily. The girl used the clairvoyance skill, and her eyes lit up with a blue light. In the infrared light, she saw dozens of monsters moving towards them and cursed. John immediately told Steve that a bunch of orcs were approaching them, and they were at a dead end. Looking at the running orcs with the leader at the head, the girl asked in fear if there really was a whole army against them. Steve smiled and said that even though Munch wasn't here, the monsters were still coming towards them, and Jean asked him to shut up. The first to approach them were the orcs, racing on harnessed wolves. Looking around at the attackers, Jean shouted that it seemed like there were only orcs here. But Steve did not hear the girl and was delighted with the harnessed wolf. Meanwhile, the ogre was getting closer and had already begun to swing his weapon. Steve rushed forward, telling the girl not to touch the monsters, and she replied that he was thinking about other things. The girl used the shield skill and successfully repelled the orc's attack, and Steve rushed towards the next attacker. The orc's head split into 2 parts, and a surprised grimace froze on his face. And at the moment when the dead body fell to the ground, Steve was already rushing to the next task. At this time, Jean used the next skill and took out a sword from her inventory. She made several blows at the monster that attacked her. But at the sight of the blows, only small cuts remained, and the orc looked at his wounds in surprise. Jean clicked her tongue and thought she had only taken the blade, looking at the minor wounds. But at that moment, Steve ran up to them and, shouting, "I told you not to touch mine," jumped on the orc from above. With one kick, he knocked the monster out of the harnessed wolf and it flew to the side. Our hero landed easily behind the girl and prepared for another blow. Like a meteor, he rushed forward, cutting down all the monsters in his path. Our hero boldly rushed into battle as a new wave of orcs approached him. But the next moment, he was knocked down by a blow to the side from a huge club. Huge even among other monsters, the ogre threw our hero aside with blows from the back of the club. That orc looked like, if not a leader, then an army general. He was larger than the others, wearing a fur cape and with jewelry around his neck. Jean immediately realized that this monster was the head of all the orcs. Steve fell to the ground and the dagger flew out of his hands. But he immediately jumped up and, clenching his fist, enthusiastically asked the monster if he was the boss of all these monsters. But the orc only stamped his foot with such force that dust rose up around him and swung his club. Jean ran towards Steve, shouting that he needed to be destroyed first. At the moment when the club almost reached the guy, he jerked to the side, dodging the blow. He deftly dodged the second blow and found himself above the head of the huge monster. Clutching the dagger tightly in his hands, our hero brought it down on the monster's head with all his force. Jean couldn't believe her eyes and asked out loud if he had really succeeded. Steve, surprised, pulled the blade out of the monster's head and saw that it was broken. At that very moment, the orc boss managed to reach our hero with his club and hit him in the stomach, throwing him away. Jean couldn't believe her eyes when she saw that Steve had actually been hit. Meanwhile, no one in the Bureau of the Awakened suspected a trap. Melissa got a call from a subordinate asking if it was too weird, and she asked what it was. The guy asked if Jean hadn't gone to Steve, and Melissa asked what the point of that question was. He said that Steve and Jean's phones were too far apart, and there had been no movement for almost an hour. The guy said that, judging by the signal, Steve was in the first level of the dungeon, but he didn't finish saying where Jean was now. Melissa started to get nervous and asked the guy what he was talking about because they were supposed to be together. Meanwhile, the rest of Steve's clan came to the truck to rest and drop off their gear. Donnie looked into the car and saw that Steve had left his phone on the car seat. Meanwhile, Jin's phone remained on the motorcycle and was ringing off the hook. Unable to reach John, Melissa asked her subordinate if he had figured out what was going on and where the boys were. The guy replied that he had just checked everything and found Jin in the 5th level dungeon. The girl began to remember what Jin had ordered to enter the portal and wondered if it was worth it to go to such lengths. But then, Medusa pulled herself together again and asked who was in charge of this dungeon. The guy replied that it was the DGB Guild and sent her information about the guild. She gave the order to check the history of the 5th level dungeon entrances and asked to connect her with the guild leader right away. The fight continued. Steve let out a quiet yelp as he hit his back against the wall, and the monsters kept arriving, ready to engage in battle, growling menacingly and waving their weapons. Seeing our hero fly into the wall, Jean rushed towards him, shouting his name. Steve was unconscious from the powerful blow when suddenly a voice sounded in his head telling him to get up. Hearing the voice, the guy came to his senses and saw a crowd of monsters rushing towards him. But this further increased our hero's interest, and he said with a smile that it was a bit difficult for him. Leaping into the ground, Steve grabbed the nearest monster and threw it over himself with all his might. The orc flew back, hitting another monster, and they tumbled to the side. Our hero picked up 2 axes that the orcs released. He jumped into the air and threw them with all his might at the approaching monsters. Both axes hit the orcs' heads, and they fell to the ground, but the rest of the monsters continued to approach. Jean continued to run forward towards Steve as a hail of arrows rained down from the sky. The girl was surprised by the preparation of this army, since they even had archers. She deftly dodged several arrows by doing a forward somersault. But because Jean had to stop, a crowd of monsters headed towards her. The girl didn't lose her head and used her defensive bomb skid, and light poured out of her hands. From this light, the monsters began to crumble like dust. And when the monsters began to surround the girl again, Steve ran up and grabbed her hand, pulling her forward with him. And the orc boss watched their escape from afar, growling loudly. Jean asked what Steve was doing, and he replied that they needed to run without letting go of the girl's hand. Jean said angrily that they were surrounded by monsters. Where else could they run? Steve dragged the 2-room apartment toward the mountainside, saying it was empty. She replied in fear that she couldn't go there because there was only a cliff ahead. But our hero continued to pull her forward, saying that this was exactly why they needed to go there. Suddenly, Steve picked up the girl in his arms when they were almost at the cliff. The girl asked fearfully what he was doing, and Steve told her to hold on tighter. Our hero jumped off the cliff at full speed, holding Jean tightly in his arms. Holding the girl close to him, the guy flew down, and several orcs fell after him. He landed on both feet, and the ground around him cracked and flew in all directions. And around our heroes lay the bodies of orcs who had fallen with them and crashed to the ground. The girl, hugging Steve tightly, looked around in surprise, not believing that she was alive. Steve exhaled heavily after such a jump and dropped his hands, dropping Jean to the ground. He walked forward, saying that they were about to die, leaving the girl lying there in confusion. The girl's confusion turned to surprise when she looked up. She looked at the top of the mountain where the orcs stood and couldn't believe that they had jumped from such a height and survived. The boys found a cave to rest, and at that time, a howl was heard throughout the forest. Jean and Steve were sitting in the cave. The girl hugged her knees with her hands, complaining that the monsters were howling disgustingly. She turned to our hero and, calling him Mr. Unusual, asked what his plan was. Steve replied that we needed to kill more Sokor orcs, then we would level up and be able to go on the offensive. Hearing the answer, Jean lowered her head and closed her eyes, sighing heavily. She said that level-ups have no restrictions, but power-ups do, to which the guy replied that he has no restrictions at all. Jean didn't understand his answer and asked him again what he meant. Steve just smiled and repeated that he had no limits even in power-ups. Meanwhile, the Earth was in turmoil, and two military vehicles were racing toward the portal our heroes had entered. A crowd of onlookers, journalists, and military personnel had already gathered near the portal, driving the crowd away from the dungeon. The reporter said that he was at the 5th level dungeon of the DGB Guild, where an accident had occurred 2 days ago. Steve's clan was also near the portal, and Donnie was on his knees sobbing, worried about Steve. The police led away Vincent, who said that Jean and Steve had entered the dungeon themselves, but eventually confessed to the crime after questioning. Reporters asked Vincent to comment on the situation and asked what Steve's last words were. And Vincent was angry at this time because he didn't know that Jean was from the control center. The reporter said that Steve was getting so much attention because he was a repatriate from the 4th planet, explaining what that meant for the world and the country. An excited Melissa walked into the boss's office. She sternly asked the man what he was doing now, surprising him with this question. Melissa scolded the men who hired Vincent and said that he should detain them. The boss said that these notorious guys have already been detained. Only the boss's assistant escaped, but they are already looking for him. The girl replied that it was unfair after all. It was a 5th level dungeon, so how could one use the word famous? The boss asked if she wanted him to shut down their entire guild, and if that would bring Steve and Jean back alive. But Melissa was furious with this answer and asked if it was the same thing. The boss said that the fact that Steve is from the 4th planet is only an assumption. Maybe he is from the dungeon and not the planet. Melissa was outraged by these words and the boss's distrust. The voice on the TV said that in connection with the recent cases of criminal organizations, countermeasures must be taken to strengthen control over the illegal management of the dungeons, angering the chief with these words. He said that they are spreading news that puts pressure on the guilds so that the inspectorate can come to them. But Melissa didn't listen to him, and with tears in her eyes said that it was she who sent Jean there. The boss turned around in surprise and looked at the girl. He said that it was not easy for him either, but they could only believe and wait, while the reporter said that the chance of surviving in this dungeon was very small. These words finally finished Melissa off, and she fell to her knees, sobbing. The girl tried to stop her sobbing by covering her mouth with her hand, but in her head there were only thoughts about Jean. Meanwhile, fog descended into the dungeon. The trees were already leafless, but yellow-red leaves still remained on the bushes. The orcs continued to search for our heroes, and one of them was just checking the surroundings. Suddenly, a tiny fairy appeared in front of him, enveloped in blue light. The orc looked in surprise at the tiny baby that flew up to his face. But the very next moment he tried to catch her, however, the fairy was quicker and managed to fly away. The orc lost his temper and shouted a spell in his own language at the top of his lungs. His axe glowed yellow and he tried to reach the fairy again, swinging the axe. But the little girl was more agile and deftly dodged all the blows, flying into the bushes. The orc followed the fairy and, looking behind the tree, was surprised that she had disappeared. And at that very moment, Steve's blade pierced his head from above, cutting it in half. Steve smiled contentedly and said that there were 3 more to kill, and then there would be a level up. Meanwhile, Jean used her clairvoyance skill to find enemies. Thanks to the skill, she saw in the infrared light that there was an orc not far from her. She told Steve, who was nearby, that there was another orc in the 100 meters. Our hero rushed forward from his place, leaving a shockwave behind him. The girl didn't expect him to rush forward so quickly and tried to stop him. But Steve was already flying towards the next orc, swinging his dagger, aiming at his head. Jean ran after him, screaming at the top of her lungs that it was a trap. But she didn't have time, and the orc activated the trap. Several sharpened logs emerged from the ground, right under our hero, throwing the guy back. He flew into the wall, hitting his back and the dagger falling out of his hands. Jean watched in horror as our hero was attacked. Suddenly, the orc took out a horn and blew into it, broadcasting a signal to the rest of his tribesmen. All the orcs around heard this sound, realizing that the trap had worked and one of them had found Steve. At the same time, after the signal, several orcs who had been sitting in ambush began to crawl out from underground. Jean ran as fast as she could towards our hero, shouting along the way for him to get up quickly. Thanks to Jean's scream, Steve came to his senses and turned around angrily. Our hero was still coming to his senses, and a crowd of orcs was already rushing towards him, ready to tear the guy apart. Suddenly, the guy's whole body began to tremble, and he grabbed his chest, surprised that he had fallen into a trap. He didn't understand what was happening. His senses were dulled, and all his strength seemed to leave his body. Meanwhile, the orcs were getting closer, and one of them was already swinging his arm to strike. And then it dawned on Steve that he felt ill because he had been starving for 2 days. Jean arrived just in time and used her defense bomb skill, scattering the approaching orcs. Thanks to the spell, the first line of orcs was struck. Some were completely dissolved, while others were mortally wounded. After the spell, Jean collapsed to the ground, exhausted, and Steve rushed towards her. He grabbed an axe lying on the ground and killed 2 orcs with 1 blow. A mischievous smile appeared on his face again, and he thought that there was still 1 left. And jumping up to strike the next orc, Steve thought that this was his level up. But our hero was unable to strike because he was struck in the chest by a huge club from the orc boss. The monster threw our hero back with force, and he flew back like a doll. At that moment, Jean came to her senses, having lost consciousness after using the skill. She saw in front of her a huge orc with a club in his hands, who was growling menacingly. The girl said with disdain that this orc was just some fat guy, and Steve flew forward until he met an orc on his way, into whom he crashed. The axe fell from Steve's hands and sank into the orc's head, and at the same time our hero received a message that his level had increased. Lying on his back, Steve saw a message asking him to choose the skill to transform into a beast. Steve was surprised by the skill he received and wondered whether it was worth spending the points he received on it. Meanwhile, the orc boss was approaching Jean, who was trying to get up, but the girl didn't even have the strength to just stand up. Down on 1 knee, she summoned her sword, not going down without a fight. Meanwhile, night had already fallen in the city, and in the clan's house, Steve was called Packy. Grandma carried a red bowl of food for the puppy and helped him eat. Hearing the granny, the white puppy rushed towards her, barking joyfully. The grandmother sadly told the puppy that now it was unknown what had happened to his owner, whether he was alive. But the baby did not understand anything that was said and happily approached the bowl of food. And the battle continued. Jean, with the last of her strength, repelled the orc's blows with a summoned sword. At this time, Steve activated the beast summon skill. Suddenly, Pecky, who was eating food, flew up and began to glow blue. Grandma looked with fear as the baby shone and slowly rose above the floor. Black smoke began to rise from our hero's back, and Jin parried another blow, jumping up, avoiding the huge club. Steve's face began to turn into a toothy black maw, shrouded in smoke. The girl struggled to fend off the blows, trying to gain at least a little time. But unlike Jin, the Aorc boss had a lot of strength and he swung his weapon with ease. The black smoke began to dissipate, and the black fur covering Steve's body began to change to snow white. Jin missed one blow from the orc, and he hit her with his club with all his might, throwing her to the side. The girl's sword fell from her hands and fell to the ground with a clang. The orc boss rushed towards the fallen girl, and she only helplessly covered her head. And at that moment, a half-wolf with snow-white fur, in black armor, approached them. The orc noticed the beast approaching, but it had already raised its clawed paw to strike. With one paw, the beast knocked the orc boss to the ground, squeezing his head. Jin was surprised to see a werewolf that was the size of the orc boss and easily knocked him down. Steve unleashed a hail of blows on the orc, turning his head into a bloody pulp. The orc boss was no longer moving, but Steve continued to punch him, driving him into the ground. Jin watched the fight in shock, barely able to take in what was happening. Meanwhile, Steve was devouring the monster's body, receiving 45 points for the kill. Having finished with the orc boss, Steve turned his gaze to the girl and caught her surprised look. Taking a closer look at the werewolf, the girl asked in surprise if he was Steve. The beast opened its bloody mouth and barked first once, then several more times. Jin was surprised that the werewolf was barking. She was amazed and said, "It turns out that he is not a wolf, but a dog," and he barked again. The reporter said that 3 days ago, it became known that 2 people had fallen into the dungeon, but never got out, and now there was a lone motorcycle standing near the entrance. He interviewed the head of the Bureau of Awakened People and asked him to explain to the audience what this place was. The man said that this place is called the Orc Castle, and it is recommended that a group of 30 people, including at least 10 level A mercenaries, go down there. Listening to this story, the operator said that it was a circus and the government sent Steve there to get rid of the guilds. He asked how much longer he had to film this interview, and the host asked how many people Steve would disturb if he returned. The operator asked how he would get out of there, since he was not hero, but only level F, and added that in 2 years, everyone would be writing about it. He added that they would write about how their country had lost its place in the rankings. Meanwhile, in the house of Steve's clan, Pecky became an ordinary dog again, barking cheerfully. Grandma asked in fear what the hell was going on. Jin, like Grandma, was very impressed by Steve's transformation. Returning to his normal form, Steve said that he could merge with the animals he had tamed. That is, it was not a transformation, but a unification. He turned to a discouraged John and asked why she was standing there. They needed to gather everything they could and go. But Jean said with despair in her voice that it was all useless. Our hero didn't understand why Jean said this and asked why she thought so. Instead of answering, Jean only said that this place would become their grave. Steve turned to the girl and asked what she meant. The sky broke into rain when the girl said that they killed the main one, but the portal did not open, and asked what he thought this meant. Hearing Jane's words, Steve suddenly realized that she was right and the portal had not opened. Steve pointed to the body of the orc boss and asked if she really meant to say that this freak wasn't the boss. Without a shadow of a doubt, Jean replied that everything was exactly like that and that there was someone stronger here. Steve smiled and asked who this guy was that had made her start talking about graves. The girl's face was serious, and in the pouring rain, she began her story. About 3 years ago, when Jin had just reached level B, she and her group descended into the dungeon. She joined a raid of 20 people, 10 of whom were A-level from the Management Bureau, and they began exploring the 5th level dungeon. Jin walked in a group with the other guys, and there was complete concentration on their faces. The guy in front of Jin suddenly turned around and looked at her. The girl was surprised by such a close look and asked what was going on. The guy asked her how her ankle was, making her embarrassed. She replied with a smile that there was no need to pay attention. It had already passed. The guy smiled at her sincerely, and with warmth in his eyes replied that it was good. Melissa followed behind and said that they were a sweet couple, and that was why she said that a couple can't go on missions together. The squad stormed the orc castle, and one of the walls was blown up by explosives, flying into pieces. A squad of orcs came out to intercept and ran towards the mercenaries. One of the mercenaries commanded them to storm the tower further and ordered Melissa to hold off the orcs in the direction of 3 o'clock. The girl scattered the crowd of orcs with a spell and said that it was done for 3 hours. The guy continued giving orders and said that the defense was weakening for 4 hours, asking who was there. The guy replied that he had been on the road for 4 hours, but an orc struck him before he could finish. Jean picked up the message and shouted that they needed help. Melissa rushed towards Jean, screaming at her to hold on a little longer. But Jean was knocked off her feet and fell to the floor, screaming in pain. And a huge orc was already approaching her, baring its jaws. The girl stared at the orc in horror and couldn't even move. But someone came to her aid, and the guy used a spell to scatter all the monsters approaching her. This spell caused the orcs to crumble into dust, like stone statues, and Melissa continued to run towards them, scattering monsters with fireballs, clearing the way. The orcs burned and exploded from these blows, but still did not retreat and moved forward. Melissa yelled at Jean and Tim to look in the 2 o'clock direction. The boys turned around and saw another squad of orcs approaching them. Tim smiled at Jean and invited her to move on. But Jean was scared and tried to tell Tim something. The guy grabbed her hand and pulled her forward, offering to talk outside, but the girl tried to stop him. Turning around, she thought she was being followed by a strange feeling. Holding hands, Jean and Tim ran away from a squad of orcs who had almost caught up with them. Jean thought she felt like they were being watched, and in the distance, a huge orc with 3 eyes appeared. One bright flash, and the arm, along with the sword, was torn from the body and flew to the ground. Jean flew forward head over heels, trying to stop. The girl was still lying on the ground when a sword plunged into the ground in front of her, a few centimeters from her stomach. All the members of the mercenary squad turned around, and confusion was visible in their eyes. And Tim, his face covered in blood, lay on the ground with glassy eyes. And above him towered the orc king in iron armor, who raised his weapon over Tim, who was lying on the ground. Tim met Jean's gaze and whispered the word sword, but the girl didn't understand what he meant. The girl remembered how she and Tim trained in the dojo and heard his voice. Put a part of your soul into your sword. Just as a fan cannot live without the wind, so the sword, faith, and heart must become one. Tim smiled warmly at her and said, "Hold the sword, Jean." The Orc King brought his spear down with force, and blood sprayed out in all directions. Having finished her story, Jean lowered her head and furtively wiped away her tears. Steve put his hand on her shoulder and turned her towards him without saying a word. Our hero placed his hand on Jean's head, trying to comfort her. He put his arm around the girl, pulling her closer, saying, "So that's what happened." And the sword that Jean had forgotten on the motorcycle seemed to start burning, and white smoke began to emanate from it. Donnie, meanwhile, was on air and sobbing loudly, mourning Steve, asking how he could leave them. And the commentators discussed what happened. Some did not believe that Steve died. Some said that even he could not have survived in the 5th level dungeon, and others wished Steve to quickly deal with all the orcs. And next to Donnie sat Melissa, crying over Jean. The reporter said that the great shaman would be performing a ritual today for the safe return of the missing. He continued to tell that a raid of local high-ranking mercenaries was gathering in front of the dungeon, seeking revenge. Morris was one of the volunteers and thought sadly that if Steve had joined the guild, this would not have happened. But as it was, they were just using him correctly. A man with long hair was watching this report while sitting in the living room. The woman's arms wrapped around the man's neck from behind, and the girl asked what it was, and the guy replied that it was just a transfer from his homeland. It was the famous hero. He said that the shows in this country remained just as boring. And Steve and Jean had a real feast in the cave. The guy was surprised that after leveling up, you can buy more food in the store. The guy suggested trying a steak sandwich, and the girl replied that with such a selection, he could open a fast food outlet. While chewing on a burger, Steve told Jean that she, it turns out, is also a food lover. Taking a bite of the new burger, she asked if 12 pieces were a lot. But apparently, Steve's words confused her, and she put down her unfinished burger, saying that she was full. Our hero did not understand how she could have eaten her fill, and added that he was already on the 22nd, suggesting that the girl continue eating. Jean smiled softly and kindly at Steve and said that in any case, she was very grateful to him. The fire in the cave gave way to a cloud of fireflies, and Steve asked with interest if it was really Jean who took the sword and killed the Orc King that time. The girl sadly replied that she had lost consciousness on the spot, and when she woke up, she was already in the hospital, and Melissa brought her Tim's sword. And only 2 elderly A-level mercenaries were able to defeat that orc by sacrificing themselves. The Orc King's attack was comparable in strength to the attack of 5 orc chieftains at once. Steve said what it means, and there is such an orc here, and asked where he is. The girl replied that he was in the orc castle, which was not even within a radius of 1 kilometer. And at this time, a fairy, who had previously distracted the orc, flew up to the cave where the boys were sitting. Jean explained that the orc leaders were in 4 small towers, and the lords were in the spire in the middle, and that if you crossed the wall, there were thousands of orcs moving there. A fairy flew up to Steve and whispered something in his ear. Hearing the news, he smiled contentedly and said that he had found the orc's fortress. Jean was surprised by the speed and asked in surprise if he had really found her that quickly. Steve was confident in his abilities and with a smile suggested that they go forward. Jean wasn't so sure and asked what their plan was. Steve's smile turned serious, and he replied, "Find and kill." Jean laughed at these words and said that she would have hit him, but she didn't have the strength left. Meanwhile, the orc's castle was noisy, and roars could be heard from everywhere. The wooden gates of the fortress began to slowly lower, rolling over the moat near the castle. And from the gates, dozens of orc warriors, riding on wolves, rushed out. Suddenly, Steve ran out of the bushes in the guise of Packy, and Jean was sitting on top of him, holding him by the mane. The boys rushed towards the open gates from which squads of warriors had just emerged. But they couldn't slip through unnoticed, and the goblins on the castle walls immediately spotted them. The warriors on wolves who rode out of the castle also saw the boys and began to turn around, and Jean noticed this. The girl shouted to Steve that they were being followed by an army of orcs and asked him to hurry. They were running forward as fast as they could when they saw the gates slowly begin to rise. And the archers on the walls prepared for the attack and pulled their bowstrings. A hail of arrows fell on our heroes, but Jean put up a shield and not a single arrow reached them. Running up to the half-closed gate, the girl shouted at Steve to jump. He jumped at full speed onto the gate, grabbing hold of its edge, and the warriors remained behind. But even outside the castle gates, a squad of orcs was waiting for them, ready to attack and defend the castle. Jean used her defense bomb skill, shouting out its name. The explosion cleared the way for them, sweeping away all the orcs in its path. Steve continued to run forward, avoiding the surviving orcs. The girl commanded him to run to the center, and Steve mentally told her to hold on tight. Steve lunged, and the orcs behind him were scattered by the shockwave. Our hero rushed forward, straight along the castle wall. Jean was surprised and grabbed the beast's mane tighter. Several orcs jumped from above and flying past our heroes. One knocked Jean off Steve's back. The girl flew down along with the orcs, and Steve began to turn around. But Jean shouted at him not to think about the girl and to run on. She turned over in the air and, noticing the platform, grabbed hold of its wall with her hand. Jin deftly jumped onto this platform, avoiding further fall. But as soon as the girl landed, a crowd of orcs rushed towards her. But Jean didn't lose her head and summoned a sword, which appeared, enveloping the girl in blue lightning. Steve continued to run up the wall at this time, and the orcs could only watch him and growl. And at the top of the spire stood a throne, around which there were no walls. The three-eyed orc king, who had been sitting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He sat proudly on his throne alone when he felt something. The monster rose from his throne and walked forward to the edge to see what was going on. And at that moment, our hero jumped out at him, baring his mouth with the sharpest teeth. The beast grabbed the Orc King by the throat, gnawing at his neck. Steve knocked him down, and they flew together down from the tower where the throne stood. The massive monster king fell down, his chest pierced by the spire of one of the towers, and Steve received a message that his level had been increased. Shards from the tower fell like hail, crashing down on the orcs standing below. Suddenly, an explosion was heard in one of the towers, and the orcs turned around in surprise at the sound. From the place where the explosion occurred, orcs and Jin flew to the ground. And during the flight, the girl wondered if this was really how she was going to die. But suddenly a clawed white paw grabbed her hand and she looked up in surprise. Steve pulled the girl close to him just before the ground and rushed forward, and the orcs ran after them. They ran a little forward, and the girl asked what happened to the king, and Steve answered that he killed him. Throwing the girl onto his back, Steve said that they had to go, getting ready to break into a run. Jean grabbed the guy's mane and asked if he really was able to kill the king, and Steve suggested that she scan the area. Jean activated her clairvoyance skill and, in disbelief, said that the portal had opened. She couldn't believe that Steve was able to kill the Orc King, and so quickly. Meanwhile, on the ground, one of the devices began to beep, and the time appeared on the screen. The guy from the DGB guild could only groan in shock, surprising his partner. He finally managed to say that it was the 127th dungeon, and the second guy, shocked, asked again what that meant. Donnie also saw that a time counter had appeared above the dungeon and asked in surprise what it was. Melissa heard the announcement that the countdown to the portal explosion had begun at dungeon number 127. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes when she realized that Jean might be alive. The crowd gathered at the portal roared as they saw the countdown to the portal's explosion begin. Steve asked Jean if she had found the portal. The girl was a little confused and replied that she had found it. She immediately got ready and said that he was at 11 o'clock, 700 meters from the castle, and there were 10 minutes left before the explosion. Steve and the girl rushed forward, but the orcs did not lag behind and caught up with the guys. Suddenly, Steve turned a corner, smelling a familiar scent. Jean asked where he was going and added that they didn't have time for that. Steve didn't say anything. He ran to the pen where the pack of wolves stood. He activated the taming skill with a smile on his toothy face. Jean, shocked, asked again what he was doing, why he was taming them, and the wolves, hearing the command, froze and stared at Steve. Our hero turned and ran back to the portal, commanding the wolves to follow him. The wolves obediently followed Steve, jumping over the pens. Looking back, Jean asked if Steve wanted to take them with him. Steve replied that yes, because now they were one family. But because of this maneuver, the orcs were now in front, blocking their passage. Jean said they were surrounded, clearly expecting this outcome. At that moment, a fairy flew up to Steve and whispered something in his ear, and Steve conveyed that there was a passage somewhere nearby. Jean was surprised and asked where he was. She immediately activated the clairvoyance skill and saw the right turn. The girl commanded that they needed to turn right now, and Steve ran into the right turn, and a crowd of wolves was running in the guy's footsteps, also running around the bend. The orcs ran after our heroes, growling with anger. The girl pointed to a huge gate ahead and said that they needed to go there. Steve became inspired and said that they were leaving here, picking up speed. Our heroes and a pack of wolves ran out of the gate and raced across the bridge. Jean said there was 1 minute left before the portal exploded. Suddenly, they saw a shining blue door in front of them and joyfully said that the portal was here. Jean said that there were 23 seconds left before the portal closed, and someone from the chase threw a spear at the guys. Jean sensed the approaching danger and turned around. Steve ran forward, not noticing how the spear hit the girl in the back. The blow caused the girl to fall to the ground and roll head over heels while the orcs approached her. The wolves had already run into the portal when Steve turned around, noticing that Jean had fallen from his back. The orcs were getting closer, rapidly approaching the fallen Jean. The spear pierced the backpack on Jean's back, and stones rained down from it, which they smashed into the monsters as she tried to get up. Steve had already turned around and was running towards the girl, standing on his hind legs. Jean tried to get up, but she had no strength left, and she lowered her head, resigned to the situation. Seeing Steve running after her, she shouted at him to stay back. But our hero did not listen to her and approached faster and faster. Picking up speed, Jean once again desperately shouted at Steve not to come closer, and the guy grabbed the spear, which knocked the girl down. And the orc was already near Jean and swung his spear, preparing to strike. But Steve was faster and threw his spear into the orc's chest, knocking him off the wolf. And on the other side of the portal, a reporter said that there were 8 seconds left until the explosion, and the people gathered were starting a countdown. Donnie and Melissa continued to shed tears while waiting for the guys, and the operator said that it seemed like things were going badly. The guy said that the audience rating is 60%, and if the guys come back, it will be a real sensation. Steve ran to Jean and picked her up, gently holding her head. The girl said sadly that there were only 4 seconds left before the explosion, calling Steve a name. The beast seemed to glow and mentally conveyed to the girl that she should hold on tighter. Another orc was already close to the guys and swung his axe to strike. But the next second, only dust remained where the boys had been, and the blast wave from Steve's lunge threw the monster's back. The countdown ended and the crowd froze, not believing that no one had returned. The orcs stood near the portal and watched as it changed from blue to yellow. And finally, the portal exploded. The orcs standing nearby exploded, and the survivors ran away. The presenter said that the residents had finished the countdown and were frozen in anticipation. However, Steve and Jean were nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, flashes of lightning began to appear from the portal, causing excitement among the spectators. The first to appear from the portal were wolves, and people started shouting, asking what was happening. The entire flock ran out of the portal, shocking all the spectators, who stood silently frozen, their mouths open in surprise. And after the wolves, the guys flew out of the portal at the speed of a bullet. The audience couldn't really see who had emerged from the portal and weren't sure that it was a person. Military personnel and reporters rushed to the supposed landing site of Steve and John. The impact left a hole in the ground, and Steve lay there, clutching Jean tightly to him. The crowd roared that they had managed to get out alive and were wondering how it had happened. And the wolves joined the noise of the crowd, howling at the full moon. The ambulance raced to the portal, and the presenter said that a miracle had happened. 2 people had managed to escape from the 5th-level dungeon after spending almost 5 days there. In the office, Melissa showed those gathered a photo taken at the scene of the incident. She said that they had just been taken to the hospital. Someone asked why they looked like that, and they were told that the conditions there were not the best. Melissa also showed an article that talked about a miraculous return, that a guy of F level had passed the 5th-level dungeon, and they asked if Hero had challenged him. The boss laughed nervously and said that the article was quite provocative. Melissa said with displeasure that someone had spread the information, adding that it was an excellent job. The boss replied that their job was to take action, not to look for the guilty, and suggested continuing. She said that as word spread about Steve, representatives from various organizations began to enter the country with the goal of getting him. The boss was angered by this news and called them all bastards. Melissa showed photos of the men, calling them by name and telling them which organization they came from. After seeing the photo, the boss got angry and said that this shameless agent was here too. The girl confirmed that he had also arrived and added that it was he who had lured Hero away last time. The boss said that first we need to get a hold of Steve and asked if there was a way other than a contract. The doctor who spoke to Steve immediately after his return said that his family was here and he would not leave them. The boss asked in surprise if he really valued family more than money, and the doctor replied that he had lived with wolves for about 1,000 years and missed his family. The chief added that upon returning to Earth, he missed the wolves and decided that he could not be understood. The doctor said that the most important thing for him is to be in his family, and it seems that this is quite understandable. Doc continued, saying that Steve should be given a place where he could live with his family and not be touched, then he would not go against the government. The chief agreed and asked if they should take action in connection with the foreign agents who had arrived. Melissa showed a photo on the screen and said that it was an abandoned house near the city. The boss didn't understand why she showed this and asked what next. She suggested giving Steve the area to use and assigning people to watch over him, adding that the area was far from people, making it safe even if a portal opened. The boss said the house looked decent but needed some repairs and asked about Jean. Melissa said that Jean was the best in her business, and the boss asked if she was awake. The girl answered seriously that the girl was still undergoing treatment in the hospital. The boss asked irritably if she was really writing reports to Steve and just chilling out. Melissa showed one phrase on the monitor screen and said that some people say exactly that about Steve. Ein Cryon, Gintriku Enendaser. The chief's face became serious and he gave the order, to work. The arena was in full swing, and the host greeted all the SPFC fans. The host, dressed in a bright outfit, said into the microphone that this was the best competition on Earth and that the main event, the Match of Champions, was finally beginning. The crowd roared with anticipation, boys and girls shouting and waving their arms. And then, in the darkness, the silhouette of a man in a cloak and with long hair pulled back into a ponytail appeared. The presenter stood on a raised platform under the spotlight and said that we would introduce the champions to everyone. A figure of a man appeared on the screen of a huge monitor, and the presenter said that he was #1 in the world rankings. 21 won fights, winner among all 45 SPFCs. The presenter shouted into the microphone that he was the strongest man in the world and the hope of humanity. The presenter continued his presentation, adding that he was an unusual SS level, the strongest magical swordsman. A long-haired guy appeared on the screen. He was dressed in a black classic suit. Black smoke began to gather around his hands, and the presenter introduced him by name, Hero. Hearing his name, the crowd erupted in a new wave of enthusiastic applause. Meanwhile, in Hero's hand, the black smoke turned into a sword, and the presenter said that, as if in response to the applause, the sword burst into black flame. A girl with long hair sat among the spectators and watched what was happening attentively. As the presenter introduced, Hero jumped from the pedestal onto which he had stepped, surrounded by black flames. Someone from the crowd said that this was the famous Phoenix. Another was surprised that Hero really wanted to finish the fight with just a sword, since he was facing Mikhail. And Hero had already landed in the ring, leaving cracks on the floor after his jump, and the host said that he had entered the ring. The guy stood calmly. He didn't respond to the crowd and seemed not to react in any way to the screaming fans. The host commented that Hero appears in the ring with his signature Phoenix Flame. The presenter began introducing the second participant, a C-class machine man, a rising star, 13 victories, number 32 in the ranking. The guy appeared on the podium, and the presenter introduced him, the Russian brown bear Mikhail. The guy easily jumped off the pedestal and rushed into the ring. The ground where he landed was covered in cracks, and the presenter said that he too had entered the ring. Mikhail immediately rushed into the attack, and the weapons in his hands began to shine. The guy with an evil grin told Hero that everything would end here for him. The weapon in his hands began to charge, and Mikhail jumped up, preparing to strike at the standing Hero. The weapon fell with force on the place where Hero stood, and pieces of stones flew in all directions. The guy was thrown back by the blast wave, and he covered his face, shielding himself from the rising dust. Mikhail saw that Hero was able to dodge, and called him a little rat. The guy fired his gun, and the presenter said that Mikhail started using mana shooting. The presenter commented that the shrapnel was even hitting the fence, but Hero was dodging the shots with incredible speed. The presenter saw Mikhail's latest charge and called it a mana bazooka. The weapon in the guy's hand fired a charge of incredible force, destroying everything in its path. But Hero was able to dodge this shot as well and began to approach Mikhail. The presenter excitedly said that Hero's sword was damaging Mikhail. But the guy immediately responded to the attack with a mana shot. Hero attacked with his sword again, but Mikhail managed to block it. Mikhail's weapon was cracked from the enemy's blows, and he was breathing heavily. But Hero didn't give him time to catch his breath and attacked again, and the guy could only defend himself. Suddenly, a sword appeared from Mikhail's weapon, and he tried to strike Hero, but he easily dodged the blow. Hero landed behind Mikhail and readied both swords to strike. He moved with incredible speed, striking Mikhail one after another. But when the guy stopped, he noticed that his entire body was entangled in steel chains. Mikhail grinned smugly and said that he caught himself. As he prepared to shoot, he screamed that it would shatter his bones. But Hero calmly replied, "The seventh note, Mikhail, you've already lost." The next second, Mikhail let out a strangled wheeze and blood began to flow from his mouth. His entire body was covered in cuts from which blood gushed, causing the guy to scream in pain. The audience was shocked to see the huge bear Mikhail fall to the ground and Hero effortlessly throw off his chains. The crowd roared, and the host asked what had happened and declared that Mikhail had lost. The host said that Mikhail, who was determined to win, lost and couldn't get up. The match was stopped and help was on the spot. The men surrounded Mikhail, trying to heal him, but Mikhail showed no signs of life, and one of the experts signaled that regeneration was impossible. The screen showed that Hero had won, and the host said that this was the guy's 22nd victory. After leaving the stage, one of Hero's retinue asked him if he had used the new method, but the boy replied that he had struck him with an ordinary sword. Hero looked calm and thanked everyone for their work, promising to have a drink with them later. But as soon as he entered the waiting room, he was hugged tightly by the girl who had been watching the fight. With sadness in her eyes, the girl asked if he had killed him. Hero also sadly replied that Michael is one of the 7 evils of the future. The girl said that he shouldn't take all the worries on himself. She took the guy by the arm, and Hero asked if something had happened. The girl replied that nothing special except for the call from the administration, and the guy asked who called. The girl said that the boss called, told her to take care of herself, and suggested that they pack up and leave. While Hero was getting dressed, the girl said that the guy who was locked in the 5th level dungeon had gotten out. Hero was surprised and looked at the girl questioningly. She showed the phone and said that he could become the 2nd hero, and now this news is on all the channels. The girl said that his name was Steve. He was locked in the dungeon on the 5th level and asked in surprise if the guy really didn't remember because she even collected articles for him. Hero looked closely at the guy's photo and said that he didn't remember him. The girl asked again in surprise, was he really sure he didn't remember him? Not at all. She said that maybe he was an awakened swordsman, but Hero replied that he would awaken in a year. The girl said that he was a druid, and if he really returned from where they say he came from, then a portal to the 4th planet could be opened. Hero didn't show it, but he was deeply troubled by the news about the 4th planet. She said Steve was only F level. It's amazing he came back. Hero listened to the girl and thought that this was simply impossible. He reflected that he had been living for more than 500 years, and this was the 25th regression. Thanks to this, he knows all the awakenings and the main events. However, Steve is not among the great names, and in all this long time, he has never heard this name. He continued to reflect that history, of course, can change a little, but the butterfly effect has its limits. Mikhail was supposed to die in 10 years. The fact that Anna is alive, although she should have died 2 years ago, can also be called the butterfly effect. However, the main events, such as the appearance of the 7th level dungeon or the connection with the 4th planet, never changed. This means that there will be no 4th planet appearing in the next 5 years. The girl asked if it wouldn't be better to lure Steve to their side. Hero thought for a moment and honestly answered that he didn't know. The girl added that for an hour, he is the most popular guy in the country. But Hero said that for now, they should watch him. Remembering the scary giant monsters, Hero thought that the end would soon come. Monsters devoured people like snacks, and humanity, which survived the cataclysm, began to collapse due to the hacking of dungeons. Huge red wyverns flew across the ground in flocks. They attacked people, spitting fire, and all because the monsters covered the sky and the earth. The mercenaries fought the monsters, but the only option for the awakened to survive was the country he moved to. This is the reason why Hero remains in this country despite being called a traitor to his homeland. As long as the dungeons in this country are organized by truly talented people, this place will be the best for survival. Refugees will arrive in this country on boats, happy to have made it. And Hero will meet them, and people will say that since he is here, they are definitely saved. He thought that his surviving fellow countrymen would call him a savior, not a traitor to the homeland. He imagined being called Hero Hero, and a barely noticeable smile appeared on his lips. The girl looked at him in surprise, and Hero, embarrassed, said that it seemed like it was just a show. Anna didn't understand what he meant, and the guy explained that it was just a deception. But the girl didn't believe him and said that it wasn't only the Ministry of Defense that was thirsting for him. Hero said that if he survived the end, it would not be too late to pick him up and again suggested waiting. Shinsam Hospital is one of the few surviving buildings in the city. Melissa entered Jean's room without knocking, interrupting her reading. The girl approached the blonde and asked if it hurt, but she replied that it still hurt. Melissa didn't believe it and said that everything seemed wrong, but the girl repeated again that it hurt a lot. The brunette didn't believe it and said that the whole hospital was talking about how a guy in a mask came to her every night and asked if it was Steve. But Zheng quickly changed the subject and asked if she had bought what she asked for. Melissa put the bag on the table and said that luckily she found both a man and food for her. The girl pulled out food and a jar of coffee onto the table, but displeasure was visible in Zhang's gaze. She shook her head and said she wanted a different flavor, to which Melissa replied that it was the same color. Jean looked at the food box with disappointment and added that she wanted a different chicken. Melissa started to lose her temper. Her palm glowed white and she said, "Eat what they give you." Despite the dissatisfaction, the chicken was eaten and the coffee was drunk. Jean leaned back contentedly on the pillow and, holding her stomach, said that she was full. Melissa smiled irritably and said that since she was full, it was time to get to work. But Jean had already closed her eyes and said sleepily that she would start when she got a little nap. Melissa's palm glowed again, and she asked the girl with an evil smile not to talk nonsense. The next moment, the room was illuminated by a bright light and Jian's scream could be heard from the ward. Meanwhile, at the CIA headquarters, the screen showed the news that Hero had finally defeated Mikhail. The man behind the monitor didn't believe the news and was surprised how Mikhail could have been defeated. The guy standing near the table said that Hero was progressing a little more and he would reach the SSS level. The next news was that after returning from the dungeon, Steve did not show up anywhere, even in raids. The guy showed the photo and said that it was taken very recently. The man looked at the photo of Steve feeding the pigeons and asked where that place was and what he was doing there. The guy said that he often goes there, and the man asked if he was lonely. The man was surprised that he was talking to pigeons, and the guy said that he seemed to be in unrequited love or something like that. The man got angry and said that he could introduce him to many beautiful girls. He added that, in any case, it was impossible for Steve to be taken over by anyone else and asked the guy if he understood this. The guy said that in the morning, a special group of his people went to the country where Steve lives, however. He was clearly frightened and added that the sky was a bit choppy at the moment. But the man didn't understand what they were talking about and asked why. The huge airliner flew across the sky, cutting through the clouds against the backdrop of the azure sky. The girl and her mother were sitting in their seats and the girl was looking attentively out the window. Suddenly, she called her mother and said that a beautiful bird was flying outside. The woman looked up from her reading and looked out the window with interest, searching for a bird. But the curiosity on her face turned to fear when she saw the bird. A red monster with a fanged mouth was flying outside the window. It was a small wyvern that was flying near the plane, as if playing tag. Other passengers also noticed it and began to approach the window, thinking that this bird was somehow strange. But the two men knew for sure that it was not a bird and listened excitedly to the passengers' conversations. One said that it was a wyvern, and the second added that although it was small, it was still dangerous. The guy said that it turned out that the wyvern dungeon was open and added that they needed to report this when they landed. Suddenly, the guy said in fear that if the wyvern dungeon is open. But he didn't finish because a huge wyvern, larger than an airplane, appeared outside the window. She flew up to the plane and opened her mouth, breathing fire, setting the plane on fire. The plane caught fire and began to melt at the same second. Having finished in the plane, the wyvern flew on and joined a flock of other monsters that filled the sky, and the news reported that an explosion occurred in the wyvern dungeon, and many monsters escaped. Meanwhile, two SUVs were driving along a dirt road, and someone asked if they had really entered the wilderness. Chad was driving and said they were there, but Donnie didn't believe him, and the guy started to doubt it too. Donnie looked ahead in fear and asked Steve if this was a cursed house, but Steve saw nothing. Donnie pointed to the two-story house ahead, and Munch sighed heavily. As he drove closer, the guy exclaimed that this was truly a cursed house. Covered in ivy, the glass was cracked, and a raven was sitting on the roof. The boys got out of the car and couldn't contain their emotions at the sight of the house, complaining that it wasn't even suitable for an overnight stay. Donnie asked if there was internet reception, and Jean said in a frightened voice that she thought she saw a ghost on the second floor. The boys didn't believe that they would actually have to sleep here. It seemed like the building would collapse if they entered. Jean continued talking about the ghost. Jean angrily told Melissa that she couldn't live there, and she asked the girl to be quieter. Melissa turned to Steve and asked if they felt uncomfortable because they were expecting something different. The girl said with a wide smile that restoration work would begin here tomorrow. But Steve said that he didn't need anything. He liked everything as is and asked if he could settle in. Jean grabbed the guy by the jacket and, pulling him slightly towards her, asked if he had lost his mind. But Melissa intervened in the conversation, saying that people with wild instincts have a special point of view and suggested marking the territory. Steve didn't understand the proposal, and the girl explained that they could do whatever they wanted on their own territory. Steve liked this proposal, and his hand began to glow. Fireflies began to gather around our hero, while everyone else just watched warily. Melissa asked in surprise what it was, and Jean calmly replied that it was the tree spirit. The stream of fireflies grew larger and smaller, and little fairies began to fly out of them, scattering in all directions. Melissa asked what he was doing, and Jean replied that she had told him to mark the territory. Little fairies scattered around the perimeter and began to throw seeds into the ground, from which shoots immediately began to sprout. From these shoots, trees began to grow at an incredible speed. The guys from Steve's clan watched in awe at the speed, and Chad said that huge trees grew in an instant. The guys couldn't believe what was happening, and someone said that they now had a fence. The spirits began to return back, and Steve said finally that the job was done. He said that it comes out about 1 kilometer from the house. So be it. Melissa giggled nervously and said that was just wonderful. Coming closer, she said that this place would be designated as Steve's Guild, and everything that was in this territory belonged to them. Our hero said that, apart from the ban on traveling abroad, everything sounded good, but the girl said that this point was mandatory. Melissa said that their first concern was Steve's family, and Jean snorted when she heard that. But our hero did not notice this and said that he liked everything. Melissa said that if that was the case, he needed to sign the contract and handed the guy some papers and a pen. But then Jean intervened and said that it needed to be read carefully. But Melissa pushed the girl away and showed her where Steve should sign. Melissa praised Steve and handed him his copy of the contract. The girl shook the guy's hand and suggested that he work hard until the portal opened. Steve said he would keep his promise, and Melissa asked him to trust the government. As Melissa left, she asked Jean to behave, but she replied that she would run away if people were not sent here tomorrow to fix the house. The girls exchanged displeased glances, and Jean stuck her tongue out at her departing friend. The SUV drove back through the newly grown forest. Melissa sighed heavily, calling Jean a brat, and the driver asked if it was possible to manage such a large territory with such a small number of people. Melissa replied that if they couldn't do it, they would help. The girl gave the order to collect a raid list of level 5 or higher and put it on standby. And somewhere in the ocean, motorboats sailed up to a large ship. They swam closer and opened fire on the ship. The guy shouted his call sign, Coral Emerald, into the radio, saying that they were being attacked by pirates and needed help. Another ship reported that it had received the coordinates of the Coral Emerald and added that help would arrive in 2 hours and asked to turn off the engine when the pirates were on board. The pirates swam close to the ship and began to rise. The soldier reported that they were already on board and that there were more and more of them. The captain said to shut down the engine, turn off all power, and gather in the staff compartment. Suddenly, the ship tilted and the soldiers could barely stay on their feet. The ship's crew watched in horror as something overboard scattered the pirates' boats in different directions. And the next thing they saw was a huge tentacle heading straight towards the ship. The monster entangled the entire ship with red tentacles, breaking the deck as if it were a toy. The ship's crew flew in different directions, and glass rained down on them. In a matter of seconds, the monster's tentacles gripped the ship, breaking it into pieces, and some of the survivors fell into the water. But in the water, an open mouth with huge teeth was waiting for them. Compared to the size of the mouth, the man looked like a tiny grain of sand, and it was impossible to escape. And while the huge monster with tentacles dragged the remains of the ship to the bottom, the monster, similar to a shark with many tails, swam forward. The shark returned to the school, where there were dozens, if not hundreds, of the same monsters. Soon, a relief ship arrived at the scene, along with a helicopter. It was reported that the ship had arrived at the scene. However, as a result of patrolling within a 10-mile radius, no signs of the vessel were found. But this ship also faced the same fate as the Coral Emerald, and tentacles began to entwine it. And in Steve's guild house, fireflies flew around the trees, helping them grow even taller, and the ringing sound of the telephone echoed throughout the house. The sound came from the room where Zhang was fast asleep. The girl sleepily answered the call without opening her eyes. Melissa, who called the girl, said that she felt like she had a taste of life. The girl sleepily scratched her stomach and asked what she needed. She was already at work. Melissa asked point blank if she was with Steve now or not, but Jian only sleepily mumbled that she didn't know without opening her eyes. Melissa lost her temper and screamed that the sun had already risen and she was not going to get up. The girl looked angrily at the phone as if she could convey her mood to Jung, who hung up. After making coffee, Jean went out onto the balcony, looking at the giant trees. The girl sipped coffee from a mug, thinking that Steve had planted a lot of things here. Overnight, the tree near the house grew several times taller than their house, surrounded by fireflies. At this time, Steve was watching the pack of wolves, opening the system settings. He gave names to the wolves, calling them by any food, each with an energy level, as well as information about where they were tamed. Steve read a status from one of the wolves that if the energy level increases, then loss of sanity may occur. The guy thoughtfully read the warning and thought that in this case it would be problematic to increase the level. At that moment, Jean came up to him and asked what he was doing. Steve explained that he was naming new members, and Jean asked in surprise if he was talking about wolves. Yawning, the girl said that he should have woken her up and asked why he went out alone. Peku, who had grown bigger, ran up to them. Jean said that he was growing quickly and asked about the younger ones. Steve replied that they had left for breakfast and were probably now at the dungeon. Jean praised his diligence, especially in this heat. Our hero pointed to the forest and asked the girl if she wanted to take a walk. Jean tilted her head to the side in surprise, asking the guy again. In an instant, Steve turned into a huge white beast and extended his hand to her. Jean easily jumped onto his back, and the guy said that he would now show her something. The girl smiled and asked if he really wanted to brag about his achievements to her, but Steve didn't answer her question and asked her to hold on tighter. Our hero, in the form of a beast, rushed forward, as usual, with incredible speed. Jean could barely stay on Steve's back and asked him to go slower. The wolves rushed after them, trying to catch up with the boys, and Jean screamed that she had lost her shoes. In the forest where Steve's guild had settled, several journalists had pitched tents when they heard the howling of wolves. One of them said that there was nothing to catch here, adding that it was also very hot. Another guy said the company ordered him to get at least something and complained that he hadn't seen his salary for over a month. He turned to the other guys and asked if there were any who had already been in this forest. Another partner pointed to a number of cameras and said that they belonged to the military police, but that they would be eaten by wolves before they arrived. Another guy said that it was impossible to predict when the portal would open, so not only journalists, but also influential people were banned from entering. Suddenly, the SUV that Steve bought Chad appeared on the road. The journalists found out that it was Steve's car and began to look for him excitedly. The car sped past the journalists without stopping. Chad said that even the heat doesn't stop the journalists, and Donnie wondered whose channel it was, his or Steve's. He read the comments under the video. Some were discussing Steve and were surprised that he was only level F, while others were discussing the fight between Hero and Mikhail. Donnie suddenly let out a surprised cry, but when Chad asked what was wrong, he sheepishly replied that nothing had happened. Donnie watched tensely as several major countries sent large donations, totaling 4 billion. The guy was thinking that most of the donations were coming from Europe and couldn't decide whether to tell Steve about it or not. Suddenly, the car pulled up alongside a pack of wolves, led by Steve, and Donnie shouted to him in surprise. Jean noticed the boys' car and waved to them from her perch on Steve. Donnie waved back and called her his brother's wife, surprising Chad with this phrase. In response to these words, Jean threatened Donnie with her fist, narrowing her eyes angrily. The boy smiled cheerfully and said that they used the same toilet, ate, and slept in the same house. He looked with resentment at Jean sitting astride Steve and said that he had never ridden them like that before. And at that time, our hero picked up speed, overtaking the SUV, which surprised the guys. Donnie playfully asked Chad to push himself, and he replied that they wouldn't lose. Chad shifted the transmission into sport mode and pressed the gas pedal to the floor. The car pulled ahead, slightly overtaking the wolf. Donnie shouted that the last one buys dinner and added that the speed of light is against the rules. Suddenly, Jean felt something and called out to Steve excitedly. Steve was calm and only asked the girl if she felt it. The girl's eyes glowed blue, and she said that a crack had been discovered within a radius of 200 meters. Jean remembered the conversation in the hospital when Steve snuck up on her. She was tired and her eyes were drooping, but Jean still asked what planet she was from. Steve looked out the window and, without turning around, said that he was from the planet of the animal kingdom. Jean asked if there really was nothing but animals on this planet. Steve said that looking back, he realizes it was a beautiful and romantic place, surrounded by more than 700 times the energy. Jean was shocked to hear about the energy of 700. The guy continued by saying that this was a realm of eternal survival, where the battle for dominance was eternal, and whoever was their leader had to be at least U-class. And even after he became their leader, he still thought that he should have accepted their challenge. Jean thought that if this was a portal bridge, then it would be possible to enter and exit it without restrictions. And if the aliens were warlike, then this place would soon become a battlefield. The girl was terrified to imagine that a war could begin against beasts of Class C and above. At this time, Melissa and her boss were sitting in a cafe, and he asked if Steve's planet was friendly. The girl said that the risk was high, but the man replied that he was talking about something else. Raising his glass, the man said that on that planet, Steve was a king. Jean asked Steve in horror how he couldn't do it. She said that he was the king there, so why couldn't he? To which Steve replied that if they saw that he was not so strong, wouldn't they want to kill him? Jean cursed and asked in frustration how this happened. The girl commanded Steve to run at full speed into the northeastern field, away from the city. Our hero rushed in the direction Jean pointed, raising columns of dust. Chad asked in surprise where the boys had rushed off to, and Donnie ordered him to follow them. A huge blue lightning bolt flashed in the sky. Jean shouted that it had begun. Space was starting to warp. At the office, Melissa answered Jean's call and asked what happened. They were already near the lightning, and Jean told Melissa that a portal was forming in front of them. The girl was surprised and, not believing it, asked again. Jean shouted for her to send the portal location to the backup unit. Several military vehicles were already rushing to the designated location. The vehicles stopped and set up rocket launchers, and the commander reported that Brigade 1 was ready to fire. Approaching the portal, Steve said that this was not the planet he was on. It was an ordinary portal. Jean asked in surprise why he was so sure of that. Steve walked closer to the portal and said that he felt that this was not the place where he came from. Jean speculated that it was because of the space portal that repatriates sometimes passed through that he could sense it. But then, the girl remembered that when Steve returned from the planet, the energy level of this portal exceeded even the level of the portal bridge. But then she thought that the device was broken. Jean said out loud that the portal's energy was not as oppressive as it had been that time, and Steve said that it was a portal to the dungeon. Journalists also saw lightning. One asked if it was a spatial wave, and the second confirmed the observation. Immediately, cars from the Bureau of Awakened People rushed past the journalists, and then the helicopters flew in, surprising the journalists even more. One of the journalists said in surprise, "Is it really true that a portal to a new planet is opening?" The lightning began to grow larger and larger, forming a ball. The guys ran to the portal, and Steve took his human form. Jean looked at the portal, wondering if it really led to the dungeon. Suddenly, Jean thought that Steve could beat her, the better one in terms of perception, even though he was not a professional. An SUV pulled up to the portal, and an admiring wow was heard from it. Donnie ran to the guys, asking if this was really a portal to a new planet. But before they could say a word, 2 cars from the bureau drove up to the portal. The soldiers got out of their cars with suitcases and said that they were the 11th team and would now install the equipment. The guys asked what it was for, and John answered that it calculates the dungeon level and time. Gene and Steve watched with interest as one of the soldiers set up the equipment. The number 4,280 appeared on the screen, which greatly surprised John. The soldier said that this was a 4th-level dungeon and added that his level was not that high. Gene sighed in disappointment, and Steve smiled contentedly, saying that he was sufficient. But Melissa was the most disappointed when she heard about the dungeon level. Gene's hand began to be covered with material from the bracelet as she said what Steve had said. He said that this was not the place where he was, and they would have to go and check. But the boss went into a rage when he heard that the dungeon was on the 4th level. Melissa said that it was not yet certain, and they needed to go and check first if this dungeon was the return location. The boss said with disappointment that they had spent a lot of money on this. The girl repeated that this was not yet certain, and the skills that Steve was demonstrating were definitely not level 4. The boss said that if the first portal that opened after the person returned was a dungeon, then it meant he returned from the dungeon, and asked if she knew which people trusted them and invested. Melissa asked if they weren't investing in probability, and Steve is unusual and his price is high. The boss said that if he came out of the dungeon, the company's shares would rise, and asked him to stall for time. In response, Melissa only sighed heavily. He added that if they cannot satisfy those who invested, then they will both have problems. Gene reported that there were 50 days left until the portal exploded and asked to suspend mobilization. Suddenly, the soldier turned to Steve and he asked in surprise what was going on. He said that a 4th-level dungeon needs to be cleared 5 or 6 times and asked if our hero was scared with his current abilities. But Steve calmly replied that he was not afraid at all. He added that it was not bad and asked how much it cost. And the military man asked in surprise if they were talking about equipment. The military man replied that each guild had one and a new one cost about 30 million. A bit expensive, Steve said, and the soldier agreed with him. The guy handed over the contract and said that he had recently received a contract for permanent equipment as a gift and asked me to sign it. But Steve asked in surprise why he was giving up the gift so easily. The guy smiled shyly, choosing his words. He said that even if Steve didn't return from the new planet, the government would never ignore him, and people abroad were also interested in him. Our hero looked at the guy in surprise, and he said with enthusiasm that his country considers Steve family. The guy concluded by calling Steve a gem, which made Gene feel nauseous. Our hero replied that no one had written to him from abroad, surprising the military man. At this point, Donnie intervened in the conversation, his face showing excitement. Stepping aside, the boy said that there is a real war going on abroad right now. Steve doesn't know about it since he doesn't often go online, but Donnie is collecting money sent by fans. Steve, without listening to the end, asked how much he had collected. Donnie sheepishly replied that he had collected somewhere around 500 million. Steve put his hand on Donnie's shoulder, turning into a boy. He suggested not to be slaves to money, adding that the day would come when he would choose a better neighbor than 500 million. Donnie lowered his head and said he understood. Why did he smile shyly and say that he should have shown Steve the offer 3 months ago? Steve looked at the boy questioningly. Donnie asked if the hitman would kill him for not showing the offer. Steve offered to say that he showed the proposal, but he didn't answer, leaving Donnie delighted. As he left, our hero told him to get ready with Chad. Donnie added that he would eat up some of that money and put the rest into the guild account. Steve agreed with this proposal and walked forward into the portal. Donnie thought with a happy face how brutal he was, and that just being around him was already profitable. The boy skipped towards the car, thinking about the money he would keep for himself. Steve's suit almost enveloped his body when he said that if everyone was ready, then they could go. The soldier shouted that a team was coming from the bureau and suggested that they go together. Steve replied that this was not possible, surprising the military man. He explained that the contract stipulated that only 2 people from the mobilized personnel were allowed, and this also applied to hunting. Gene said that everything was clear and suggested that they go. The soldier approached Jean and asked if there was enough staff for the dungeon, and she replied that he could simply record video. Packy ran up to Steve, and Steve asked him to pump up there too. Steve was pleased with the order to move out and went into the portal. After leaving the portal, the guys began to look around. Jean asked, "Well, how is it?" asking if this was the same world. Steve replied thoughtfully that he didn't understand yet. Jean looked at him questioningly and activated the clairvoyance skill. Looking at the bare trees around him, Steve said he had a familiar feeling. The soldier asked Donnie tensely if they could just walk. Didn't they have to form up? But the boy replied calmly that since Steve was ahead, they could just follow him. Suddenly, Jean raised her fist up and shouted, "Stop!" The boys behind tensed up and began to peer into the trees ahead. The girl said that a monster appeared 70 meters away from them, or rather, 3 of them. Donnie stepped forward and pulled out his dagger, preparing to fight. The soldier also took out his sword and asked if that was enough, and Donnie asked irritably what he was bothering him about. A monster's howl came from the forest ahead. Chad also took out his sword and giggled as he walked forward, surprising the military man. The soldier asked in fear what had suddenly happened to him, but Donnie remained silent. Still giggling, Chad caught up with Steve and started to walk forward. But seeing his younger brother, our hero hit him on the neck with the edge of his palm. At that very moment, Chad fell face down on the ground. The soldiers stared at what was happening in shock, and Donnie walked forward. Steve ordered Donnie to revive Chad and give him a sedative. The soldier, in shock, asked why this happened, and Jean replied that he had a mental illness. When he picked up a sword, he turned into a psychopath. Donnie tried to give Chad the medicine and bring him back to his senses. Meanwhile, Steve, who was walking ahead, was looking ahead intently. He told everyone to stand behind him and took out his dagger. At that moment, a monster appeared from the forest and roared loudly. 3 lizard-like monsters with spears in their hands emerged from the forest. Donnie shouted that they were lizard people, and Jean commanded them to stand on the defensive. Steve rushed forward, clutching a glowing dagger. The soldier's eyes lit up red, and he said he was starting to film. Our hero approached the monsters, and the 3 of them attacked him. Steve easily cut off the first monster's head with 1 blow of his dagger. He also easily cut the second monster in half, as if he were cutting paper. Steve stabbed the 3rd monster in the stomach. Our hero stopped after finishing off the monsters and received a message that he had been awarded 84 experience points. The rest of the squad formed a circle, protecting their backs, and they all looked in surprise at Steve, who had already finished dealing with the lizards. The soldier looked at Steve in shock, wondering if such speed was real. Steve gave orders to Donnie and Chad to collect the trophies. The boys rushed forward, Donnie readily accepting the order, and Chad continuing to chuckle. He butchered the corpse with such ferocity that he splattered blood all over everything, including Donnie. The soldier, shocked, said Chad seemed fine until he picked up the knife, but Jean told him to stop faster. Steve told the guys that next time, they would have to deal with it themselves and asked them to pull themselves together. Taking blood crystals from the monsters, the guys agreed with Steve's words. The soldier was shocked and wondered if he really wanted to leave the fool and psychopath alone with the sea-level monsters. Steve called Packy over, and he happily ran to the guy. He ordered the little boy to go into the forest and bring more of these monsters. The soldier couldn't believe his ears, but the puppy understood the order and barked joyfully. Pecky rushed into the forest at that very second, barking loudly and attracting the monsters. The soldier asked whether this could be considered animal cruelty. He asked John what would happen if he brought a whole army of monsters. Would everything be okay? And the girl again answered that he should focus on filming. Donnie became serious and shouted that the monsters were coming. From the depths of the forest came groaning and unintelligible sounds. Hearing them, Chad began to giggle even louder, his teeth bared in a crazy grin. The soldier was horrified and thought he was having another seizure. Donnie ran to Cheetah, offering him another sedative. But the guy no longer heard him. He rushed forward towards the monsters, laughing loudly. Steve turned back and called out loudly to Donnie, warning him that the monsters were approaching. The guy understood this and eagerly rushed forward. Pecky puppy raced back out of the forest, and the monster's groans grew louder. Chad rushed forward and threw the dagger forward, surprising Steve, and the spear flew after the puppy. The spear stuck into the ground next to Pecky, and he barked loudly. And Chayla's dagger hit the head of one of the running monsters. The lizard with the daggers in his head fell, and the remaining monster shouted something in its own language, preparing to strike. And Chad was already rushing towards him with two shining daggers in his hands. He ran up close to the lizard and swung his daggers, and the monster raised his spear. Then Steve arrived and pushed away the monster's hand, which held the spear. Chad easily landed a blow to the lizard's head while Steve held its paw, preventing it from attacking. And, nearby, Pecky sank his teeth into the monster, which increased his level and the power of his jaws. Suddenly, a soldier shouted in fear that there was danger near the boys. A toothy jaw opened next to Chad, who was in the midst of killing another monster. Steve and Chad just turned around when a bolt of lightning pierced the monster's head. It was Donnie holding a sniper rifle and covering the guys. He fired a burst from his rifle, and the monster was pierced by multiple discharges. Chad swung his sword with a scream and made 2 cuts in the monster's body. The next second, the monster's body fell apart into 3 pieces, and Chad's level increased to E1. The boy continued to smile madly as blood gushed from the monster's body. Donnie also leveled up to E9 and was incredibly happy about it. The soldier asked in surprise if this was definitely a 4th level dungeon, and G asked again if he really thought it was a 3rd. Donnie exclaimed contentedly that he wasn't worried at all, and Chad continued to chuckle. Jean told the soldier that it was enough talking and that he needed to record a video. Pecky suddenly bristled and growled. The puppy rushed forward somewhere, and Jean shouted to Steve that they were attacking from all sides. Steve turned around in surprise and saw a monster running towards him with its toothy mouth wide open. Another monster was running towards him from the other side, and the 3rd monster jumped from above, raising a long spear over his head. But Steve was already ready to attack and had his dagger ready. The white car was driving forward when the road was blocked by journalists camped near Steve's house. One of the journalists stepped forward, saluted, and greeted Melissa. The girl angrily asked what was going on. Did the guy really want to die? And asked if he was planning to run away. The journalist said he would move away if the girl said something, and she asked what he wanted. The guy said he had just seen Cedric arrive at the head of the squad. Melissa asked irritably, "So what?" The journalist said that since he was here, it meant the dungeon was on the 4th level. Melissa didn't answer and just looked sternly at the guy. But for him, this look was more eloquent than words. The journalist dispersed the rest of the crowd so that the car could proceed further. He waved to the departing car and thanked the girl. The other guys asked what she said. He replied that it was a 4th level dungeon and suggested that they get ready. The driver asked if it was a secret, and Melissa asked why he was asking. She looked at the driver and asked what was more important to them, Steve's life or the money. The driver answered uncertainly that Steve, and the girl answered, "That's it." She said that if she could just catch Steve as having returned from the dungeon, then those flies would no longer bother her. The driver asked excitedly if everything would be okay with her since the boss had said otherwise. To which Melissa replied that this was precisely why they had to find a breach now. Meanwhile, squad number 13 gathered at the portal and reported that they were ready to enter. A tall, muscular man with white hair looked carefully at the squad. He asked the soldiers if they were all equipped, and they answered in unison, "Yes." The man smiled playfully and said that if that was the case, it was time for them to have a little fun. Suddenly, an employee came running to them and said that an order had been given to wait. Cedric was unhappy with this news and asked why. A car drove up to the portal and a girl walked towards the detachment. Melissa greeted Cedric with a polite smile, but the guy was hostile and without responding to the pleasantries, asked what it meant. The girl calmly replied that entry into the dungeon was currently prohibited. She added that until they received a message from Steve, unauthorized entry was prohibited. Cedric became angry at these words and asked what unauthorized meant. He said menacingly that, in fact, they had dropped what they were doing and rushed here. Melissa remained calm and replied that it just happened that way. The man said that the contract definitely had a clause about reconnaissance and asked whether it made sense to allow the team seem to enter without a raid. Melissa smiled slyly and said that now it made sense to add a couple more points. The girl smiled and said that she was here so that no one would get their hands dirty and that she was here on behalf of the boss. Cedric swore angrily and asked why everything was so complicated. Melissa smiled peacefully and suggested continuing the conversation in the car. Looking at the article about Steve returning from the third-level dungeon, the boss asked the chairman not to worry. He spoke on the phone and told the minister that it was a misunderstanding and that more time was needed. After finishing this conversation, the phone immediately rang again. The chief clutched his head and said that he could die like that. He shouted loudly, asking if they had been able to contact Melissa. But despite the commotion over the portal, the sun was shining brightly in the azure sky in the city. The doctor sat in his office and moved the mouse across the table. He opened an article that said Steve had returned from the dungeon and was sorry for his unfulfilled dream of a new planet. The doctor was surprised by the fourth level and asked if this was sabotage. While reading the article, the doctor said that this guy's life is not like a TV series. He remembered the boy's story. He hid on the beach until he found fruit trees and the sea was full of food. Steve was attacked by monsters from the sea, but it was definitely the sea. The doctor thought that it was impossible for there to be a sea in the fourth level dungeon. The earth was collapsing, and the doctor thought about the appearance of a dungeon, that it could have appeared due to a split in the planet itself. He remembered when Steve, having broken the door handle, burst into the office and asked the doctor to find his brother. He then agreed, but said that in return, he would have one condition. And the condition was a story about how Steve became the king of the wolves, right up to the war with the gorillas. He promised to let me know if his brother was found. An ordinary F-level repatriate claimed to have been the king of the planet for 500 years. Who would believe him? The doctor thought that he seemed to have missed something interesting due to his hasty judgment. Meanwhile, our hero was chopping down monsters left and right, soaring high above the ground. He dealt with monsters in flight, chopping off heads, slicing necks, and ripping open bellies. And when he landed, all the monsters were already lying on the ground. The soldier was shocked by this speed and that all the attackers were on the same team. Steve turned to the boys and asked why they had stood up and ordered them to gather their loot. When the prey was finished, the detachment moved on and stopped, looking around the area. Jean said it was suspiciously beautiful here, and Donnie said the rocks sparkled like diamonds, but the atmosphere was dull. I looked around. Steve said that this was definitely a new place, but for some reason, it looked familiar. The boys approached the stone and were surprised to notice that there was an inscription on it in their native language. It was carved into the stone, "No way back, leopard territory." Steve looked around in surprise, as if trying to remember something. John asked if Donnie was joking, and he responded with a startled expression that he was not, asking why she thought that. The girl narrowed her eyes in disbelief, but said nothing more. She turned to the soldier and asked if he was recording, and the guy replied, "It's over." Jean asked tensely where their writing came from. Turning around, she noticed that Steve had gone somewhere up, over the rocks. She commanded the rest of the boys to move on. The squad moved on, following Steve, climbing up the rocks. Our hero had already risen and stood frozen near the entrance to the cave. There was confusion on his face as he looked ahead. The guys were shocked that there was a cave in such a place, and the soldier was worried that someone would jump out of it. Steve called upon the spirit of the tree, and thousands of fireflies flew forward from his body. The guys froze in shock, and Donnie exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" Fireflies settled on the walls of the cave, which were completely covered with writing. The boys were shocked that all the inscriptions were in their language and decided that a relative of theirs lived here. Donnie read the entry, I want to eat chicken. I want to eat soup. And asked if there really was an underground Robinson Crusoe living here. The soldier read the inscription tensely. I want to see a person. Suddenly, both guys froze, seeing another entry. How I want a woman. I really want affection. The soldier said that this pervert wrote a whole novel here. The boys looked at the inscriptions and decided that he was full of desire, and the soldier said that he could not read it anymore. They laughed, and Donnie asked what those burning mushrooms were he was drawing. The next inscription read, "I want to see the faces of even those I hate. I want to see my hated father and mother and my little brother Chad." Donnie said, surprised, that Chad's name was there. And at that time, the younger brother read another inscription. Steve was here. The soldier and Donnie immediately realized who wrote it, and their amusement immediately disappeared. Jean, who had been watching what was happening, turned around confidently. She looked at Steve, who had remained silent the entire time, studying the inscriptions. Donnie said that they looked like drawings by ancient people, and the military man added that the creator had good drawing skills. Jean walked up to Steve and asked him if this was the place where he had been, but our hero didn't answer. He looked ahead in shock at the drawings. The inscription read, 500 years have passed since I became the ruler. For the last 100 years, Kuro could not defeat Steve, and there was also an Akarta on the drawing. Steve vividly remembered Kuro, the huge black tiger he had fought. Our hero saw, as if he were now, the yellow eyes of the enemy with whom he had fought for many years. Jean asked the guy how he was, but Steve only looked at another drawing in shock. There was a recording about the Third Lunar War. The clan of Gorilla Jack rose up, and when the third moon rises, the battle will begin. He remembered the last battle with the huge gorilla and the thought that this time only one would survive. Steve just couldn't believe his eyes when he looked at the drawings. Donnie continued exploring the cave and said there were knives there. The boys looked at the shining blades, forged from stone, and therefore they were not artifacts. Suddenly, Steve rushed towards the exit of the cave, surprising the boys. Donnie called out excitedly to Steve, asking where he had gone, and Jin had already rushed after him, trying to stop him or at least catch up with him. Donnie yelled that Steve was offended because the soldier laughed at the drawings, but the guy replied that they laughed together. And Steve raced upwards, running straight up the steep cliff. Our hero climbed to the top of the mountain and looked around the area. He simply couldn't believe his eyes and wondered in surprise what had happened here. Jean climbed the mountain where our hero stood and called him by name. Getting up, she asked what was there, whether this was the place where he once lived. Steve replied that it seemed so, but something was wrong, and Jean asked what exactly. The guy pointed in one direction and said that there used to be a snow mountain there. He pointed in the other direction and said that there were fruit trees there. Then he pointed to the place where there is now fog and said that there was a sea there. Jean was genuinely surprised when she heard about the sea in the dungeon. Steve said that this sea was called the Sea of Roar, and it was really dangerous. The girl could not believe that there could be a sea in the 4th level dungeon. She asked about the writing on the wall. Didn't he leave them? And Steve said that they were his notes. These were Steve's attempts not to forget about civilization. He wrote them while hiding from the animals. He remembered making notes, and even when he changed his habitat, he returned to this cave and wrote. Jean asked if the lizardmen existed back then, and Steve replied that they didn't. The girl asked what happened to his animal friends. Steve looked thoughtfully into the distance and repeated the girl's words. My friends. The guy said that this was the leopard's territory, and they wouldn't leave because of some lizard men. In response, John pointed into the distance and asked if he saw fog there. She said that there, beyond the mountains, was the end of the dungeon, a very ordinary dead end. Steve was genuinely shocked by these words, not believing that where there used to be a sea, there was now a dead end. Suddenly, they both heard a noise below, and Jean shouted that the lizard man was approaching. Jean activated her clairvoyance skill and said that they were approaching. The girl counted the number of approaching monsters. There were more than 80 of them. The guys were climbing to the top where Jean and Steve were standing. Donnie said that if they weren't with them, they would die. Jean screamed that 102 lizards were coming towards them. The girl was indignant that they were all rising at once and took out her sword. And at the very bottom stood the largest red lizard, and she shouted that he was the king of the lizards. The lizard bared its teeth angrily, and on its head was some kind of animal, like a mask. Looking closely at the skull, Steve thought that it looked very much like a leopard's skull. Suddenly, our hero told Jean to stay with the others, and without waiting for an answer, he jumped down from the top of the mountain, surprising Jean. The girl shouted from above, asking what he was up to, but there was no answer. Meanwhile, in the city, an old woman was feeding a pigeon and asked him with a smile if it was okay to peck at food like that. Suddenly, the dove began to glow blue and lightning appeared around it, which greatly surprised the grandmother. And Jean stared at Steve in surprise. not believing her eyes. Instead of arms, Steve grew huge wings and he flew down towards the rising monsters. Seeing Steve, the king of the monsters swung his huge spear, aiming at the guy. The spear flew past Steve and he descended towards the king of the monsters, stopping next to him. Here, Pecky began to shine and lightning appeared around him, just like before with the dove. And now, instead of Steve, a white beast appeared, its mouth bared angrily. He grabbed the Lizard King by the throat, and together they flew down the mountain. Our hero, along with the Lizard King, fell somewhere in the forest, and the impact at the place of the fall was like a bomb exploding. Jean watched the fall in shock and called Steve a psycho. At that moment, the guys reached the top, and Donnie said that no matter how embarrassing it was, he shouldn't have jumped. And Chad asked in surprise if it was really his brother who jumped. Donnie said that he seemed to have fallen hard there, which made Jean angry and shout that he was okay. And while the guys were talking, 100 lizard men were rising closer and closer to them. Jean shouted that the lizard was 30 meters away from them and ordered them to prepare for an attack. The soldier picked up a large boulder and shouted that he was ready to attack. Donnie took out his rifle and, taking aim, shouted at the monsters to come here. Chad also picked up a rock, but his full attention was focused on his brother and his jump. Donnie opened fire, shooting down the approaching lizards, and they began to fall off the cliff. And Steve was fighting the Lizard King below and hit him hard in the jaw with his elbow. The next blow was a fist to the jaw, causing the monster's eyes to widen. Steve then unleashed a hail of punches on the monster, turning it into a bloody mess. Steve opened his fanged mouth and growled furiously. Our hero took the half-dead monster by the neck and shook him slightly, trying to bring him back to his senses. After this, Civ took the mask, tore it from the monster's face, and threw it away. Steve, clawing at the monster's body, asked where the leopards had gone, but the monster did not respond and could only clench his fist behind our hero's back. With the last of his strength, the Lizard King lightly hit Steve on the head with his fist. But this action enraged our hero, and he bared his teeth furiously. The ground around the two animals suddenly began to shake, and a wind rose, and Steve stood up on his hind legs. Without letting go of the monster, our hero soared into the sky, leaving behind a blue streak of light. The guys on the mountain continued throwing stones at the lizards that were crawling ever closer and closer, and there was no end to them. Another boulder knocked down the lizard, but two others were already rushing to take its place. Donnie continued to fire back with his rifle, screaming for them all to die. Under fire from rocks and rifles, some of the monsters fell, but the guys were unable to eliminate them all. The soldier suddenly asked if close combat weapons weren't more effective than long-range ones. Donnie said there is a limit to the amount of fire. Depending on the level, the efficiency drops significantly, but it's a hopeless situation. Jean held two swords in her hands and shouted to the guys that they were getting up, ordering them to concentrate. Chad pulled out two daggers and a mad smile appeared on his face again, and laughter rang out. Donnie yelled that Chad had gone crazy again and said they couldn't let him jump. Someone screamed to look, and the boys saw Steve appear in the air next to them, holding the Lizard King. There was a blue glow around Steve's feet as he grabbed the monster by the throat and swung it, preparing to throw it. The guys stared at Steve in shock while the crowd of lizards was getting closer and closer. At that moment, Steve swung and threw the Lizard King's body with all his might. The soldier, realizing what our hero wanted to do, screamed in horror that they had to run. The body flew into a crowd of lizards, destroying the mountain along with them, and Steve received a level up and turned off the wind control skill. The lizards flew in different directions from such a blow, and the mountain began to break. The ground beneath the feet of the boys standing on the mountain began to crack, and Donnie screamed that they were going to fall. Jean also began to fall and only managed to shout to the boys to take care of themselves. The soldier also fell down, and tears of fear welled up in his eyes. The mountain finally collapsed, and all four of them fell down. The top of the mountain split into two parts, with a roar, and a hail of stones and boulders fell down. Jean landed safely on the edge of the remaining mountain, with clouds of dust rising around her. The girl stood up and looked around in search of other survivors. Seeing someone's hand, she rushed forward, asking as she went if everything was okay. The soldier was buried in rocks, but was able to raise his hand and say that he was Henry and that he was okay. Donnie said in fear that they almost died. Chad was lying on the ground, and Packy ran up to him. Suddenly, Steve appeared next to them in human form and told them to go because the portal had already opened. When the boys saw Steve, they ran towards him happily because they thought he hadn't survived the fall from the mountain. And Henry was surprised and tilted his head to the side and asked how this was even possible. At that moment, Melissa and her assistants and squad number 11, led by Cedric, stood near the portal. Steve and the boys emerged from the portal one by one, surrounded by a blue glow. Seeing the boys, Melissa smiled and said that they were leaving. Steve's clan emerged from the portal in deathly silence, and the military personnel near the portal watched them closely. Steve was silent and looked away thoughtfully. There was confusion on the guy's usually serious face. Cedric, seeing our hero, asked if he was Steve and added that he could barely drag his feet. But Melissa ignored the guy's words and called out to Steve, coming closer. Steve looked at Melissa with the same confused look. The girl came closer to him and greeted him. She wanted to say something else, but did not have time. In front of everyone's eyes, Steve turned into a dove and flew away under the caught glances. The squad looked after Steve in amazement, and one guy asked if Steve had really turned into a dove. The other guy said he also thought he was imagining things, and Cedric added that it would probably be tasty to fry it. Melissa asked if he hadn't turned into a dog, and Jean just sighed heavily. She asked Jean what had happened, and the girl replied that if Melissa had come to negotiate, then it was better to go. The brunette frowned and asked what happened to the video. Jean called Henry and told him to take Melissa and return to headquarters. But the girl said that the blonde should go too, and she was surprised by these words. Melissa said that Steve's surveillance has now ended, and an order for her removal has already been issued. Jean instantly became furious and screamed about where they were sending her this time. Melissa replied, "She is going on a field offensive near the middle line. Things are serious there." Hearing the place where she was being sent, Jean gritted her teeth in surprise, but did not object. Henry told the boys that 4 people would stay with them to operate the portal, and that this number of people should be enough. Chad shook the guy's hand and said he would treat them as guests, and Henry advised him to hire staff as soon as possible. The guy thanked the soldier for his advice and smiled kindly at him. Henry smiled back, a slightly nervous smile, and wondered what Chad's true face was. And nearby, Cedric cried out in surprise, "What return are we talking about?" He said that Melissa kept saying that she needed to talk to Steve, to which the girl replied that they had better return to headquarters today and start negotiating the squad's salary. Heading to the car, the girl said that the boss was waiting for them, offering to go. But Cedric shouted that that wasn't the problem and asked if Steve didn't want to talk to them. The man was indignant that the people from the guild had no sense. How could they go into the dungeon alone, and if it exploded, they would call him? Donnie glared at the offending man, indignant, and Chad told him to just leave. Melissa called her boss from the car, which was racing to headquarters at full speed. The man immediately started yelling at her, asking if she had told everything to the journalists. Melissa said that everyone except the management team was leaving, adding that everything could be fixed and suggested they talk at a meeting. The chief's ardor died down, and he only asked in surprise what this meant. After some time, the group returned to the awakened bureau to submit a report. Henry showed the writing in the cave on the screen, saying that it was Steve's diary. In the next video, he showed Cultive soaring into the air and throwing the Lizard King down onto the mountain. Henry said that it was impossible to film inside the cave, but they did manage to capture a shot of Steve growing wings, and the guy added that he could blend in with animals. Henry turned off the screen and said that his recording was over. Cedric angrily said that they were out of their minds. It was not so easy to defeat the Lizard King. The boss said that the combat power of a 4th level Lizard King is somewhere around level B. Henry corrected him, saying it was Class A, and added that Steve had just knocked down level A like that. The boss folded his hands in front of him and said that it turned out that Steve was above level C. Jean reported that the current spatial energy of the E level combat power of C+ after transformation depends on the power of the animal, but is estimated to be the weakest SSS level. It was also confirmed that the increase in level depends on the removal of restrictions. For other awakened ones, this is not the case. Cedric asked again about the lifting of restrictions and added that everyone is unusual like that. Jean shrugged and said she didn't know anything about it. The boss asked what his performance had been before. Cedric mused that if all the missing people returned like Steve, their country would definitely become a superpower. Henry said that if they went there without equipment, they would definitely die, and added that it was unlikely that another such person would be found. The boss asked that, whatever the case, it seemed that Steve was a returnee from dungeon number 4. But John firmly said that they could not confirm this yet. The boss said that he also found it unpleasant to realize this, but it was a fact that it was not a new planet that had been discovered. He added that it was more important to understand whether the secret to Steve's success was in that dungeon. Melissa, who had been sitting silently until then, agreed with her boss. The man said that Steve even signed the contract, so why is he trying to interfere with the intelligence? Cedric said that Steve was just trying to prevent him from finding out the secret of his strength and called the guy selfish. But then Jean intervened and said that that was not the issue at all. Melissa interrupted the girl before she could finish and asked if they were considering further negotiations. The boss indignantly asked what other negotiations they needed. They had already held so many of them. Melissa just smiled and tried to convey her thoughts to her boss, but he seemed to refuse to listen and only asked again what the matter was. Jean flew out of the room where they were sitting like a bullet, calling everyone idiots, talking about the secret of strength and power. And at this time, Melissa told him her plans and asked if it wasn't tempting. Cedric said that if they staffed their riot squad with sea-level and above people, he would take charge of the search and the chief's problems would be solved. The boss smiled contentedly and said that even if he took all the loot, it would be very profitable. Cedric said the bonus was 780% of the salary, and the man replied that if everything worked out, it would be a trifle. The boss asked Melissa what he should give Steve in exchange for unlimited access to the dungeon. The girl answered vaguely, saying that she needed to give up what was left. But the boss didn't understand what she meant and asked again what they had left. Somewhere outside the city, surrounded by well-kept vegetable gardens, stood a small house. Munch walked ahead, and several boys followed him, asking if the boy was going to pick tomatoes, and the monk called them to pick potatoes and peppers as well. The boys began to argue about who planted more potatoes and tomatoes, and Munch listened to the boys' conversation with a smile. The monk opened the door to the warehouse, where bags of fertilizer and gardening supplies were stored. The boys entered the warehouse, discussing how many tomatoes they would pick today and what they would cook for dinner. Monk said that everyone should take a hoe and go to the garden, and none of them saw that someone was standing outside the window, watching with wide, reddened eyes. At this time, the military detachment was preparing for departure and reported that there were 10 minutes left before departure. One of the military personnel ordered the group commander to check the number of passengers and equipment and ask for a report on the situation. The two commanders reported that everything was normal and they were ready. The soldier addressed Team 11, but Jean didn't hear him, staring intently at her phone. One of the soldiers called her, and she looked at him questioningly, not understanding what was going on. Then it dawned on her, and the girl reported that the 11th team was fine. The military man was satisfied with this answer and said that they would then begin the operation. Military vehicles and tanks moved forward to the required point. Already in the car, Jean continued to look at her phone and sighed heavily. One soldier said that the nearby dungeons exploded one after another and it was hell, and then asked why they didn't send the detection team to the front lines. To which Jean replied that they needed to write wills and send them to their families while the signal was still there. The guys were annoyed by this answer and asked why she did this to them. Steve's guild house no longer resembled a haunted house, and Granny, Bill, and Packy, who had stolen the laundry, were running around. Steve was sleeping on a pile of grass that looked more like a nest and did not hear Jean calling him. Donnie, in the next room, thought that Steve was sleeping too long. It was not like him. He looked at his laptop and thought that since everyone found out that Steve was not from a new planet, the sponsorship would stop. But when he opened the account, he shouted in surprise, "That's how much money it is." At that moment, Chad walked into the room, startling Donnie greatly. The kid asked him to knock next time, and Chad asked if he had been watching adult films. Donnie thought for a moment and asked how he could say such a thing, especially in broad daylight. Chad asked if Munch had called him, and the boy replied that he hadn't. He looked at the phone with concern and said that he couldn't get through, assuming that something had happened to him. But Donnie was calm and said that Munch was probably having a good time with the kids right now. Then he saw the bag in Chad's hands and asked what it was. Chad replied that Grandma said she was weak and he bought her some medicine, and Donnie laughed and asked, "Is that like Steve's fiancée?" The boy asked if he thought our hero had been sleeping for too long, and Chad replied that he was just about to wake him up. And Steve had already woken up and was sitting on the floor, thinking about what had happened in the dungeon. He thought he would be able to see his friends if the portal opened, but his world turned out to be just a grain of sand. He recalled that he didn't meet any friends there, but he did see some infected monsters. Our hero remembered with longing the family of red wolves and how joyfully they hunted together. He also remembered the huge black tiger Kuro, with whom he had fought many times for territory. And I also remembered Jack, the giant gorilla, who was in the midst of their battle when Steve returned to Earth. With a smile, Steve wondered where they were, where they had gone, whether they had really moved to other places, having been frightened by the big snake. Our hero stopped at the thought that no matter what, if they were destined, they would definitely meet again. At that moment, Chad entered the room, and seeing that Steve was awake, he invited him to lunch. The guy agreed and added that while he was sleeping, he didn't even suspect how hungry he was. His phone rang again and the screen showed London, but Steve didn't hear the call and left the room. The boys were sitting at the set table when Steve asked where Blondie had gone, since she loved lobsters. The guys were surprised to hear this, and suddenly something occurred to Donnie, causing him to stare at Steve in surprise. Our hero looked at Donnie with confusion and asked what he said. The boy squinted and asked if Steve really didn't know the girl's name. Our hero was puzzled by this question and asked in response, "Isn't her name Blondie?" Donnie couldn't believe Steve was serious and said that her name was actually Jean. The guy clearly heard this name for the first time, and Donnie asked in surprise if they hadn't met. Steve asked again what exactly the boy was talking about. They met to have children. Donnie looked at Steve in shock, thinking that all he thought about was hunting and procreation. Chad changed the subject and said that she had gone to the region on a mission. He said that Jean couldn't get through to Steve and called him and said that they needed to take someone into the guild. Our hero was not happy to hear this proposal and asked if it was necessary. Chad replied that it was imperative. They needed someone to operate the measuring equipment since they didn't know where or how the portal would explode. Steve turned to Donnie and asked if he had anyone in mind. The guy said that maybe one of his friends with whom he did boxing or with whom he subscribed on YouTube would respond. Donnie asked if there was anyone like Steve, but then remembered that he had just returned. As he bit into the lobster's shell, our hero asked if there had been any news from Monk. Chad was surprised that he wasn't answering him either and added that the monks had taken the children from the orphanage and should now be in the city. Donnie also dialed Munch's number and said he still wasn't answering, adding that it wasn't like him. Military equipment rushed through the ruined city to its destination. The guys in the car heard an announcement that they were entering the red zone of Necroville and were asked to turn off their communication devices. Jean held the phone in her hand as the guys around her started discussing the red zone, which wasn't on the map. The girl pressed the power button without getting through to Steve, and the screen went black. Just then, Steve picked up his phone and saw missed calls from Blondie. He immediately called her back, but the voice replied that the subscriber was out of service. Cars raced through the forest, and zombie-like monsters roamed among the trees. And only one of the monsters watched the military closely, staring at them with red eyes. Our hero stood in the room and listened to the beeps on the telephone. But he had no idea that on the other end of the line, the phone was lying in a pool of blood. Steve said he wasn't answering and put his phone away, starting to worry. Melissa and Cedric arrived at Steve's guild house, and she called Chad and asked if they could see Steve. The white-haired man smiled, looking away, and said that this is a dog man. Not far from them, under a tree, Steve sat with his head thrown back. They sat down to talk at the table, and our hero asked in surprise what the research was about. He asked if this was the planet they had been looking for so long, so why were they so obsessed with exploration? Melissa replied that they wanted to know the secret of Steve's strength, and the answer was there. The guy replied that if you train for 1,000 years, everything will work out, and asked why they didn't believe it. Cedric asked them not to behave like that in front of their fellow countrymen, and added that this was not just for fun, but to stop the national crisis. The man said that the number of 6th-level dungeons is increasing, while the time it takes to complete them is decreasing. The number of infected has increased sharply, and there is a food shortage. He added that it was crucial to train high-level people like Steve. Steve noticed the words about infected and asked what kind of infection it was. It turns out that after the cataclysm, an unknown virus began to spread, infecting people living underground. These infected do not die, but attack and infect people and animals. These infected are called necroviles, and they look like zombies with red eyes. The girl showed the map, saying that the red dots were their zones, and if they increased in size, it would be more difficult to block the breakthrough into the dungeon. Melissa added that it is believed that the virus came from portals, but the rate of infection is so high that it is difficult to respond in time. Steve listened and said that it would be 2 gifts in exchange for permission to explore the dungeon and unlimited hunting. The girl said that first they would raise Steve's guild level to level 5. Our hero asked if this meant they would be able to enter 5th-level dungeons, and the girl confirmed this. Melissa narrowed her eyes slyly and asked, "Isn't it attractive?" Steve didn't answer and asked what the second gift was. The girl said that the second gift is territory. Steve was surprised by such a gift. She showed a map, adding that this place was north of their territory, and asked if they could. Steve looked at the map and said that since it was a field, it was abandoned, and asked if they were talking about protecting the city from the west. Melissa showed a map and explained that, apart from a few towns, the rest of the land was abandoned and turned into fields. Those who remained in the fields after the cataclysm moved in search of a safe place, and the cities did not have enough space to accommodate them. Steve smiled playfully and asked if they really wanted to place them in the office. Melissa replied that if people came, they would be able to restore the city, clear the dungeons, and be able to cultivate the fields. And if the guild was recognized for attack management, they would make a serious profit. She said that for now, they could use the modular versions to prepare, and if a portal with a longer time opened, the guild would hit the jackpot. Steve liked these prospects and replied that the conditions were not bad. Afterwards, he asked a question about what is currently happening with the neighboring country. Cedric said that most of the victims of the cataclysm were there. A coup d'etat occurred, the system collapsed, and the survivors live in groups. The situation is out of control. Isn't it just a matter of time before they run south? All 3 were solemnly silent, with sly smiles on their faces, and Steve wondered if he was lying or if they were. After thinking for a bit, the guy replied that everything was fine and offered to sign a contract. Melissa was clearly pleased with this answer and said that it was the right choice. Steve asked if the requirement to stay in the country for 100 days had been lifted, and the girl replied that it was true. When signing the contract, Steve said that he also wanted to ask for 2 things. Our hero said that he wanted to meet the scientist who made the spatial energy meter, and the second favor is to find out Munch's location. Melissa was surprised by such a request, and Steve explained that the monk had disappeared and was not answering calls. The girl replied that she understood everything and added that these tasks were easy. Cedric, who had remained silent until then, stood up and said with a satisfied smile that he would then begin the quest. In the tall building of the Scylla Guild, several people were sitting near the guild recruitment office. One of the people sitting waiting was Jim. He was thinking that this guild is one of the largest. Recruitment is only twice a year, and some mercenaries did not even make it to the selection. The Scylla Guild is a mercenary guild, difficult to get into, but if you are accepted, you will receive tremendous support. Jim jumped at the opportunity because his guild had disbanded. He received a message that he had passed the test and thought that wandering around small clans and all his efforts were not in vain. But Jin was very nervous as he sat waiting and thought that this was not the end. He reflected that out of 50 candidates who made it through the final selection, only 10 were chosen. He decided that he couldn't lose confidence. This might be his only chance. His thoughts were interrupted by an incoming message, and he stared at the phone screen in surprise. One of the people on the committee told the candidates that it was a great job and they could go. The elderly man said that this time the selection was extremely poor and only criminals had come. Another added that any kid could do better than them, and Morris said that this swordsman was not bad, looking at the questionnaire. This was Jim's questionnaire, and all the men on the committee confirmed that he was indeed not bad. The old man was surprised that in 3 years, Jin had only reached level E. Morris said he could be promoted and added that he would personally oversee his training. The man ordered that the next ones be called, and the guy at the entrance went to invite them. He went out into the corridor and invited candidates number 46 through 50, but there were not 5, but only 4 candidates sitting opposite the commission members. The man asked why there were 4 of them, and Morris asked where Jim was. One of the candidates replied that he had suddenly run out. In fact, Jim received a message that said, "If you want to join my guild, then come to the specified address in the city of Steveland." Jim immediately rushed out of the building because there was no need to even think, because this was a message from the savior and the hottest guy in the country. Military vehicles continued to drive in the red zone, past those infected with Necroville. The driver looked at the screens and turned around, telling the boss to look at them. The guy laughed because they said that the PRO had experience, but they themselves ran in different directions out of fear. The boy said that nothing was clear yet and suggested that the sergeant put them down, just as he had once put down 2,000. The sergeant replied that they should stick to the standard route because if they went another way, they would not be able to get to the right place on time. Suddenly, the boy behind the wheel went quiet and called the sergeant. On the road ahead, someone or something blocked the path of the military vehicles. The sergeant immediately tensed up and, cursing, asked what it was. As they got closer, they saw several infected people devouring a huge bear. Seeing the light from the headlights, one of the infected turned around and looked angrily at the car with red eyes. The sergeant said they would turn them into dust with a protean missile, but the driver replied that they would raise everyone's ears. But the sergeant said that they had little time and that a little further on, there was already a combat zone. The driver didn't argue and pressed a button on the dashboard, causing the rocket launcher on the roof of the car to move. The sergeant gave the order to shoot, and 4 missiles flew into the crowd of infected. The monsters turned their heads towards the cars, and at that moment, the missiles flew in, tearing them to pieces. And the tanks rushed forward, crushing the monsters and tearing them to pieces. The surviving monsters saw this attack and began to roar, attracting other zombies. The tanks readied their firearms, preparing to fight off the remaining monsters, and the crowd of monsters was already rushing towards the tanks. They were growling and groaning, trying to catch up with the vehicles. The sergeant in the car shouted that they were advancing and gave the order to open fire. The guns burst into a volley of shots, following the sergeant's order. The cartridges tore the infected to pieces, clearing the way. Meanwhile, the white van was racing along country roads, and behind the van a crowd of people infected with Necroville rushed. Suddenly, the driver saw an icon on the dashboard light up, indicating that the fuel was running low. The driver said he was running low on gas, and Munch shouted at him to move towards the camp. The van sped forward, passing a sign indicating which way they should go. The monsters continued to chase them, and the monk shouted that if they went a little further, they would reach the mountain camp. The driver apologized because it was he who insisted on going here, but he didn't think that the monsters had already gotten here. Munch approached the senior monk, saying that he too wanted to prepare food for the children from fresh vegetables. The elder monk felt awkward listening to this, but he was grateful for Munk's support. The guy said that they still had a lot of field work to do, so they needed to get rid of the tail so they could eat in peace with the children. The senior monk agreed with the boy, adding that they were probably hungry there, and the infected continued to pursue them, making hoarse, unintelligible sounds. They drove up to the camp. Monk shouted that the door was open and told them to break quickly. He turned back and pulled back the curtain, peering into the depths of the van. He asked the boys if they could run fast, because when they stopped, they would have to run with all their might. The children were frightened, and the women sitting nearby only sighed heavily. But Munch was determined, thinking that this time he would save everyone. The monsters approached the van. Despite the awkwardness, they ran very quickly. And then, the van stopped. The passengers ran out and rushed forward, and the monsters were already on their heels. Munch was carrying 2 children when someone shouted something at him from behind, and the boy turned around. One of the monsters almost caught up with them. He was stretching his arms forward and wheezing heavily. Monk let the boys go and shouted at them to run forward without looking back. The next second, he began to turn towards the monster, grabbing his bat. He swung the bat at the monster's head, and its jaw came off with a crunch. With incredible speed, Monk rushed towards the crowd of zombies, scattering them. Having scattered the first wave, the monk stopped, looking at the approaching crowd of infected. He thought there were too many of them here, and there were still 6 minutes before the dragon's charge. But suddenly, something caught his attention. Fireflies began to appear around Munch and the crowd of zombies surrounding them. The next moment, tornado columns appeared, lifting the monsters into the air. Everyone watched in shock as the crowd of monsters swirled in the air. Munch stood frozen, watching the scene, surrounded by fireflies, a figure visible behind him. Steve stood on the roof of the building, watching the attack, and said it was very useful. Munch and the other fugitives turned towards the voice, looking at the boy from a distance. Our hero put his hands in his pockets and stood on the roof, against the backdrop of the azure sky. Seeing him, Munch exclaimed that he was a benefactor, and Steve asked him to move away so that the monk would not be sucked in. Steve activated the tornado skill, and all the monsters began to spin in a vortex even faster, and the fireflies began to shine brighter. It looked like a canvas embroidered with precious stones, and seeing it, Steve, with shining eyes, said that he liked it. Meanwhile, the military vehicles continued to shoot back at the monsters. The sergeant, clearly nervous, shouted into the radio that he was sending a request to connect to the military network. He shouted into the radio that they were being pursued by necrovilles, and they were requesting reinforcements at the location. At that moment, a hail of stones fell on them, and dozens of monsters swarmed around the tank. The infected tried to get into the cockpit, and the sergeant shouted at them to hold on tight. The rocks continued to fly, and the monsters kept growing in number. They climbed onto the tank, fell, but immediately tried to climb back up. Suddenly, the tank hit a cobblestone, and the vehicle began to fall onto its side. Those driving behind saw that the first car had overturned and gave the order to quickly turn around. An unsuspecting Jean was sitting in her car when she noticed her sword began to glow. They reported over the radio that the first car had overturned. The car stopped, and the soldiers asked in surprise what had happened. One of the soldiers nervously told the captain that they felt like they were in deep shit. The necrovilles began to climb onto the next car, covering it like flies. Jean pressed the button on the screen that opened the window shutter. The girl's eyes widened in fear when she met the gaze of red eyes in the window. The infected people surrounded the military vehicle, pressing on it in a crowd. Jean gave the order for them to quickly unlock the door, and the soldier complained that it was no accident that he had nightmares yesterday. The driver turned away from the zombie-covered front window and said he was unlocking the back door. The door began to open slowly, and everyone heard the wheezing of the infected, and Jean commanded them to step back. The decomposed hands of the infected began to grab at the opening door. The soldiers looked at this in horror and wondered how they would break through it. Jean ordered them to go straight to Car 7 and kill anything that stood in their way. A yellow ball lit up in the girl's hands, and she shouted for everyone to disperse. A column of yellow fire erupted from the car, sweeping away all the infected in its path. The soldiers were shocked by Jean's skills and said that the way behind was now clear. Jean ordered everyone to hurry to the exit because the zombies were approaching again. The girl told the driver that he was getting out too, and they were leaving the car here. One of the infected jumped from the roof of the car, trying to attack Jean. But the girl instantly drew her sword and with one swing cut down the approaching monster. The monsters began to surround Jin from all sides, and she cursed in irritation. She slashed her sword in a circle, scattering the infected in different directions, and shouted at them to move away. And the sergeant from the first car tried to shoot back at the attacking monsters. He gave the order to the firing soldiers to surround the car. One of the soldiers said he would check for survivors from the second vehicle. The soldier looked into the car car and said that the driver and the front seat passenger were dead. And there was no end to the infected, and they were getting closer and closer. The soldiers tried to open the door, but it did not open, and one of them ordered that a burner be brought to him. He shouted that they were from Group 7. They were opening the door and asked to move away. The rest of the soldiers covered him so that the zombies could not get close to the survivors. But there weren't enough soldiers, and the infected still managed to break through and attack them. The surviving soldiers shouted in fear to the captain that they were being crushed and that they could not stand it for much longer. But Captain Rock tells them not to panic because they need to hold out a little longer. One of the soldiers with the clairvoyant skill saw the infected approaching, saying that there were 30 meters left. The zombies grew in number and surrounded the soldiers who were firing back. The sergeant pulled out a dagger and told the soldiers to prepare to fight them off at close range. Suddenly, flashes of blue lightning began to appear behind the crowd of monsters. These lightning bolts tore the monsters apart, scattering the remains of their bodies in different directions. The lightning became more and more numerous, and soon the entire crowd of infected was engulfed in it. The soldiers, shocked, asked what it was. Suddenly, one of the soldiers shouted for them to look up at the sky. There were several people in the sky jumping from quadcopters, and on them was written 707A. The captain smiled and said that these bastards came at just the right time. One of the Special Forces soldiers landed on the car, surprising the soldiers standing below. And Jean fought the infected, cutting them into pieces, unaware of reinforcements. She turned to strike again, but her sword was intercepted by a soldier who had come up from behind. Jean looked at the guy and thought that it was Valentine. The soldier who had jumped onto the vehicle earlier said that he would finish the rest himself and prepared the installation behind his back. Valentine put his hand on the girl's head and pulled her towards him, saying out loud, "Shield." And the soldier standing on the car began firing, releasing many huge red charges from his weapon. The balls flew forward towards the crowd of approaching infected, but did not incinerate or explode, as if flying forward. Then the soldier shouted. Fire and balls began to explode, ripping the infected into pieces. Monsters, rocks, and trees all flew apart, and in the center of the explosion sat Jean and Valentine. Soon, in the place where the monsters were, everything began to burn and explode. A drone and several helicopters were flying over the area, trying to contact the soldiers remaining below. They requested a personal count after the wounded and dead had been counted. Suddenly, one of the helicopter pilots said that an unknown object was approaching them at high speed. Meanwhile, the infected were falling down, having been lifted up by the whirlwind. Steve smiled at Munch, who looked at him seriously, and the air around them seemed to glow with fireflies. The bodies of the infected fell around Munch like a hail of zombies, and the orphans watched what was happening with a mixed feeling of delight and fear. Seeing that there were no more monsters left, the children rushed to Monk, shouting loudly that all the monsters were dead. Steve smiled and told Munch that it was fun, but now it was time for them to go home. The monk turned to Steve, calling him a benefactor, and asked how he found them. Then the other monks and children saw Steve and asked who he was. Munch, with a satisfied smile, began to say that he was asking to welcome this, but did not finish. One of the surviving infected latched onto the leg, gnawing at the flesh. Munch looked down in horror as the zombie bit into his leg. Meanwhile, a new portal opened in a neighboring country, and the road collapsed along with the cars. A huge monster emerged from the portal, causing panic among the inhabitants. The fleeing woman fell, and the stroller with the sleeping child rolled away. The carriage was stopped by Hiro, who arrived at the opening of the portal in time. All the residents joyfully shouted out the boy's name, glad that he had come to their aid, and the monster began to be surrounded by men in black suits with swords in their hands. The monster raised its head up and released several fireballs. One of the men activated the stealth skill, and his swords were engulfed in black flames. At that moment, a fireball flew towards the guy and exploded right next to him, and the monster continued to release fireballs that exploded and destroyed everything around. But in place of one man in black, several more appeared, and someone shouted that they were clones. And while they were distracting the monster, Hiro got closer and cut it in half. The boy swung his swords easily, as if he knew where to aim next. Hiro delivered a series of slashing blows, and the monster, cut into several pieces, began to fall to the ground. As a result, the monster collapsed to the ground and its body fell apart into several pieces. People who saw the victory rejoiced and loudly shouted the name of their hero, Hero. People were shouting that it was Hero's team and they had saved them again. Military vehicles raced towards the portal and the news reported that a huge monster had emerged from the portal, wreaking havoc, but that major casualties were avoided thanks to Hero's team. Anna praised Hero and said that it was a great job, and he asked what she was looking at. The girl said that this video was about Steve and asked if Hero, the druid she was talking about, remembered him. The guy asked with a smile what was wrong with him this time, that he was stuck somewhere again. The girl replied that he had just returned from the dungeon. Hero watched the story indulgently and thought that he had been there too and saw no point in making a show out of it. Suddenly, something caught the guy's attention and he asked to scroll down. The girl stopped at a group photo of the guys titled Deep Analysis of Steve's Guild. Hero looked at the photo in disbelief because he recognized the boy in it. The girl asked if Hero recognized anyone in this photo, and Hero sat in shock because this boy was the 8th evil. The guy thought it was definitely him. The boy must have recently lost his father and was in an orphanage. Hero reflected that this was why he wanted to kill him last. The boy thought that this boy was a terrifying villain, the 8th evil. Why was he here? In the photo was a new guy, Jim, who was introduced as a new member of the guild, and Hero remembered him as a hellish swordsman. He also knew Monk and called him the Immortal Destroyer Monk. Hero couldn't understand how and why all these people gathered in one guild. The girl showed Hero the video, adding that she had collected all the videos for him so that he could see what she was talking about. Anna added that in her opinion, no one is in control. In one video, Steve easily killed a crowd of monsters attacking him. The next video showed footage of the fight between our hero and the Lizard King when he slammed the monster into the mountain. Hero looked at these videos in shock, and the girl said that isn't he too strong for a guy from an F-level dungeon? The guy confirmed that this was definitely not the level of a person from such a dungeon, and Anna said that it was quite possible that he was as special as Hero. The guy wondered what if he was awakened, but they simply hadn't entered him into the database. Hero couldn't believe it, but it all fit. Steve was the same regressor as he was. He thought that maybe Steve went back in time to gather all the villains into a guild. But why? Hero suddenly thought that Steve, like him, wanted to change the future. The guy was horrified to think that then his perfect plan, which he had created to move into the past, could be destroyed. Here, Anna noticed that Hero was nervous and asked if everything was okay with him. The guy sighed heavily and thought that he wanted to go there after the apocalypse. He was clearly worried and turned to the girl, who asked in surprise what was going on. In response to the question, Hero replied that he needed to go to his home country. The guy was very serious and said he needed to talk to Steve. But to this statement, Anna replied that this was impossible now, and Hero asked in surprise why. The tree near Steve's guild grew larger and larger, and deer and even elephants began to appear in the forest. Refugees had set up camp near the guild, and along with them were orphans who had been sheltered by a monk. They were all surprised that there were even elephants here, and that a lot of different fruits and vegetables were growing there. The children saw the growing apples and asked if they could really eat them. Munch gave orders that they also needed a pond, and the children shouted joyfully, enjoying the beauty around them. The children ran and shouted out what they saw along the way. Some saw grapes, while others shouted that they would eat all the bananas. And near the portal, the Bureau of the Reincarnated set up its camp of modules. One guy reported that 37 squads of 20 people each had been in the dungeon for 28 hours, and Steve's guild had cleared everything in 2.5 hours. The second guy said that Steve's guild's 8th run only lasted 11 minutes. Melissa was annoyed, figuring that if they spent 10 hours a day going through the dungeon, they would clear it in 4 days. She was furious because she knew that they had agreed so quickly for a reason and that a limit on the number of raids should have been introduced. Meanwhile, Jim was showing off his new weapon, the Hellblade, and the guy said it suited him perfectly. Steve said it was a welcome gift and asked if she liked it. Jim was delighted and said that he really liked it because his old sword was dull and Steve just gave him this one. Donnie added that this is a blade whose full power is only available at rank B. Until you reach it, the sword will not reveal its full power. The guy said with a smile that he would then try to achieve it as soon as possible and sincerely thanked the guy. Munch turned to Steve and said that he would also like to ask for something. The monk said that his staff doesn't do enough damage and he would like a weapon that can critically hit more often. Jim quietly asked Donnie if he was really a monk, and Donnie replied that he really thought the guy was a nun, while Chad was taking his medication. Munch said that he would really like to buy a winged spear for himself, but at his level, he can't. Steve asked if he was talking about the spear that costs 120 million and is automatically upgraded to A rank. A spear appeared in our hero's hand, shining and shimmering. The boys enthusiastically confirmed that this was indeed a winged spear. Steve handed it to Munch, and the boy immediately swung the spear, checking the balance. Munch loudly said that he was grateful for it and would repay it with endless curses and the blood of his enemies. Jin quietly asked Donnie again what kind of curses they were talking about, and the guy replied that Munch specializes in special debuffs. Steve asked Donnie if he needed anything, but Donnie replied that he had already bought him the thing, showing the rifle in his hands, and added that he didn't need anything else. The guys started asking Steve why there was an elephant walking around his house, but our hero had no idea. And Jin thought that he needed to get used to the fact that the F-rank team was walking so freely in the 4th level dungeon. Steve turned to his brother and asked him about the medication. Jim asked again why, and Donnie replied that otherwise he would have to force him to take it. 2 blades, shrouded in a blue glow, appeared in Chad's hands. The crazy smile on his face became more meaningful, and the guy said, "Let's begin." Meanwhile, Hero was waiting for an answer to his question, why couldn't they get to his home country? Anna replied that all air travel is currently closed, but the Irovs were the first to hear about this and asked what it meant. The girl showed the news on her tablet, saying that she had appeared recently. The article contained information about a wyvern nest being broken and a passenger plane being shot down. Anna added that this applies not only to air travel, but waterways are also closed, showing an article about a ship disappearing at sea. Hero stared at the article in surprise, mentally wondering why the wyverns had broken out now. At that moment, the minister called him, saying that the matter was urgent. The minister said that his group needed to leave urgently because a 7th level dungeon had recently opened. Hero didn't believe what he heard, not understanding how the 7th level dungeon could open. Anna was also surprised, saying that according to his predictions, the dungeon was not supposed to open for another 5 months. Looking thoughtfully at the phone screen, Hero decided that events had moved on. Looking at the notes on the start time of the events, he thought that the wyverns were supposed to break out in 3 months, and it would take the military a month to deal with them. But if they don't manage to close the 7th level dungeon now, the world will start a crisis. Hero thought that everything was mixed up, and if things continued at this pace, he wouldn't have time to prepare. He decided that the reason could only be Steve. He must have returned from the future, and if so, then all the people around him could become exceptional individuals. Hero thought that there was only one time stone, and asked himself if Steve also went back 20 years, or if he was from another time, then he could know about him and his future. The guy decided that he could no longer ignore Steve and had to meet him as soon as possible. And if Steve's goals differ from Hero's, then he will have to get rid of our hero for the sake of humanity. Hero turned to Anna and said that they would first head to the 7th level dungeon. The girl responded by saying that she would continue to collect information about Steve. And our hero was in the dungeon at that time and asked Monk to collect the monsters. The monk began to beat the bowl and quietly mutter a prayer, but Donnie ran up to him and shouted at him to press harder into the bowl and pray louder. Jim was confused by this fighting tactic, but he still reached for his sword. Donnie, looking through the scope of his rifle, shouted to the boys that the enemies were approaching. The whole squad was looking intently into the depths of the forest when the guy shouted that it was 40 meters. Chad pulled out his blades, chuckling softly, and Jim drew his sword when Donnie said the enemies were 30 meters away. Finally, a crowd of lizardmen appeared, running towards our guys, waving spears. Donnie shouted that there were 125 lizardmen ahead. Steve called upon the spirits, and they flew forward towards the monsters from his hands. Steve released the spirits with one hand and activated the tornado skill with the other, causing the lizardmen to be lifted into the water and spun in the air. Donnie shouted that one had managed to get out, but then he shot him down with one precise shot. The boy fired back cheerfully, saying that he had already earned 13 points. But the monsters kept growing, and Donnie shouted that there were already too many of them. At this point, Monk activated his Dragon Break skill, and a huge blue dragon lifted the crowd of monsters into the sky. But the monsters began to fall, and Chad entered the battle, rushing towards the fallen monsters. Donnie turned to Jim and asked why he was standing there like a pillar, and then went hunting. And Jim really froze, and only Donnie's words pulled him out of his stupor. The lizardmen grew in number, and they looked angrily at the guys, preparing to attack. Donnie shot back at them, screaming at them to die, and Chad cut the monsters with daggers, cutting off their hands. Suddenly, one of the monsters came very close to Donnie, aiming a spear at his head. But Jim came to his aid. He cut the spear and chopped off the monster's head. Donnie thanked the guy with a smile for saving him, but turned around to see that Jin was in shock, finishing off the monster. But when the second monster ran up to them, Jim concentrated and easily cut off its head. Donnie was surprised to think that the hellish blade was really good at destroying monsters. The boy thought he was on a whole different level when he looked at Jim. Jin remembered the past when he decided to apply to a big guild and went to an interview at the Scylla Guild. He thought that no other guild would send an E-rank swordsman to a 4th-tier dungeon. And with a satisfied smile, he realized that in Steve's guild, everything was different. Suddenly, a huge lizard man appeared next to Jim and roared right in his face. Looking at the mask on the monster's head, Jim immediately realized that he was the king of the lizardmen. At that moment, Chad arrived and struck the monster from behind, cutting off its arm. And Jim seemed to have gathered all his strength into the tip of the blade and swung it with a cry. He launched a series of blows at the monster, and its body immediately shattered into pieces, surprising the guy. Everyone was surprised by this attack and silently watched as blood flowed out of the Lizard King's decapitated body. But Jim was the most surprised of all. He couldn't believe that he had decapitated the Lizard King with one blow. But Donnie suddenly asked plaintively why it was necessary to kill him just like that. The boy sadly said that now he would have to throw away all the blood crystals here again. It took Jin a moment to understand why Donnie was complaining, but then it finally dawned on him. He smiled guiltily and asked for forgiveness, adding that he had gotten carried away. A portal opened next to the guys, and a voice announced that there were 5 minutes until the portal closed. Steve commanded to leave here, and the guys obediently went to the portal. Donnie continued to look back at the bodies, adding that there were about 400 million stones here. Chad told him to forget it, because they could come here again later. Donnie said he wanted to eat some of those fish pies, and suggested Chad go and have them. Because of these conversations, no one noticed that the monk suddenly slowed down and began to sweat because his bitten leg began to hurt. Meanwhile, another group was clearing out the dungeon. The soldiers sitting at headquarters asked Group 2 for a situation report, and they replied that they had explored Sector 3 by 30% and added that if Steve had found anything important there, he would have marked it. The soldier also reported that they had checked all the cave drawings and were moving to the next sector. Suddenly, a soldier from headquarters reported that he saw 6 targets moving 70 meters away from them at 4 o'clock. Cedric heard this information and said it was accepted. He sent 2 soldiers, telling them to eliminate the targets quietly and immediately take the blood crystals. Cedric contacted the base and asked them for the location of the Lizard King. The soldier said the reconnaissance team reported that he was moving in Sector 12. The soldier replied that he understood everything and sighed heavily, putting down his coffee mug. He wondered when they would find anything valuable if they were moving through the dungeon so slowly. Suddenly, the soldier heard strange sounds and turned around to see what was happening. Another soldier reported that 8 lizard men were moving towards the base, 70 meters away. The guy was clearly prepared for the monsters to try to attack them and asked if they saw him. He looked to the side where a red dot was burning in the bushes. The guy held the remote control in his hands and said that if the monsters came closer, he would turn them into mincemeat. Suddenly, something sticky dripped from above onto the guy's face, and he looked up in surprise. And on the roof sat the Lizard King, baring his teeth and looking down at the soldiers. Meanwhile, Cedric's squad was slaughtering the lizard men and extracting blood crystals from them. Suddenly, Cedric heard something and turned sharply towards the headquarters, asking what happened. The squad heard a radio transmission that the headquarters was under attack and that they needed to immediately begin a defense, and at that very moment, an explosion occurred there. Cedric cursed and ran towards the explosion, the rest of the soldiers running after him. More lizardmen ran towards him, and the man swung his axe, preparing to strike. Cedric cut through the monsters with ease as he rushed to help the headquarters. He loudly commanded everyone to run quickly to the base. They had to make it in time. Helicopters and drones from Group 707A circled over the landing site. A new group of infected approached the soldiers. One soldier said that the Necrovili were retreating. The second shouted that a helicopter needed to take the victims away from here. The soldiers tried to prevent the infected from escaping and shot everyone in sight. Valentine told Jean that they received an SOS signal while they were flying on a mission and apparently arrived just in time. Jean revealed that they were planning to join forces with the SDS group. The guy said that the entire SDS is on the move as they have to work in 5-second level dungeons at the same time. Suddenly, everyone looked up when they saw a fireball flying towards the helicopter. The helicopter exploded and shattered into pieces, shocking all the soldiers. Suddenly, a monster of enormous size appeared from behind the trees, throwing fireballs in all directions. The soldier in front of the dark screen told Melissa that the report ended there. He said that this was the last recording made by one of the soldiers with the data transmission skill. Melissa clarified that it turns out they didn't learn anything new. He replied that a report on the situation would be received once they had cleared everything. Melissa asked the soldier to answer why these groups changed their route and ended up there. The soldier started to say that if the instructors decide that it was a mistake, but the girl interrupted him and shouted why they went to the red zone of the Necrovilles. Who gave the order? She angrily shouted that if this freak returned from there alive, she would kill him herself. Melissa tried to call, but heard the answering machine saying that the subscriber's device was turned off. She sighed heavily and asked out loud what was wrong with Jean, why this kept happening to her. And the phone she tried to call lay broken in a pool of blood. The base in the dungeon was destroyed. All the equipment was overturned and spattered with blood. A soldier without one arm flew out of the field headquarters building, barely holding back a scream. And the Lizard King rushed towards the soldier, trying to grab him. The monster easily caught up with the wounded soldier and pinned his head to the ground with one paw. But the soldier seemed to have been expecting this and, grinning evilly, pressed the red button on the remote control. The Lizard King sensed something and turned around, and the boy told him to die quickly. Suddenly, the monster's entire body became covered in fire and began to disintegrate. Cedric and his squad rushed to the headquarters and were surprised to see the head of the Lizard King. One of the soldiers said that a portal had appeared 120 meters away, with 10 minutes left until it closed. Cedric was angry about the situation and said it was a disgrace. At this time, at the headquarters of the capital's defense, Melissa was driving in her car when she received a call and answered it on her headset. The soldier reported that the first group had returned. However, 2 of them were dead and 2 more were seriously injured. The girl was surprised by the number of victims and asked what could have happened to them in the 4th level dungeon. The sergeant replied that this happened because they had to split into 2 groups for cleanup and reconnaissance, and added that they were going to go down there again in 2 hours. Melissa asked to tell them to wait so she could find reinforcements, and asked what the other groups were doing, but they were all on a raid. The girl asked if they had found any other valuables. The soldier replied that they were busy defending the base and there were no more important reports. He added that they confirmed the time differences. Group 1 spent 48 hours there, but only 24 passed on the ground. Melissa thought that when she went into the dungeon, time went twice as fast. Steve disappeared for 10 years, which means he spent 20 years in the dungeon. Melissa remembered Steve's words about how it takes 1,000 years of training to become strong. The girl thought that they had already confirmed the truth of Steve's words. Then his training should have taken 500 years in reality. Melissa wondered how Steve could have spent 1,000 years there. She said out loud that Steve's guild was too far ahead of them. Even if they increased the number of mercenaries, they would need to quickly catch up with the guy. The guy said that Steve's group finished clearing the dungeon 50 times in 7 hours. They reported that they were leaving the dungeon on this island. They head to the Awoken Bureau to update their warriors' files, and Melissa was shocked to see them leave. Meanwhile, Chad was driving, his level rising to E0. The guys were sleeping in the back seat. Their levels also increased. Donnie E had 1, Munch D had 0, and Jim D had 2. Steve turned to Jim and asked if he was tired. The guy, embarrassed, replied that it all just seemed like a dream. Steve was surprised by this answer and asked what exactly. Jin said sheepishly that he had been sitting around for 14 years. He had never entered the 4th and 3rd level dungeons before, but today he entered the 4th level dungeon 50 times. And even the lizard men he killed in droves were as strong as the bosses of the 1st and 2nd level dungeons. After 3 years of picking, Jim barely reached rank E, and in Steve's guild he rose to level D in a day, and if he had gone to Scylla's guild, he would not have even had time to complete the training. "Isn't this a dream?" Jim asked, blushing. Steve seriously offered to pinch the guy, but Jim tactfully declined. The car arrived at the Awakened Bureau, and Chad yelled at the boys to wake up. Steve told the sleepy boys to finish up here quickly and go eat lobsters. In the energy measurement room, as before, lightning was shining and someone's eyes were visible in them. Steve continued to hear voices in the device and thought that the louder it got, the more clearly he heard them. The guy remembered Melissa's words that this device would be built by an English scientist, and she would tell Steve when it would be possible to arrange a meeting. Our hero was full of desire to fly to England to meet him. Donnie saw Steve's research result and said that his number was much higher than C rank, so why was he assigned only that? But in any case, he congratulated the guy. Our hero thought in surprise that they had only just now found out his level, which meant that he was the only one who could see other people's levels. Steve approached an employee and asked who created their internal interface. Donnie said in surprise that it seemed to appear immediately after waking up, and the employee said that it was more of an internal myth. They call it the Godstone. After the Great Disaster this object was found, it developed spatial engineering. Donnie said he thought he'd heard of it, and Steve asked in surprise what the Godstone meant. The employee said that after the Great Disaster, a red stone with writing appeared somewhere in Europe. After its appearance, all European awakened ones already appeared with the interface. The people who survived the Great Disaster considered this stone to be a kind of divine message on which covenants were inscribed. After these covenants were deciphered, pieces of the stone were placed in all parts of the world, thanks to which the awakened ones can function with the interface. A particle of this Godstone is located in the Bureau's computer processor, and thanks to the power of this stone, they are able to control the interface of the awakened. The guys were surprised by what they heard and said that they didn't even know about this. Steve asked the scientist what had been deciphered. He replied that it revealed the basics of the dungeon world, leveling up, using spatial energy, and the like. Our hero thoughtfully asked if all this was God's plan. After leaving the office, the guys actively discussed what they had heard. Steve asked how one could meet God, and Donnie replied that probably after death. Our hero wondered if it would be possible to create an awakened being by writing on him with atomic energy during a raid, but Donnie said that was a fantasy and that awakening required special conditions. Steve changed the subject and congratulated everyone on leveling up. Jim was still saying that it didn't seem like a dream, and our hero asked how many times he would repeat it. Chad said he was now at level 0, and the guys were surprised that his had gone up. Steve asked his brother if he remembered that orc dungeon, and Chad asked if he really wanted to go there again. Our hero said that after leveling up, he has enough strength to tame even more wolves. It's time to expand the family again. Donnie asked what they should do, and Steve told them to go on raids with Jim so that he could gain experience points faster and work on teamwork. Jim thanked the guy by calling him captain, and the boy said that it was good to go on raids with Steve. Here, Donnie happily said that since they had increased the level, their government payments had also become larger, and Chad asked why he needed them if they had developed much more in the dungeon. The boy thought for a moment and said that it was true, they were rich now. Monk said he estimated they made about 5 billion. Donnie added that they had also taken a bunch of blood crystals. Chad turned to Jim and said that he forgot to tell him. The guild takes half of the income and the rest is divided among the raid participants. Jin was shocked that he was transferred 500 million and added that he hadn't done anything. Donnie said that Steve was simply a very kind person, but Jim could not accept these conditions. Suddenly, our hero loudly said that he was hungry and called everyone to eat lobsters. And at that very moment, Donnie grabbed his head and screamed that he had forgotten something. The guys turned to him in surprise and asked what happened. Tears appeared in the guy's eyes, and he said that it looked like he would soon be killed. The boys were again surprised by Donnie's behavior and asked why they would kill him. After some time, the guys arrived in Steve Land. There were more and more people there, and a portal was shining in the distance. The guys gathered around Donnie's laptop, and Jim was shocked by how much money was on there, and Chad was shocked when he read who the transfers were from. Donnie sobbed and said that the money was most likely sent to him by the Yakuza. Chad said, "What business did the Yakuza have with a returning hunter?" And he replied that judging by the messages, they were interested in Steve's skill in growing plants. Now, a huge area of cultivated land has been destroyed. Most of the food is supplied from the planet Aruka, and Steve's skill can solve any country's crisis. Donnie said with a smile that if they were with Steve, no crisis would be a problem for them. Our hero asked why he thought he would be killed. Donnie said they were giving him money because they wanted to talk to him, and if he didn't show up in 2 days, they would kill the boy. Steve said seriously that he had already said that he would not go to them. The boy said that they never lagged behind and that Donnie once wrote them something. He wrote a drunk message saying that Steve didn't have enough money to meet with him. Jim hissed in shock, and Steve calmly asked what was needed from him. Donnie asked to record a video message for the sponsors, otherwise they would do something bad to the boy. Our hero immediately agreed to this request. The boy jumped up and bowed to Steve, thanking him and promising that he would send all the money for the benefit of the guild. With tears in his eyes, he added that it would also be worth changing the channel's name to Steve's Guild. Our hero asked to finish this quickly and go eat lobsters. The boys also supported Steve's request, saying that they were very hungry. Donnie set up the camera and started recording. He said hello and introduced himself. He pulled Steve close and introduced him as the man they had been waiting for so long and said that he personally wanted to tell the sponsors something. Donnie offered to listen to this and walked out of the frame, leaving Steve alone. Steve looked straight into the camera and said without further ado, "I'm not going anywhere." Afterwards, our hero turned away and said that that was all. Now it was time to eat lobsters. Donnie stood in shock, asking Steve if that was it. The guys also didn't understand what was wrong. Jim added that he said everything to the point, and Munch added that he was hungry and hurried the guys. At that moment, Donnie received a message, and he read that if Steve did not want to go, then they could come themselves, and asked if Steve did not mind. The boys turned around in surprise upon hearing such a proposal. Donnie said that they were ready to meet them here, and that they wanted to have a serious talk with Steve. Our hero asked me to tell them that he doesn't mind. As he was leaving, Steve said that who would stop them if they decided to come here. Arriving at the cafe, Chad asked what country they were writing from, and Donnie replied that it seemed to be from the country where Hero had gone. And the guys didn't even notice that the man at the next table was watching them closely. Night was slowly falling on the city, and cars were rushing along the busy road. In one of the cars, a guy was talking to his boss and said that he was already on his way. After ending the call, the guy grimaced angrily and said that this old man was getting on his nerves. He turned to the driver and said that he was very tired today, so they were going to the club. The man received another call and answered it with displeasure. A man from the cafe called. He told the director that he found Steve, and the man asked in surprise where he was. He replied that after dinner with the guild, our hero was going to the dungeon. The director asked which one, and he replied that it looked like the dungeon where there had recently been an incident. The man suddenly smiled and told his subordinate to keep him there. After this conversation, a bell rang in the building of the State Security Guild. The man in the chair answered the director's call and asked how he could help. The director said that it seems that Vita's group has a member named Grace. In the last interview, she said that she likes Steve. The man in the chair said that everything was correct. He was right. The director said that they would soon be releasing a new song and said that this time he was thinking of making a publicity out of the scandal. The man frowned and asked if this was really about black PR. The director turned to the driver and said that he needed to turn around to pick up the client. The driver turned the car sharply and sped off in the right direction. The man in the car received another call and greeted the calling chairman. The chairman yelled at him, calling him a little freak, and asked why he wasn't here yet. The man replied that he was currently devoting all his energy to the State Security Department group and asked why he was swearing. The chairman shouted again and asked if he was plotting something against him again. He shouted for the man to drive quickly to him and added that if he stopped anywhere else, he would not live. The man told him not to worry because he was his son and the deputy of the State Security Department Corporation. He promised that this time he would definitely be able to do something for the benefit of the corporation. But the man didn't understand anything and shouted what he was talking about. With a satisfied grin, the man replied that he wanted to recruit Steve. The chairman shouted again, asking if he really thought it was that simple, adding that he had already sent a manager there. The man couldn't stand his father's shouting and, saying that he actually had his own things to do, hung up. Looking at the phone screen, the man was surprised how he could distrust his own son so much. The next man was called by Gase, who called him brother. The man smiled at the call and asked the girl how she was doing. She asked if it was true that he wanted to introduce her to Steve. The man replied that he was just on his way to pick her up and asked the girl to get out. After finishing the conversation, he remembered the conversation with his father and was angry at the manager. How dare this old fox interfere and hinder him? He thought that young people should talk to young people. Even Steve wouldn't be able to resist the idol of the Vita group. The man thought that if he succeeded, he would no longer have to grovel before his father. His power would be limitless. Meanwhile, in one of the dungeons it was dark. The tall buildings were overgrown with grass and noise was heard throughout the area. The noise came from a helicopter circling around the area, and monsters were watching it from the windows. Glowing balls flew out of the helicopter and flew forward. Each ball was a device that emitted infrared light. A picture appeared on the helicopter screen, and the pilot said that there were goblins everywhere. They were looking for a needle in a haystack. The pilot wondered why they, highly trained soldiers with the best equipment, were sent to look for some guy. Suddenly, an image of a man appeared on the screen in the ultraviolet spectrum. The pilot shouted left, and the luminous ball turned, illuminating everything around with a red light. The red light illuminated a man sitting in the corner with a large scar on his face. The man was angry that he was found and, cursing, said that first they took advantage of him, and now this. The soldiers shouted from the helicopter for him to stay put. They would take him away. The pilot cursed and said that it looked like their guy was surrounded by goblins on all sides. At that very moment, a goblin's face appeared in front of the scarred guy. One pilot shouted to the other that they needed to speed up to save him, and the guy with the scar fired back with a pistol, screaming at the top of his lungs in fear. Having killed the goblins closest to him, he rushed to the side, trying to escape. But the goblins did not want to let go of their prey and ran after the guy, catching up with him. And outside the window, the helicopter flew closer to the place where the fugitive was located. The boy ran forward with all his might, but the goblin caught up with him, swinging his axe. The guy turned around and fired a few more shots, throwing off the pursuit. He ran up the stairs and continued shooting, preventing the goblins from getting up. But bad luck befell the guy. He tripped and fell to the floor, and with the fall, the pistol fell out of his hand and flew to the side. The guy didn't even have time to get up when the goblin caught up with him and opened his toothy mouth to kill him. And at that very moment, the goblin's head exploded from the shot. To the sound of breaking glass, a squad of soldiers burst into the windows of the building where the chase took place. The captain said that it was a group of the State Security Department and ordered them to surround him. The boy with the scar understood that he had nowhere to run and cursed angrily. And in a black car driving through the city streets, the phone rang and the screen showed Group X. The man answered the call and heard that it was the X group. They reported that the target had been captured. The man said it was a great job and asked to send it to the storage area. Meanwhile, the director was scolding the manager, asking what he had done. The man angrily said that he had asked the manager to detain him until he arrived. The manager remembered Steve walking towards the portal to the sound of surprised voices, that he was going there alone. The man called his name, and the boy turned around. He handed over his business card and said that he was from the State Security Service. But Steve was no longer listening to him because he entered the portal and his silhouette became blurry. The manager said guiltily that Steve had disappeared in the blink of an eye and gone into the portal without even listening to him. The director turned away and said he didn't want to listen to anything, and the manager apologized again. He asked how long it took him to clean up last time, and the manager replied that the two of them had done it in 4 days. The man grimaced and said that it would take him alone about 8 days. The director was surprised that he really went there alone, calling Steve crazy since this was a 5th-level dungeon. At this time, the car window opened and the girl asked when she could see Steve. The director closed his eyes, standing with his back to the girl, and asked what kind of splinter it was. And Steve was already clearing the dungeon and standing on a mountain of goblin corpses. Our hero studied the characteristics. He received all the druid points, but he needed more experience points when he felt movement in the mountain of corpses. He smiled widely, asking if there was anyone left there, and activated the search skill. In the goblin mountain, one monster was illuminated, which somehow miraculously turned out to be alive. Steve immediately rushed there, swinging his axe, and the goblin stared at him in surprise. The axe fell on the monster's head, tearing apart not only it, but also the neighboring bodies. Our hero took out the bloodstone and saw a message that he had received 23 experience points, just what he needed. The stone disappeared from his hand and immediately appeared on the guild's large account. Now there were enough points, and Interfest offered to open a hunting spot for 5,000 points. Steve heard a message that he had opened a hunting ground. The interface opened a map and asked to select a hunting location. Our hero zoomed in on the map and discovered an area called Steve's Land. He chose his land, and the system said that the hunting place was successfully selected. Then he opened up information about the tamed ones. The capacity was 100, and he had tamed 24 individuals so far, one of them a hybrid. Steve was surprised to read about the hybrid and decided that they were talking about P.E.K.K.A. A new squad of orcs approached, and the interface offered to assign a summoning command. The orcs rushed forward, swinging their weapons, wanting to kill Steve, and our hero thoughtfully chose which summoning command to come up with, as if not noticing the huge orcs. Suddenly, he extended his hand towards the squad of orcs. It glowed blue, and the guy said, "Summon beasts." Rays and lightning began to appear from the guy's hand, illuminating everything around. But the orcs fearlessly rushed forward towards Steve, grinning and growling. From the blue glow, a distinct wolf's mouth appeared, revealing a row of teeth. One by one, the wolves began to appear on the battlefield, which made Steve smile contentedly. Now the entire wolf pack was rushing towards the orcs, and the dove was flying over the field as if watching the progress of the battle. Following the wolves, Steve himself rushed into battle, preparing his dagger for battle. He smiled contentedly and said that he would be able to fill all 100 seats today. The music was playing loudly in the club, and the young people were dancing merrily. But the director said that the people were kind of sad today and asked to invite some pretty girls here. The manager called him again, and he answered dissatisfiedly. But Ulyashev did not believe what he heard, saying that Steve had already returned from the dungeon. The director asked if the manager was drunk. Otherwise, how could he have returned from the dungeon in 2 hours? But when he heard that Steve had gone into the dungeon again, he was even more surprised. The manager said that, judging by the saleswoman's words, this was the second time he had done this, so it took him about 2 hours to clear the dungeon. The director found it hard to believe and decided that the manager was completely crazy. Grace was looking at something on her tablet when the director called her, and she asked in surprise guys, right now. Meanwhile, Steve was having fun in the dungeon, cutting orcs into pieces. Turning around, he saw a hail of arrows flying towards the fighting wolves. Steve gave the command to return, and the wolves began to jump into the opened blue portals. A hail of arrows fell on the orcs, who were trying to hide and screaming in pain. Our hero pushed back and soared into the air, and two white wings appeared behind him. The orcs were shouting something in their own language as Steve flew up to the squad of archers. He flew around the orcs and, descending down, activated the tornado skill. Sparkling funnels of wind lifted the monsters up and began to swirl them. Suddenly, the guy noticed something and looked to the side, and there, from above, a huge monster was flying to the ground. Steve rushed to the place where the monster was supposed to land, and the tornado continued to swirl the monsters. Our hero arrived just as the Orc King landed. Steve said that it was time for the Grey Wolves and called one of the wolves. In an instant, our hero turned into a huge white wolf and prepared to attack the Orc King. The orc said something in his own language, but Steve shouted that he didn't know their language and punched the monster in the face. The Orc King flew back, and Steve activated the tornado skill, and a stream of wind picked up the monster. Our hero, in the form of a wolf, prepared to jump and soared into the air, catching up with the orc flying upward. He hit the monster with all his might, and it flew down with incredible speed, raising a column of dust after its fall. Steve jumped on the Orc King and finished him off with that final blow. The guy heard information that his level had increased, and he had received 238 experience points. The portal opened 500 meters away and will close in 15 minutes. Steve jerked to the side, and the orcs began to recover from their fall from the tornado. He rushed past the pack of wolves and activated the taming skill. The orcs finally came to their senses and rushed after Steve, but he, along with the new wolves, was already rushing towards the portal. The wolves began to jump into the small portals opened by Steve's skill, and Steve ran into the portal, and when he came out, he was already in human form, and he thought that the side effects were very different than when he was in the form of P.E.K.K.A. He looked at the menu and saw that he had tamed 88 wolves and decided that if he went there one more time, he would be able to take all the places and increase his hunting level. Suddenly, a girl in a cap appeared in front of our hero, and Steve asked in surprise what she wanted. It was Grace. She asked our hero if he was Steve. Onlookers immediately recognized the girl and began to discuss what these two were doing together and whether they were really dating. The crowd was buzzing with speculation about their possible romance, and the manager called the director to say that they had finally met. The director happily asked if they had managed to catch Steve. The manager replied that Grace was making progress and that he was responding to her words. The director happily said that it was obvious because Steve was a guy too. The girl took our hero by the arm, and the manager exclaimed that they were going to a cafe. The director replied that nothing else was expected from her and asked her to keep an eye on them. The man shouted at the driver to step on the gas, and he obediently increased speed. Meanwhile, Steveland was busier than usual. The director finally arrived to them and asked in surprise where he had gone. Grace sat at the table and cried, occasionally sobbing. She said she came here with him. Steve said he just wanted to wet his throat and left immediately. The director screamed, "How could this be?" And the girl sobbed again. Suddenly, Grace shouted that Steve had turned her down because she was weak and he didn't like weak people. But the director misunderstood her and asked if she had used illegal substances. The girl jumped up from her chair and slammed her hands on the table, shouting that no. She turned around and walked towards the exit, throwing everything to hell and promising that she would become a hunter too. The director asked the manager what happened. The manager relayed Steve's words that his girlfriend should be strong. The director started to get nervous and said that everything was bad. The manager said that there were suitable awakened women in their clan, and the director asked who he was talking about. He replied that, for example, the red-haired one, she is rank A and very strong. The director got angry and said where did he get such interests from, and why did he ask where Steve was now? The manager replied that he went into the portal again, and the director grabbed his head because everything did not go according to plan. Suddenly, the manager pointed behind the director and said that Steve had already left. And our hero stood next to the portal and studied something in the interface that was visible only to him.